he gave a police officer a hair transplant, and the police officer could not take care of the wound the way that you're supposed to. You're not like supposed to get it wet or like get it sweaty. And he was a police officer, and so he couldn't really control all that, and so it got sweaty, and he got an infection, and he sued the doctor. Anyway, I still my plastic surgeon, an amazing plastic surgeon, did plastic surgery for people at the Bethesda Naval Hospital, like the top naval hospital in the United States. He used to get people who would have like admirals who would have parts of their face blown off, and he would do their plastic surgery because these guys would like lose all their confidence. They're an admiral, and they can't look people in the eye because they're very wounded or whatever. And like normally people might be like, "Oh, that's baller," like to have that kind of a scar. It shows that you sacrifice for your country and everything. But nevertheless, these guys just didn't have the self confidence that they wanted. So anyway, that's what he did. Like all kinds of um, plastic surgery for guys like in the military, and then he also did it for like really affluent people in New York City, like like heiresses and stuff. And then he opened up a clinic in Yorba Linda, which is near Irvine, and so I would go and check him out, and um, like I wanted some scar removal, and so this guy was able, like I had like a removal. I had like a scar, um, and I wanted him to take care of it, and he did. Did a really great job. But I had it like lasered and things. Anyway, so I got these like a lot of things quoted, and um, one of the things I wanted quoted was a hair transplant. Anyway, he told me what it would be, and that they don't do it because of like he wasn't the only guy. People, it's like the best way to do it is from the side of your head to the top. Anyway, some doctors do it from the back of your head, and I guess that's a good way to do it as well. What I'm trying to say is that William Montgomery could go to one of these doctors and have like lush hair, just like Theo Vaughn or Jimmy Carr, but he doesn't. And I think that makes him funnier because he's the vanilla gorilla. He's the big red machine. He just comes out like a wild man, I guess is the best way to put it. So when you said that like you like that he's bald, I do too, and I think it gives him more um like he's just it helps his delivery and everything. Like I don't know, these fucking comedians are really concerned about their looks. Like really, and I understand why because they're like celebrities, and people want to be attracted to people who makes them laugh. It's like a psychological thing. But like I was just noticing like Ari Shafir, who's like a balding guy. He even shaved his head, and he looks like Joe. He's like got this Joe Rogan look now. Anyway, do you know who Brian Callen? Or he's the kid. He's the kid in Fighter and the Kid.
He bald.
He got a hair transplant. Like a lot of these guys have gotten hair transplants, like more than the normal amount in society. Anyway, William Montgomery could easily do that, but he chooses not to, and I think that gives him more like cachet. But I really think he could have an amazing head of hair with that bright red hair.
I think being bald would piss me off. I wish I could do. Maybe hopefully I'll be able to embrace it like the William Montgomery thing, or how he does. But I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. What do you,
Apparently, like high amounts of like DHT or something. Like if you take fucking steroids and shit, it'll increase your DHT and then accelerate if you're accelerate how quickly you'll get baldness if you're predisposed.
right?
You'll be ugly regardless of if you have hair or not. So no plastic surgery can fix that, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, it can.
Not even the best plastic surgeries.
Yes, it can, my friend. Have you ever seen those Jenner girls before the plastic surgery versus after?
Like
Look up
I don't know.
Look up Kylie Jenner before and after plastic surgery. She's like an ugly chick. Not ugly. She's not ugly. I don't want to say that, but she's like, I don't know, below average looking girl. But afterwards, she becomes like a billionaire woman.
Do you think Kim Kardashian's had plastic surgery?
Does a snake drag ass? Dude, they're open about it. Kylie Jenner, I know the name of Kylie Jenner's surgeon. He's Dr. Fisher. Because I go to Dr. Fisher as well, just a different Dr. Fisher.
Are you gonna get some fat injected into your hips to look? You could just walk in. You should get a quote for like how much to get like Kim Kardashian's ass.
That's a Brazilian butt lift. And it's usually between $10,000 to $20,000. In LA, plastic surgery is very common. So like these numbers are just like pretty well known. I can tell you like how many cc's of silicone are in um, Kylie Jenner's chest, not because I care, but because she put it on Instagram.
Yeah, I don't think that's healthy for you. Apparently,
Well, that's why. And now this is a bitch. These girls get that at age 16 or 18 or 20, and then get hooked up with all these hot dudes or like rich dudes, and then get them taken out at age 40 or like 50. Like Pamela Anderson did that.
that's wild. How many cc's
It
would
was
you
like,
get?
how many would I get? I don't want breast implants. But for anybody watching this in the future, the ideal breast size is softball size.
I know a few people that would disagree with that.
No, I know. I'm saying that there are some people who would say bigger than that. There's some people who would say smaller than that. I'm saying that if you go bigger than that, then you're going to have back problems and such.
What if you do strength training?
I mean, that can help.
Is there going to be a future technology that will alleviate back pain caused by breasts?
Well, in the future, I've talked to you about this, I think. There'll be some kind of thing that you'll be able to expand and contract the size of your breasts. Like it'll be like an inflatable insert or whatever, and you'll be able to make them as big as you want. Not as big as you want, but like there are so. I mean, and I understand some women want to look really good when they're going out to a club, but then if they're exercising or something, they want them smaller or playing like a sport. I get that.
Right. Just the old inflatable
Titty ball.
thing.
Um, yeah, and I've I've looked into it. It's like this is like a realistic goal for science, and it seems to be.
I feel like that would require like some synthetic like skin to be able to expand and contract.
I think it would just be there's like a possibility of it just being like a needle that you just put in your breast tissue, but with like lidocaine or some kind of topical numbing, you could do that and not necessarily have it hurt. Like lidocaine has cocaine in it, or cocaine. Lidocaine is derived from cocaine, and it's like a numbing agent.
Word.
All right, almost done. This is my life where I just have to go around to all these fucking devices and restart them. Have you been on?
Why can't they go? Wait, do you have to do them at the same time every day?
Well, it's most convenient to.
What happens if you don't?
What happens if I don't? Um, well then I have to do them like individually, and then I have to keep track of like time a lot more that way because I have to be like, oh, this one's gonna end in 20 minutes. This one's gonna end in 6 hours. This one's gonna end in 4 hours. Basically, the way it works is if you want your video to be shown on YouTube, it has to be less than 12 hours. If it's more than 12 hours, it still saves, but only 12 hours of it is available to the public. So sometimes I don't want to say oversleep, but like I'll sleep longer than I want or whatever, and I'll have a device that's going way long. It's not like that big of a deal because I have so many different devices that I've got backups and backups of my backups. But if you were like, you just had one device, it would be imperative to always make sure to hit that 12-hour mark. And then, like when I'm restarting a stream, the camera's not working while it's restarting. That's why I have backups of the backups, like so that they overlap each other. All right, back to William. Back to William Montgomery. Do you think William Montgomery will ever let his girlfriend be on camera a lot, Erica?
I don't think he's stopping her from coming on camera. I'm pretty sure
She doesn't.
she doesn't want to be on camera.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
And it's also, he has a producer on his podcast,
Grant.
who he's constantly talking to behind the camera.
Who never's on the camera.
And yeah, never see his face, but he's constantly like in the conversation.
Right. I think Grant.
I think he may have been doxxed on Instagram. I'm not sure.
Grant, I think, owns the studio. I could be wrong about that. Like, I've heard him talk on the podcast. Like, one time, William was talking to Grant, and Grant was like, "What was that?" And William was like, "Weren't you listening to me?" And he was like, "No, I was talking with another customer." And then he just stopped talking. And then William Montgomery's like, "Oh, you were talking to another customer? Okay, I understand."
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if he owns like the
especially if he's like the editor person too. But...
Right. All right. Yeah. So we have William Montgomery, who he and Casey Rocket are really on the show on camera. We have Grant, Erica, who only got shown for like a second. Did you know? I've told you this before, but okay. So Erica would go to the comedy store with her ex-boyfriend, and her ex-boyfriend was a stand-up comedian along with William Montgomery. And when Erica saw William Montgomery, she was like all over him basically, and broke up with her other boyfriend. And then the other boyfriend went up one time on Kill Tony, and was like, "Yeah, I think William Montgomery stole my girlfriend." And Tony's like, "Why do you think that? Like, what a weird thing to think. What makes you think that?" And he goes, "Well, he did stand up like a couple weeks ago, and he started talking about doing LSD with some girl at her grandparents' house in Balboa Park or Lake Balboa, which is it's in the valley. It's like a neighborhood in the valley." And he was like, and that was just way too specific for like who else has grandparents that live in Balboa Park, or not Balboa Park. Balboa Park is in Orange County, but Lake Balboa, which is in LA County, and and so then I think he confronted her on it, and she was like, "Yeah," and so I think she was like cheating on him to with William Montgomery, or to get with William Montgomery or whatever, which is not cool. But all right, speaking of that, so you know who Brendan Schaub is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Brendan Schaub has a big fucking mouth, and he can sometimes be really stupid. He's like, it's just like a typical like dumb jockey guy. And this one time he was on his show, and he said they had somebody who did like a call-in show or something, or who called into their show, and they were like, it was something like, they had some guy on, and he was like saying that he was going to shave his head because he's going bald or something, and they were like, "Yeah, man, that's a good look." And then Brendan Schaub was like, "Yeah, man, I know a bunch of guys who slang a ton of dick who are bald. Like, Dana White and Joe Rogan, and this got out. And you can imagine, like, Joe Rogan's a married man. He doesn't want to be known as like a guy slinging dick. And there were like rumors that Joe Rogan was cheating on his wife because of this guy.
I mean, do you think what he said is wrong? Like, was he doing it like you? Like, are you slanging dick like it's going out of style, or
So that's an
is he trying
interesting
to
point.
spread rumors?
The way that I heard it just meant that Joe Rogan's got a beautiful wife and he's just killing it. Like he's just all around doing really well in life. I didn't necessarily interpret it as he's cheating on his wife, but a lot of people did interpret it as that. And I just did not
Have
necessarily.
you seen Joe Rogan's wife?
Yeah,
He's pretty attractive. I don't think he needs to cheat on her.
right.
She's like some blonde girl.
Yeah, they met. She was a server at some bar, and Joe Rogan had a rule. It was called the no headshot rule. And what that meant is he didn't want to date anybody who had headshots because what ends up happening when you date a girl with headshots, chances are she's an actor, and he didn't want to date an actor. So that was his thing. And his wife she had a child from a previous marriage, a previous relationship. And Joe Rogan adopted that girl, and then had two children of his own, which I think is a pretty cool move on Joe Rogan's part.
So he fell in love with a MILF. Is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Word, dog.
Nice.
And like they say that she was a model because they don't really know what else to say about her.
She's doing all right now, I guess.
Dude, she hit the jackpot.
One of like the wealthiest people in America. Or like up there.
Yeah, she is.
Actually, no.
Well, she's up
Joe
there.
Rogan's pretty poor. He's not even like a billionaire.
He's gonna be by the end of this. Just through his Spotify deals. His first one was $250 million. His next one was $250 million. He just got to do
Does
it
he
like.
still upload to YouTube or no?
Yeah. So he gets all of that money, and he has all his endorsements. He does the UFC, and I think that he has a really big opportunity in the future to be like, he's like well invested with all these tech billionaires and stuff. So I'm sure you could make money that way too. And um,
Do you think he holds Bitcoin?
yep. Oh,
But he's not like a total Bitcoin skid,
no,
does he?
no. Actually, I don't think he does. He has said if he doesn't, well, I think he probably holds it just from the early days. But he has said that if he doesn't understand it, he doesn't want it. Which I get that.
I'm sure he must regret that decision.
I mean, I'm sure he's still doing okay.
I guess. Why do you think he doesn't understand Bitcoin?
Well, at least he said, I don't want to endorse anything if I don't understand it, and that's why I don't understand any kind of cryptocurrency stuff.
Or he just doesn't endorse it, but he might still own it.
Yeah,
maybe.
Exactly.
I got some steak yesterday.
How was that?
I haven't eaten it yet. I'm gonna eat it today, but for 3 steaks, it used to be like $40, like not long ago, like 2 years ago. And I looked yesterday, and they were like $90 for like 3 steaks.
Yeesh. How was it?
Haven't eaten them yet, but I'm gonna eat them tonight.
Let's baller.
But I haven't had steak in like so long. Because it costs a fortune.
Word, dog.
But the ones I got were like 2 steaks for like $24, so it wasn't crazy.
So Brendan Schaub, I know you don't care about him, but I've become like obsessed with him. Why did I become obsessed with him? This is a good question. Oh, because his subreddit is so ridiculous. Like everybody just shits on him, and that's how I became like a monster fan. And he's he had this thing that happened. So he used to be a comedian. He has the lowest ranked comedy special in the history of Netflix, and he said he stopped doing stand up because he wanted to dedicate time to his children and stuff. But like, it turned out he's just a really shitty comedian. So like, what's the point? Anyway, he 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 got caught cheating on his wife, and he got caught cheating on his wife, and that that like she didn't want him going to all kinds of parties and stuff. Um, in that whole scene. so to speak. Anyway, with that being said, I have to use the restroom and then we'll play. Is that okay? I appreciate your patience.
No worries.
Excellent.
I'll tell you something first thing when you get back.
That sounds like a plan. I'll be 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
Oh, you're taking a shit.
Well, I got some other stuff I got to do. I got to get some laundry out of the dryer. So no, I'm just taking a pee.
Okay.
All right. You said you had something interesting to tell me?
Yeah. I kind of have to show it, but yeah. I found these mini apples. Like, I guess they're at the park. There's like an apple tree. I found these mini apples, and one of the mini apples, they're like the size of like a little bit larger than a golf ball. It looked like a butthole. Like it had like the butt crack and like the butthole, and it was in the mini apple. It was a green apple, and I just thought that was a very rare occurrence.
So are they like crab apples?
I don't know what species of apple it is. But
All right. You want to play carom? Or what do you want to play? Is there anything you
I've
want?
been waiting for the carom invite.
You know you have. Okay, what do you want? What kind?
210.
Okay, I played against somebody in like a competitive game. They're good, but they're not like perfect every time good. I mean, I'm sure some people are, but when you play them like that, they play 210. All right, riser.
That's 3.
Yeah, it's 3.
3 to 4.
You is right. That's really cool that you talked to Jimmy Farr.
It was a once in a lifetime moment. The show was very funny. Oh yeah, the other thing about comedy is that it's a lot funnier in person.
Right.
Even though on the internet you think it's funny, but if you only watch it on the internet, like It's actually nothing like being there in person. And I've also seen Jim Jeffries live one time, and that was amazing.
Wow.
I laughed my ass off watching Jim Jeffries with my buddies. And, it was in the sketchy town of Hamilton, Ontario.
You know who's from Hamilton, Ontario?
Tim Horton.
You know who else?
Bill Cosby.
No, I think this is true. Isn't Wayne Gretzky from there? Or he's from close to there?
He's from Brantford, dog. Not even the same place.
Okay.
So you don't even know who's from Hamilton?
No, I mean, I'm not Canadian. I wouldn't necessarily know that. Okay, maybe I was thinking it was Tim Horton. Some influential Canadian was from there. I'm sure a lot are.
I don't even think Tim Horton's from there.
Okay, well, somebody.
Oh, wait, no, I think he might be, but I'm not 100% sure.
Who's from? Where's Brantford in relation to?
Not even close.
I mean, when you say not even close, is it within like 3 hours?
Yeah, but that's not very close.
I'm not saying it is. I don't know why I thought he was from Hamilton. He used to live next door to my friend, and
Really?
Yeah, I always thought that was tight as fuck.
Wait, in California?
Yeah. My friend, he's also my roommate in college, was a really big football player, and comes from like this family of like a football dynasty basically. And um, his next door neighbor was Wayne Gretzky, and they used to always like he would hang out with like Paulina Gretzky, and there's like a movie. It's called or a TV show or not TV show, a music video I should say, by Nickelback called Rockstar, where Wayne Gretzky's um, he's in the he's in the music video, and they shot it at his house, which is right next door to my friend's house. Just just a weird thing, happenstance. All right, that's enough carom for today. Let's play literati.
No, that's not right.
No, dog, we haven't played any literati today.
I'm way too tired for that.
What do you mean too tired? You got your extra sleep and your thing's charging. You just got smoked in carom.
Yeah, I'm gonna nap with my dog, I think. I'm way too tired.
Okay. Well, I want you to get your rest, but then when you awake, you want to play?
Possibly, yeah.
All right, we'll come
I
back.
also have some work to do, and like a lot of work to do, so might not be today.
What work do you have to do?
Yeah, we'll job making thumbnails.
Yeah, but can't AI do that? Can't AI do that?
I'm using AI, but the stuff to write the prompts and make the edits and stuff.
That's nothing, dude.
Yeah, but I'm just like starting a new job, so I still have to learn it to get good at it.
All right, big dog.
Try not to JOL, JOR, JLOL,
Jayor.
JOR,
Jayor.
well,
Try not to
JR too
Jayor.
hard. Sometimes.
I retain, baby.
Did you know that guy died?
Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Did you know that Malcolm Horner died?
Yeah, dog. He Something's weird about his death. I agree with Audie. Something's weird about it.
Why would anyone kill him in a scuba diving accident?
I don't know. And I'm not saying that they did. It's just like it's just not normal for someone to die at age 54. Period. I know that he died in a scuba diving accident, which can happen to anybody, but it's just I don't know. It's just weird.
How old was he in the Cosby Show?
Between like the ages of like 13 and 20.
So he was young.
If you want to see, I mean, you don't have to watch it, but if you ever want to watch one of the funniest scenes in television history, he gets he wants to buy a shirt because he's going on a date with this really hot chick, and he goes to the store, and the shirt is basically there's like a whole back and forth he between him uh, and Bill Cosby, and it's very funny. I mean, he's got a lot of funny scenes, but that show was really big for African American culture. It was big for me because um, my parents had very diverse friends. So they had like you name it, they had that kind of a friend. So they had black friends, they had white friends, they had of course Jewish friends, of course, like different types of Jewish friends, but um,
Half Asian, half
Asian,
black.
Latinx, um, Nordic, and like they had friends from all over. But and
South America or South Africa, sorry.
yeah, and um, like England, and so like I got a taste of a lot of different people growing up. But um, well, I really liked my parents' black friends, perhaps the most, and this gave me like a view into an African American family, and it was a um, really interesting view on the world because Bill Cosby made sure to have a child psychologist watch every show to make sure it was like appropriate for the people who would be watching it, and it's just like a different kind of show. Most sitcoms didn't do that. They would just have a writer come in and just try to make the best jokes possible. But the Cosby Show was not like that. It was like it was about a family, and also the families, like the African American people we knew were like I don't want to say really wealthy, but they were like well, I don't even want to say well to do, but they were like more comfortable than I would say probably like some other um, situations in the United States. And on the Cosby Show, it was the same way, where the husband was a doctor and the wife was a lawyer, and It was like basically when I would watch the Cosby Show, it would remind me of perhaps my own family or at least the people we were around, and it was just like I didn't really see color with it. It was just a really funny family, and I really loved it. And it wasn't the first black sitcom, but it was definitely the most popular. In the United States, it was like the most popular show for like 8 of 10 years that it ran, or something like that. I mean, it wasn't exactly that, but it's pretty close to that, or it was in the top five like all of those years. And they used to do music. They used to do like these music skits that were really cool. They'd have special guests. This was a show that introduced me to jazz. I would hear jazz from my grandparents and my parents, but it was like I never would see like the actual musicians like this because you just didn't have the internet, and like they had like Dizzy Gillespie on there, and they had um, Loretta, or what is her name? They just had like they had Stevie Wonder on there. That's one of my favorite episodes ever. And so it was like it had music involved, and it was just a really cool show. Adam Sandler was on it. Um, Adam Sandler plays one of Theo, one of his friends on the show, and it was just a cool show. I really liked it. And so Theo, growing up, even though he was older than I was, I would be um, I would watch the reruns, and like he would go through things, and I would go through them, and you just I what I'm trying to say is I really empathize with his character. So when I talk about Malcolm Jamal Warner, yeah, I'm joking about I didn't want him to die. I really liked him, but there's pain in what I say. So maybe I'm just working through my mourning. Did you know that he died?
Um, yeah, now I'll have to check out the Cosby Show.
Yeah, Doug.
Did
If
he
you,
play like the son or something?
yeah, he played the oldest son or the only son. Yeah, and there's another interesting thing about it. Remember, I said, do you remember I said like I really like Bill Cosby? I thought he was like the all American dad, and he portrayed himself to be like that, but like he had this dark, you know, rapey part of him that was creepy. He had a
Was
son.
he raping people at that time?
Perhaps, and they didn't talk about it a lot. But the way that Bill Cosby used to do this, he used to, um, like allegedly, I don't know, but like he would ask a woman, like back to his trailer or back to his house or something, and ask if she would want a cappuccino. And back then, a cappuccino was like not. It was like a pretty rare in the United States because it has like Italian origins. So you'd need like a cappuccino machine and everything. And a lot of the women would be like, "No, I'm okay," and he'd be like, "Oh no, let's have one or whatever." And he would slip the quaaludes in there and basically drug them that way, and then they would like awake, and he was like raping them. Um, and he had so in real life, Bill Cosby had a son named Ennis, Ennis. And Ennis, this happened when I was like a young man. Maybe I was like 10 years old or something. Ennis was um, driving home from a girl's house on the 405, which is like the main artery of LA. And he had a Mercedes Benz. And just around that time, like to be a black man in a Mercedes Benz in LA was like, um, it was rare, exactly. So he had car trouble in this area of LA that is like pretty mountainous, though. It's between like Beverly Hills and um like the valley, and so his he pulled over to see what was going on with his car, and he got out to I think he had like a flat tire or something, and he got out and somebody pulled up behind him. I want to say his girlfriend was following him home on purpose. Like everything was fine with their relationship or whatever. And then somebody else pulled up alongside them and killed Ennis and on purpose, like murdered him. And I don't know if I don't recall if let me look this up really quick. If they stole his money or anything like that. Yo, dog, give
Was
me a
this in the show or
quick
real life?
breakdown of the death of Ennis Cosby. No, this is a real
Was
life.
this in the TV show?
No, this is a real life. So he was 27 years old. He graduated from Columbia University. He was murdered on January 16th, 1997, on the 405 near Los Angeles while changing a flat tire late at night. What happened? Ennis pulled over to fix his tire. A man named Mikhail Markasev, 18 years old at the time, approached him during what appeared to be a robbery attempt and shot him in the head. Prosecutors said it was a random act of violence. Markasev later admitted guilt in a letter, calling it a terrible mistake. Markasev was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced without life. But this was it was a very sad thing to happen, and I always felt really badly. I mean, nobody needs their son killed or whatever, but here Bill Cosby thought he was on top of the world. He had a very popular TV show. He had an Ivy League son, and his son was murdered. And his son and Theo were like pretty close in age, or like the Theo on the show, and Theo was the like Malcolm Jamal Warner's character on the Cosby Show. The guy's name was the character was Theo Huxtable, is the guy's character's name. Um, it was a lot of the goings on that happened between Ennis, the guy who was murdered, and Bill Cosby. And so you got to kind of see what their relationship was played out on TV. And it's a really good show. And who else would be big on it? Do you know who Zoe Kravitz is?
No.
Do you know who Raven Simone is?
No.
Okay, well Raven Simone became like a Disney star. She was on that show. Um, who were big people on the Cosby Show? All right, so um, no big guest stars like Adam Sandler and Dizzy Gillespie and Stevie Wonder. Um, so Dizzy Gillespie, Stevie Wonder, Adam Sandler, Sammy Davis Jr., Lena Horne, B.B. King, Clarence Clemens from Bruce Springsteen's E Street Band, Felissa Rashad's real life sister Debbie Allen. They just it showcased black excellence and talent across generations. That's what ChatGPT said, and it's true. And it was such an enduring show in the United States that a lot of people, like the civil rights era was only like 20 years before then, and it was still not like perfect. Not that it still is today, but people would watch the show, and for it to be the number one show in the United States, it just wasn't a black show. It was a show about a family, and that was like it was an American show, and it was just very well loved. Apologies, I cut out.
But it wasn't just a black show; it was an American show, and I really, really enjoyed it. And I really enjoyed Malcolm Jamal Warner's character. So I do joke about it, and it will be my thing that I joke about. But it's kind of to preserve his memory. I really liked him. Did you know Ozzy Osbourne died?
Um, did you ever watch The Prince of Bel Air?
Yeah, dude, that was another big one. I loved that show too. Not as much though. It wasn't. Um, it was big, and it was a really cool show. But
Do you think that's how Will Smith became so popular?
definitely, though, he was a rapper before then. But yeah, that was a big show. I don't know if I've seen all of them. I'm pretty sure I have though. They're like, like before they were streaming and everything, they just you would come home from I don't know school or whatever practice or whatever, and there were only like a certain number of channels, and they had these shows in syndication, and everybody watched them. So yeah, I definitely watched them, and
Did you watch?
yeah, that's
Did you like one of them?
definitely. I would say The Office is like the last show that's been. I don't want to say that's been popular in syndication, but like that's when streaming started. After that, but yeah, I really like Everybody Loves Raymond. I think Patricia Heaton, the wife on that show, is frankly one of the prettiest ladies in the world.
Um, Possibly.
I mean, I'm not saying she is the prettiest woman in the world, but she's a beautiful woman. It's a very funny show. And then it was probably like the last show I watched before The Office that was a popular American show. What's the most popular Canadian show? Isn't like Workaholics a Canadian show or something like that? Oh no, Eastbound and Down isn't that a Canadian show? Or Trailer Park Boys? Did you hear me?
Yeah, Trailer Park Boys would be pretty.
Do you like that show?
I love that show. I listen to the podcast, the Trailer Park Boys podcast, and that podcast too.
Who's the guy with the big glasses? Who's the guy with the big glasses? Apologies, I can't hear you. What'd you say? Bubbles, yeah. Is he funny? Oh, he does a podcast? Dude, you're blocking the mic.
They all do the podcast.
Oh, okay. Um, so he's funny
I
on.
think the three of them have really good synergy. Bubbles is more so this like serious, grounded one, but he still makes good good jokes. He points out the stupidity of the other people, mainly Ricky. But yeah, I think it's one of the greatest shows of all time, certainly in Canadian television.
What show that you saw really connected with you, like the Cosby Show with me?
You're asking me which show can I connect it to?
Yeah.
Um, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Do you have Sesame?
Hard for me to think right now.
Do you have Sesame Street in Canada?
Um, we have this thing called. Have you heard of JYOR?
You mean Jay you're in it?
Yeah.
Is that
they,
like
they have this thing called JR.
what is that?
It's called jerking yourself off raw.
Is that what you're about to go
It's a
do?
great, really great show.
I bet that could be a show.
100%.
Jay you're in it. You know what's hilarious about that saying is most people would just be fine by calling it, "What are you jerking yourself off?" But that's not good enough for me. I need to take it to another level and just say raw. There's no lube. You just callous hand to fucking shaft.
Yeah, very specific style of jerking off because jerking off is way too ambiguous.
Right. What
Really hone in on what you wanted
exactly?
the listener to experience.
Zoot asks me this several times a month, and a lot of times when he'll ask me so many questions because he's bored, and I get it. It's the middle of the night, and we're just playing a game or whatever, and he just wants to make conversation. So he'll ask me sometimes the same question a lot, and I don't know if I know he doesn't recognize that he's doing it, but I'll sometimes just be like, remember what I told you last time about this or whatever. But he asks me a lot what my favorite word is, and my favorite word is minutia, and that's kind of how my humor is. Like I have minutia like humor where it's very specific, like strangely specific. Like basically, when I describe something, I want to get into the nitty gritty of it. I just don't want it to be vague. I want it to be very specific. And so, JUR in it is like a very good phrase that embodies that principle. Would you not agree?
No, I agree, and I think it's interesting that you like think that like because I have the same exact feeling of humor where I just want it to be like very strange and specific. Um, so yeah,
Very well.
I like talking about things that are just like hidden in plain sight that maybe people like don't normally talk about.
Right. It's very observational humor like things, but where everybody knows, like, yeah, I know about that. Like, I've had that experience. Why doesn't anybody talk about that? Like, I love that kind of humor where so I've given this, Joey Diaz gives this example, but it's a Jerry Seinfeld bit where, and I think about it a lot when I'm in the shower. So they'll be like, he'll be like, you ever notice where there's that one hair that gets stuck on your shower and it's just sitting there? And it's like, how did it get there? Like that kind of minutia that like nobody's talking about a hair in the shower, but he'll go into it like, and then you try to get it off and it's like really difficult to pull off for some reason, and then you've got to like cup water in order to like get it off. Like that kind of minutia, like humor is, I think, golden. Like anybody can come out and just be like, "Oh, this is a fart joke, and this is a snot joke, and this is a vomit joke," and that's all fine. But clean humor is also very difficult, and um, just like simple observational humor, I feel is really great, and things that like everybody has experienced. Like everybody's experienced just a random hair in their shower, or like losing a sock in the laundry. Like, what happened to that sock? Are they just like, did it escape? Where does it go? That kind of stuff. I love it. All right, well, I won't take up much more of your time. Best wishes on your job. That's really cool, and I hope you get really good at video or um, graphic editing, graphic design, and
Thumbnail.
thumbnail. Do you put like a border around the head of a character or text?
Do you mean like a glowing
Yeah,
effect?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's like a certain style that they have.
Right.
Um,
It's an art.
for like these anime. Yeah, it is. And basically, like the thumbnail is like the biggest decider of whether or not the video will do well.
Right.
And I've talked with my brother about this. He is like a very successful YouTuber, so to speak, but he said that he'll take the formats of successful thumbnails from other channels that are not necessarily like doing a recap video on his specific anime, and then you're like, okay, this specific thumbnail got like millions and millions of views on this channel, so I'm just gonna ask AI to substitute the characters from this anime into this like general design of that thumbnail. So that's a lot of what I'm doing basically.
I get it. I don't want to say I'll never forget, but the um the two people who I really noticed doing thumbnails, at least, yeah, thumbnails better than anybody. Well, if you remember how Joe Rogan used to do it, it would just be like a picture of him and the other person, and then the number. It's like, say, Joe Rogan Experience in like black and white, and then like number 1,000 or whatever. I didn't really think
I
of.
thought that's about how it is.
I think it is. I think it is. Um I didn't think of that being an art because Joe Rogan had enough pull, but there were two creators who um I saw doing this, and they are the first two that I noticed. The first one, do you know who? I think she goes by Sniper Wolf. Do you know who Sniper Wolf is?
No.
Okay, well, she's this chick who I don't even know what she does. She's like a video game chick or whatever, and she wears these big glasses, but you can tell she's like super hot and doesn't need to wear those glasses. And she would do these reactions like, like wow, like what? And I would always be like, I hate it that like these people put all this work into these thumbnails, but that pulls your attention in. And then the other person who did it was this guy named Mr. Beast. And I would look and I'd be like, this guy looks like such a loser. I remember on the stream, this is like 4 years ago, I would be like, who is this loser guy who is all over YouTube? This guy is a dork. He's got these stupid thumbnails and he looks like a nerd. And I would just like make fun of him. And then he would turn out to be, super huge influencer. Though, you mark my words, I think that Mr. Beast is sitting on a bed of lies or a throne of lies because if you look at how many subscribers he has, it's 500 million or something like that. That means that 1 in 16 people in the world are subscribed to his channel, and I just don't think that that's true. I don't think that, like, I'm not subscribed to any of his shit, and I have a billion fucking accounts, and I just, are you subscribed to Mr. Beast?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you are?
I'm a NPC.
Okay, yeah, you are. Well, maybe people do, but I don't know. I don't think like I think that you do a lot of YouTubing and stuff, but I just don't think that I just don't believe those numbers. Is what I'm trying to say. He got into this
He would be in trouble if he was using bots. Though, right?
No, he
'Cause
wouldn't.
He does not want to get.
No, he wouldn't.
Demonetized
No, he wouldn't.
bots,
No,
so.
he would not. He brings in once you get to a certain size on YouTube, they don't care if you use bots, and the reason why is because they know that you're uncancelable. They can't cancel Mr. Beast unless he did something really bad. Even like he had that thing with I don't know, he had somebody working for him who was like transgender who did something. What did they you know what I'm talking about. You know it better than I do. And they didn't cancel him for that.
Yeah, messaging like minors.
Yeah. Now, if Mr. Beast were the size of like had 10,000 subscribers, he'd be gone. No doubt. Mr. Beast could not, and let's say Mr. Beast had 10,000 subscribers. He would not have the ability to appeal to YouTube to say, like, hey, it was somebody on my team, it wasn't me. But because he's so large right now, that he just has a connection at YouTube, and then they wouldn't cancel him. Does that make sense?
I mean, I don't know if he would get canceled for 10,000 if he had 10,000 subscribers.
He absolutely would.
Someone on, but he's not like, and that's I don't know. Is it his responsibility to make sure other people don't break the law?
Yeah, if they're under his team. According to YouTube. According to YouTube. They call it child endangerment. They call it under the terms and conditions. It's considered child endangerment, and you can't do that. And they would just get rid of him.
What's the child endangerment part that you can't do?
Like what that transgender person did, basically like groom children.
Preying on. Okay.
So he would just be gone. But because he's so large, he has connections, and they didn't cancel him because of that. And in the same way, he just has bots being created that subscribe to his channel.
And then, yeah, I guess that makes sense. He has immunity, is what you're saying.
100%. I should have said that. Yeah, he has immunity, and it's because he makes money for YouTube.
With the thumbnail, like a lot of people do that, like they do like the I'm shocked face.
Oh yeah, definitely. They do the I'm shocked face.
Oh my god.
With like a shadow around the head. Sometimes it's a 3-panel, and or sometimes it has a white outline around them, or it depends what they want to do, and it's really bright colors, and the font that they use is like almost like one that you see in comic books.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly love those thumbnails. There's this YouTuber that I used to watch for like Bitcoin analysis back in like 2017, and he just had like he's like this blonde like Swedish guy, and he just had like the most like outrageous like expressions in his thumbnails. But I can't find his channel anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I think he got like all his money. He lost all his money or something.
That's what happens, man. That's absolutely what happens. And I would put a lot of work into my thumbnails, but I never know when I'm going to lose an account, so it's not worth it to me. Fortunately, I haven't lost an account in a long time, but
yeah, I thought your YouTube accounts were pretty safe.
No, they're not. Especially around COVID time, that was ridiculous. Joe Rogan would be talking about something, and I would get I'd have to take an exam or like a quiz on medical health and what can be shown and what can't be shown because he was playing in the background. It was ridiculous.
And he was like saying, "Don't get the vaccine."
He didn't even say that. He would just be like, "Look, CNN changed the filter on my video to make me look green when I allegedly came down with this, and I don't think that was right." And they would incredibly they would know that clip was something they didn't want on their platform, and then I'd get something in my inbox that says you got a strike because of medical misinformation. I'd be like, I didn't even talk about this. I don't talk about that stuff because not that I don't feel comfortable doing it, and not that I don't feel that I know a lot about it, but because or like I'm well informed on it. I think that I'm as well informed as anybody else is, but it's a very controversial subject, and thus I do my best to stay away from.
Do you think there are nanobots and graphene in the vaccine?
I can neither confirm nor deny that information. That tells you everything you need to know.
No, it doesn't. But if you don't want to speak on it, that's fine.
All right, big dog. Well, enjoy making your. Does AI make it really a lot easier to do thumbnails?
Yes and no, I guess. Sometimes it takes like a million prompts. Sometimes, like if you're trying to edit something, it does not do a good job. With like, I have a Adobe. I haven't had I haven't had Photoshop, like access to Photoshop on my computer in like years and years and years. So I finally have it, and there's a lot of new features that I know nothing about. So I haven't used it in so long, but they've added like the generative fill thing,
Right.
and that usually works pretty good. And I think that's an interesting development because I never saw those two worlds colliding, but it makes a lot of sense that Adobe would be interested in using AI.
Right. So can you just write your prompt in Photoshop and it plugs out what you need?
No, for doing the base image, I'll use a program called or a website called Freya, Area, and then tweak that until I get something that's good, and then any other changes I'll do in Adobe Firefly, and then any other like color correction stuff or layering or something I'll do in Photoshop.
And then your brother just approves it? Does he ever give you edits?
I haven't even gotten to that stage because I'm just starting yet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm sure that'll be part of the process.
All right. Best wishes.
Are
Come
you
back.
gonna be a ghostwriter for Zeus comedy career?
I would like to.
Honestly, I think if he just said, Rabbi, will you help me come up with a minute or 5 minutes of material? We could come up with stuff that's so funny and that's good. Now, would he remember it? I don't know. He doesn't have the work ethic, and I would tell him this if he were here right now. He has not shown that he has the work ethic to be able to memorize 1 minute or 5 minutes worth of content within 1 week. I don't know if anybody does. Like 5 minutes to remember everything would be difficult. I think it's doable, but you'd have to work like a lot. But he just wants to go up there um and riff. Yeah, you know what? He's going through a lot right now. He has said that this is like the most difficult time of his life, and I do my best to be there for him. I give him shit, but at the end of the day, he's my friend, and I want him to be successful. I don't want him to hurt. I want him to be happy most of all. And um, he had this diagnosis or whatever that really got into his head, and he is very frustrated that basically, like he says that like they can say that you are neurodivergent, that you are, oh, what's the word that he said? Um, like what's the word that he says? Something like um, unstable or something like that. It's not the word, but when really it's just, or they say you have ADHD or something when you're really just, it's not unstable, but it's something like that. And uncoordinated or something like that. It's something like that. And
Yeah.
he's very passionate. Like he was telling me this morning, like I really want to help people who are neurodivergent. That's what I want to do. And he'll watch this someday, God willing, and I want him to know that I support him in that. For as much shit that I give him, that thing that his girlfriend told him years ago, there are a million guys who would want to look like you. I don't know if that's true, but maybe some people want to look like him, but no one wants to have your brain. They'd want your body, but not your brain. And it's got to be really tough. He he's got a lot going on, and I wish he was able to manage it better. He does, I feel, as good a job as he can, but it didn't help. Like he had a couple things that he was working on, and then he goes to this expert or whatever, and they tell him he's got like a billion things wrong with him. It's like, no, you don't have that much wrong with you. In fact, you're quite normal. I tell him that I think he's smart when it comes to cryptocurrency, even though I tell him I don't know about the choices he makes with cryptocurrency. He knows a lot about cryptocurrency, or more than the average person, and I admire that about him. But um, I want what's best for him, and then he'll do this thing where he'll come in here for like 5 seconds, and he'll be like, I don't know, he's just very um, indecisive and very erratic with his behavior sometimes. And then other times he'll come in here and he'll be like in the best mood. And I want what's best for him, but I hear where he's passionate, and it's not in cryptocurrency, and it's not in being an actor or a comedian. He's passionate about helping people who are neurodivergent, and if I could ever help him with that journey, I'd want to. And
When did he? When did he? I mean, you've talked to him way more than me probably when I'm like not on. But when is he? Like, how long has he been saying that he wants to help? I don't even know what the fuck neurodivergent.
I don't either. So he just says it a lot, and I'm like, okay, fine. Um, Well, truthfully, like just like the past 2 days, but I hear how he talks about it, and he's passionate about it. Like it's something that he like almost glows when he talks about it. He wants to help people. I really mean it. Like
Has he said that he wants to help neurodivergent people?
that's exactly what he said that earlier today. He talked about it. He talked about it
Okay,
like
so neurodivergent refers to individuals whose brain functions differently from what's considered typical or normal, including autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, dyslexia, Tourette's, and other ones like dysgraphia, dyscalculia, and auditory processing disorder. Um, yeah,
the first four things that you read. Those are all things that they say that he has, and the only one that I really see like is the Tourette's. But I mean, I see a little bit of some other things, but he has this thing where he's like, I'm severely autistic. He'll say about himself, I'm severely autistic, and I'm like, I don't see that. I don't even know what autism is really, but like people who are like severely autistic are like nonverbal. They like can't. They're like in wheelchairs and stuff. Like you're a functioning individual. You have had jobs.
yeah, it's definitely not. I wouldn't say severely autistic or. I mean, yeah,
And he can be
it's hard.
quirky,
Hard.
but
He does seem like normal from when I hear him talk.
right. Um, so I do want what's best for him. Welcome. How are you? Cool. I didn't want to talk to that person anyway. Um, but it's like
They can go J.
they can go J Yor. Well, for themselves it would be J Tor. Jerk themselves off raw. Um, but J Yor is the phrase. So I think that Zoot
Nobody calls it J Tor.
it's J Yor exactly. Um, what do I think Zoot needs? He needs a job. It doesn't have to be in high finance. He could literally just go work at Macca's or McDonald's. He wants to be a trillionaire though, and that's cool. But it's like he just needs something consistent to teach him life lessons, and um,
Has he had a job before? I'm
I,
assuming he worked at private equity, but other than that.
yeah, I don't think he's ever had a job that like he's had for more than a year probably. So it's just been off and on things, and maybe he has. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think he has a lot of things where his personal life or his personality gets in the way, perhaps. I mean,
Does he live with his parents or is he on his own?
he lives with his family, and um, I mean, imagine even if he worked at McDonald's, if he's got Tourette's as severely as he does, like he says the N word sometimes.
I don't think. Welcome to McDonald's. N-word. How many takes
Right,
your order?
right.
N-word.
But I mean, that is something that has like he says that to me sometimes, and I just say, whoa, 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 watch yourself, or I'll be like, calm down now. I'll just say something like that, and I understand. Like when he gets frustrated, he'll say that. I notice like the one that sticks out in my mind is I was falling. Sometimes I need to sleep, and I'll sleep, and he'll come in and he'll be like, Rabbi, 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 and then I'll just hear N word, and then he'll leave, and I know he doesn't mean to say that, and he's told me the like it gets worse when you're in a crowd and things like that. And so, with that being said, I think it would be hard
That's
for.
not bad if your rate of saying N word goes up in a crowd.
Well, so I think that he if he could have a job, but it would be there are some issues with that. Um, but at least as a comedian, he wants to be a comedian, and that's great. When I ask him, tell me a joke, he gets offended by that. And then I say, well, what are you going to talk about? And he says, I'm going to just go up there and talk about being neurodivergent. And I said, nobody's going to think that's funny. And I mean, most people, I've watched comedians. I watch every Kill Tony. I've seen every Kill Tony, and I've watched comedians. I've got comedians right now. I've got a Tim Dillon podcast on, like right in front of me. Before this, I watched The Fighter and the Kid. That's two comedians. I watch comedians all the time, and they have rehearsed bits, and they will tell you when you get up there and you're looking at a crowd, you it's just really difficult to just wing it. So if he were to come and say, "Help me with a stand-up routine," what would I do? We would go to street jokes. We would go to a joke book and find funny, cute little jokes that we know will work, that are thought out, and they're just in the they're called street jokes. They're jokes that you would find in a joke book that are cute, but nobody has claim over them. And we would take those and we would come up with a minute, and then 2 minutes, and then 5 minutes worth of material. And I think he could do really well if he could memorize those things. And I know he could, but he doesn't want that. He has
I don't think that's going about it the right way. I think if he wants to be as well-known comedian, you have to come up with your own material and just gotta try shit out. You can brainstorm it first and criticize it with other people, and then go attempt it. I don't think joke books.
I disagree.
Far.
I disagree. I think joke books will get you very far at the beginning, where you just need to get comfortable on stage. I'm not saying you can't work out your own material in there, but you literally have zero jokes and you're going to be on stage in 4 days. What else do you want? Come up with take jokes that not everybody has heard. Maybe some people have heard them, and at least get a minute worth of material in there. Look, I'll tell you this. I can be funny, but I don't have like routines. But I've given my my pickup line, that I've got like a minute worth of pickup lines, and I've done stand up comedy um on at least Twitter Spaces, and I've had a lot of success with that. And those are all just street jokes. They're jokes that some people have heard before, but they work because they're short and they're to the point, and I'm not wasting anybody's time. And if that didn't hit, I've got another one for you, or another one, and I'm going to get you with one of them. Over the course of a minute, I'm going to be able to put a smile on your face with one or two jokes. That's what you need. Now, I'm not saying that he can't, or any comedian can't have their own take on things. But if they're going to spend a minute building up a story and that story at the end is not funny, they're going to be booed off the stage. At least if you have jokes, you're not going to get booed off the stage. And right now he doesn't have any. Right now he doesn't have any jokes. So if he wanted to, if he was like, "Hey, I want to work on something," well, so this is the we okay. Here was one. Here's this joke that he kind of came up with. So we were talking about his experiences, and I was like, well, you could, if you want to just have 1 minute, it's not the funniest thing, but if you want something that's personal to you, you could be like, this one time I went on Reddit and I saw this gigantic whore who was willing to have sex with a bunch of guys at an adult bookstore. And I went down there, and fortunately I was number one on the list. And as this woman was sucking my dick, I had 20 guys watching me at the exact same time. And as I'm trying to come in her mouth, I'm unable to. It was like I was attempting to defuse a bomb. And if you've never been in that position, it's quite awkward, but it's something that happened to me. And then you move on to your next joke, whatever. I'm not saying that's super funny, but it's something that happened to him that we were able to punch up with some jokes and people could, I'm not saying connect with that, but it's something that happened to him that's funny. And I mean, what else you got?
And
What?
you can tell it in a way where it's just like every detail of the story like builds and gets funnier and stranger and weirder and
Exactly. The one punch.
has more gravity to it.
Exactly. The one punchline in that was, it was like diffusing a bomb, and I that was just something that I was like, well, that's kind of what it would be like. Um, Now you could make that
You
into
could
it.
just go into ChatGPT and then write the story and then be like, tell me the story like Joey Diaz would tell it.
Exactly.
And then just say that.
I think that's an absolutely fine way to do it too, and to memorize it and to change it, make it your own, put it in your own voice, and go up there and tell the joke. And but the thing is, it's so self-deprecating. Like if I heard somebody tell this story, I would be like, that dude's a loser. But some guys could pull it off. Other people can't. Um,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it is.
it's
I think he was like embarrassed to tell me about it.
exactly.
I think.
It's too self-deprecating, perhaps, but it's kind of a funny little story. I mean, we were like, he doesn't talk about that much in his life. He doesn't have that much going on. But like, I was like, okay, you could talk about your failed cryptocurrency investments, and you could give them funny names. Some of them have funny names, like Fat Girl Investment Co. And you could just use that, like buying Bitcoin in 2009 or whatever their tagline was. But you could like, I could just do it right now. What's the deal with these crypto? Does anybody here know anything about cryptocurrencies? Uh, it's something that you could absolutely do really well with. You could buy helicopters and you could vacation in Tahiti, or you could be like the rest of us schmucks and be, you know, essentially powerless because of some cryptocurrency that's named Fat Girl Investment Co. Who is naming these things? Dog with hat, Fat Girl Investment Co., jerking yourself off raw. You just name a bunch of them, whatever you want to name them. Just come up with funny names. Um, Eating Ass Incorporated, um, Doggy Style to the Moon. Whatever. Who's coming up with these names? And what do these things even mean? Whatever. You could make fun of things like that. There aren't a lot of people who would really connect with that, but it's personal. It's from him. But instead, he wants to go up there and talk about neurodivergency, and I don't really know what's funny about that. Honestly, if he were to do that, I think people would just feel badly for him, and I don't want that to happen to him. I really think that, and the next time I speak with him, which is hopefully tonight, I'll give him my advice. Zoot, if you want my advice, which just take it for what it's worth, why don't you just memorize a minute worth of jokes? And if you don't want to do that, let's come up with a story. It doesn't even have to be a real story, but just so that you have some success and you can build on that for the next week and the next week and the next week. And you can talk about being neurodivergent and all those other things. But he doesn't seem to want to do that. He just wants to talk about being neurodivergent, which when you say that to people, they don't know what that is. And
This is like a meme. It's like Zoo on one hand is like, I really want to help neurodivergent people, and then Zoo on the other is like 5 minutes later doing 5 minutes of material on joking about neurodivergent people.
To some extent. There's this guy on Kill Tony. I feel badly for him. His name is
But maybe he is doing like a introspective thing about his experience with autism and somehow adding a funny twist or something.
right. There's this
I don't know.
there's this guy in Kill Tony named, I forget his name right now. But he has had,
William?
no, it's not William. It's I'll get it in a name in a second. I know you don't care, but just let me look it up. It's right here. Yo, dog, who's that guy with the traumatic brain injury from Kill Tony? Not that's hilarious. They say Hans Kim. It's not Hans Kim. Um, um, okay. Kill Tony, traumatic brain injury. Um, Drew, his name is Drew Nickens, and he was like a veteran who got attacked by other soldiers and was like raped and like all kinds of bad stuff happened to him in the military, and they like threw his head against the ground, and he has what's known as a traumatic brain injury, and he refers to having a traumatic brain injury as a TBI. So he'll go up there and he'll be like, "Hey everybody, one of the benefits of having a TBI is all kinds of energy drink companies want to sponsor you. So I've been doing taste tests of different energy drinks on Instagram and rating them. And I'll tell you what, I never thought it would happen to me, but it's like my dream job." Okay, he hasn't been that funny. In fact, the last time they were in Nashville, they did an arena show, and they had like four golden ticket winners, and whatever one got the lowest applause was couldn't perform for 6 months, and Drew Nickens was that person. Well, Tony and Red Band and those guys, they did their best to coach Drew Nickens to explain to him, Drew, nobody knows what a traumatic brain injury is. Like nobody knows what a TBI is. They were, you can't just go in and say TBI. People don't know what that means. You have to say I have a traumatic brain injury, then they'll understand it. But basically, if you use this lingo that people don't understand, you're going to lose people right away. And I feel like Zoot will do that if he just goes in there and says, "Does everybody know what it's like to be neurodivergent?" People are not. They're going to be like, "What is that? What does that mean?" I feel like he has to explain what neurodivergency is, and you could be like, "Hey, there are some people who have, you know, if he were to just go up there and say, 'This is my first time doing this,' or 'I haven't done this a lot. I am doing my best to get over some fears that I have and some issues, including things that are neurodivergent, like having Tourette's and these other things,' I think the audience would be much more supportive of him. But he's got to give them jokes. But if he wants to go up there and talk about it, he can educate people on these things. But it's not basically people go to an open mic to hear jokes. They don't go up there to like learn about people's journeys so much. And I want Zoot to be successful. So the next time I see him, I'm going to try to tell him, if you're really going to do this, which it sounds like you're going to, come up with some jokes in addition to the neurodivergent, or see if you can have some jokes within that. But don't just rely on feeling like you're just going to nail it. You're going to just feel it out, because what I'm afraid will happen is he will bomb and he'll never want to do it again. And that's what I don't want. I want him to I want him to do really well. I don't know if he has that capability yet, but at least do well enough that he does it again. and then again and again. Basically, have some momentum going into it. If he doesn't have that, then he's just gonna go up there and bomb. Somebody's gonna boo him, and they're just gonna take him off the stage. And I don't want that to happen.
Or hopefully, if someone heckles him, he has some witty remark to slingshot back at them.
Yeah, and he's not even anywhere near
Do you
that.
think he has that?
No.
Do you think he has that going? I think he does. He would just say like, "Shut the fuck up" or something. You know?
Yeah. Probably there's an art to that as well. Um, some of the funniest ones I've heard just off the top of my head are like let's say some ladies like yelling. You just say like, "Sir, nobody wants your opinion right now." You just call her like a dude. It's just a slap in the face to them, like, or if some dude's yelling at you, you'll just be like, "Is somebody's drunk uncle here?" Or like, if somebody yells at, like, I like the way that William Montgomery does it, where he's just, "Hey, why don't you just shut the fuck up?" That's the funniest to me. Like,
Shut the fuck up, dumbass.
right, like, "Hey, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. Shut the fuck up." Like, those are hilarious ones. Um, but
Yeah,
he's,
I agree. William, the way he tackles hecklers is unmatched.
"Yeah, you stupid bitch.
He
Hey,
just,
hey,
he just
you.
goes off.
Hey, you, why don't you get your stupid bitch of a girlfriend out of this fucking place? What the fuck? Why would you ever bring such a whore into this establishment? Motherfucker, I'm trying to tell a story up here, and I've got this stupid bitch who's interrupting me." Like, that shit, that itself is very funny, and that's that's that to me is the, I don't know if it's the best way to do it, but if I were doing it, I would be like that. I think I would be like, all right, if somebody comes up here and heckles me, I am just going from 0 to 10 on them immediately, and people are gonna fucking love that because it's like, okay, that's funny in itself. If this person's just yelling profanities at this one person in the crowd, so long as they were doing it, you know, like like if somebody were like, I don't want to say there's ever like a good time for a heckler, but basically like when can a heckler add to it? I don't know. Sometimes, like, let's say you're talking about like a really hot chick and somebody whistles in the audience like tweet tweet, like, um I'm not saying that's beneficial, but that's not, you don't have to freak out over that. But when somebody starts using words and they're like, "Oh yeah, well you think you're so funny?" Like, "Yeah, I do think I'm so funny, you stupid bitch. How about you shut the fuck up? And hey, to your fat husband, get your fucking pig of a wife out of this fucking place." Like, that to me is, there's just, because here's why that works. You have the microphone, and so you're so much louder than they are. So just, it's like it's like they're like a fly in a restaurant, and you hit them with like an AK-47. I mean, just get them the fuck out of here. And William Montgomery does it
Yeah.
so fucking well.
One of like the funniest classic heckle from like an audience, which I find is funny, is like they'll be going or whatever, maybe they bomb a joke, and then you just hear out of like the darkness, it's like, "When's the comedy start?"
And that is so funny. Exactly. I love hearing, like, I hate hecklers sometimes, but I fucking think they're hilarious too. Uh, when's the comedy start? But you could come right back at that and just be like, "The comedy has started, you stupid piece of shit. Haven't you been listening? If you haven't, why don't you fucking go home, look in the mirror if you want to look at something funny."
And jerk yourself off raw.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, on that note, go work on your thumbnails. Practice.
Don't work on your jerking yourself off raw.
practice. Go watch Mancala videos. That's what you need to do.
Yeah. All right.
Hold on. Hold on. Before you go, we have to look up what Karam means. Karam, I think, means disc or something. What does Mancala mean, and what does Karam mean? Or Karam means movement or something like that. Okay. Mancala. The word Mancala comes from an Arabic word. Oh, Mancala means to move. And Karam means to rebound, like a puck bouncing off the wall in billiards. Okay, so Mancala means to move in Arabic, and Karam is, I don't know what language though. Yo, dog, what language though? Mancala is Arabic, from Nakala, meaning to move or transfer. Karam likely comes from English or French, related to carom in English, a term used in billiards meaning a ricochet or rebound. Okay, now we know. Do you know why it's called soccer?
No. It's called football, actually.
Yeah, but do you know why it's called soccer?
As football already was taken. I don't know what it
Yeah, it's association. Like association is SOC. There's an SOC in it. Let me get them straight though. Yo, why is it called soccer? Isn't it from like association football? Yo, dog, you're exactly right. The word soccer actually does come from association football. Why it's called soccer? In England, in the late 1800s, there were different types of quote unquote football being played. Rugby football, association football, the kind that we just call football or soccer. To tell them apart, people were calling rugby football rugger and association football a sulker, short for association. They just dropped the A and made it soccer. It's British schoolboy slang, uh, which they would do where they would add ER to words for fun, like rugger from rugby. So Americans, Canadians, Australians kept using soccer to avoid confusion with American football, Canadian football. Do you watch Canadian football, the Grey Cup, anything like that?
No one watches Canadian football, but American football, I've watched before. Super Bowl, obviously the big one. That's pretty much. I'm not super into that.
What connection does Wayne Gretzky have to Hamilton, Ontario? Wayne Gretzky himself is not from Hamilton. He was born and raised in Brantford. Oh, it's 30 minutes west. I knew it was close.
Yeah, it's not the same town.
No. I know. But like they sometimes talk about him being from around Hamilton, Ontario. Okay, that's why I thought that.
What do you know about Hamilton, Ontario?
That Wayne Gretzky's from like 30 minutes away.
Awesome. Um, do you know what would make sports more entertaining?
If the cheerleaders were topless,
No.
you don't think that would make it more entertaining?
One variation is that each team has like a sniper, and the sniper is like hiding in the stadium, and basically you get like one bullet, and then during the game, they can take out like one player and like stop like a big play, or the snipers can try and take each other out and steal the other one's bullet, and then during the game, try and stop a play.
So do they actually have to shoot the person?
Well, it's kind of hypothetical, but it could work with like a paintball or something.
Okay. Do you know how paintball guns were invented?
No?
So, somebody, a streamer on Kick, came in here, or I was in his Discord, and his brother taught me this. A friend of mine from on Kick, Straight Savage. So it comes from the cattle world, and when you would have like a bunch of different cattle, you sometimes wanted to mark them, but it's difficult to mark cattle because they're like, there might be like, let's say, 500 head of cattle, like 500 cows, and you're trying to claim like a, a, a certain group of them for yourselves, maybe to buy or whatever, just to mate or whatever on your for your ranch. So they came up with paintball guns to shoot the cattle to be able to mark them from the other people. Isn't that interesting?
That is very interesting.
Yeah, let me
What
make.
year was
We're gonna find that out. Yo, dog, didn't paintball guns weren't they invented from like cattle marking? Can you give me a quick breakdown, like Joey Diaz? Like I don't know, like 5 bullet points. Yo, dog, straight up, Uncle Joey would say, straight up, like paintball guns started as some cowboy rancher shit, not some tactical war game thing. Cattle marking tool. Paintball guns were originally used to mark trees and livestock. Like, yo, tag that cow over there, not to shoot your buddy in the nuts at a bachelor party. It was a 1970s invention. In the early 1970s, these things came out as Nell Spot 007 markers made by Nelson Paint Company to shoot blobs of paint at trees for forestry and cows for ranchers. Some maniacs turned it into a game. In 1981, a few wild dudes, a stockbroker, a writer, and a ski dude, were like, what if we used these cow guns to hunt each other in the woods? Boom. First paintball match ever in New Hampshire. From trees to tournaments, what started as a marker became a global sport with jerseys, goggles, and inflatable bunkers, but it all started with tagging cows. From cow butts to war games, now it's a whole industry. Speedball, woodsball, military training, but deep down it's just a cattle gun with a midlife crisis. How do you like that?
I love it. Do you remember in the Olympics where there was like breakdancing?
Yeah,
It was like the most recent
that
event.
that Australian girl. Her name is what's her name? It's like It's like Rachel. Ra- what was her name? Let me get her name. Her name was Rachel something. Yo, who is that Australian lady who was a breakdancer? Her name was like Rachel something. Rachel Gunn. Yeah, they called her Ray Gunn.
That's an amazing nickname.
Right. That's how I remembered it because I knew I was like, why did they call her
There's
Ray?
an,
Why did they call her Ray Gunn? And I knew it was because, or I looked it up one time and it was like, oh, her name's Rachel, and her last name's Gunn. Isn't that baller?
yeah. And what did she do? She just like stood there and didn't dance?
No, she just didn't do like what it really was, in
She
my opinion.
tried to sabotage the event or something by dancing.
What it really was, in my opinion, is she just wasn't that good in comparison to people who you'll find in the inner city. So people mocked her. She's not really that bad, but she just wasn't that smooth with it. And like, when you've got like inner city breakdancers, if you've ever seen people who are like who do that, they're very impressive. They're like spinning on their heads, and they're like, but they're not like they're working at McDonald's. Not to put that down, I'm saying in a good way. They're doing their best to like make money so that they can survive. And Ray Gunn doesn't have a job and is able to spend her money to be like it's a lot of money to be an Olympian. Basically, what I'm saying is like give it some time, and those people who are doing it on the street or working, the people who are working 9 to 5 at McDonald's and then doing it in the evenings just to make money, they'll be able to do it, and it'll be a really big sport. So I think they took it away for the 2028 Olympics in LA, but I think it comes back for 2032, something like that. Let's check that out. Yo, dog, didn't they take away the breakdancing part of the 2028 Olympics, and it'll be back in 2032 or something? And also, why was Raygon not seen as a good dancer? All right. Debuted in Paris in 2024, not in 2028. Could return in 2032 at Brisbane. Um, why was she roasted? They said it was a mix of yoga, interpretive dance, and panic. Comedian spooked her. So they just didn't think that she scored 0 points. She did a kangaroo style bounce, offbeat movements. Some say it was artsy, some say she missed the beat. I think the big thing was she scored 0 points.
Yeah, everyone was grilling her like the fucking Coldplay.
Exactly. It's one of those things that I'm very suspicious about. And I'm suspicious about it from Reddit in particular. It's like when it's in every subreddit instantly within like 6 hours, I'm like, what is going on? Like, it's in stuff that's like not even like I don't know, like it shouldn't even be in the
Shouldn't
subreddit.
even be newsworthy.
Exactly.
Almost.
Right, but it's like pushed out by the news wires a as something that should be discussed. It's like a not a story, but yet everybody knows about it. And we just go through these things in news cycles. It's just distractive news, basically. AKA
Yeah.
Jay, you're in it.
Exactly.
All right.
Was it you that was telling me the funny speed skating story or no?
No.
I'm trying to find it.
Well, about the Australian guy who got who the only I think even medalist in the the only medalist in the only winter Olympic medalist in the history of Australia. Is that what you're talking about?
Possibly. What is that one?
Yeah, this one's hilarious. So, Australia has never had a medal ever in the Winter Olympics because it's like they don't have mountains and stuff or like any snow. But they had
They do. They have ski hills there.
okay, but not like serious ones. Um, so they had a speed skater who was just they were just happy to have this person in the finals of the speed skating competition, and like the people who were going to win were like China and the United States and Japan, all these like Norway, all these like powerhouses, and then there's the Australian person. And what ended up happening was and at least the United States, it was one of our big people. His name was like Apollo.
They all took each other out.
Exactly.
Like the last lap.
Exactly. And he was like the Michael Jordan of speed skating for the United States, or the Michael Phelps. Like they made this huge deal about this guy named Apollo Anton Ono, and one of the people slid and took out all the other people, and the Australian guy is just way in the back and just ended up skating through and won. And then he became a huge celebrity in Australia. He was on Australian Survivor and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Wait, he was on Australian Survivor?
Yeah, he's like a big time celebrity in Australia now, all because like all the good speed skaters got wiped out. And let's get
I'm
it
assuming it was like the track speed skating that's like really really small.
right. Exactly. Yo, dog, what's the deal with that Australian speed skater who's the only Australian Winter Olympic person? Give me a 5 bullet point breakdown on what happened. And what happened with his life? Wasn't he on Australian Survivor and anything else cool that he did? Yeah, so he was an underdog icon at the Salt Lake City Olympics. His name is Stephen Bradbury. In the men's 1,000-meter short tracks final, which is the big one, Bradbury stayed at the back while the favorites battled ahead. Incredibly, all four front runners crashed in the final turn, letting him skate and claim gold. It was Australia's first, and oh yeah, it was the Southern Hemisphere's first Winter Olympic gold. So the whole Southern Hemisphere. Um, he perfectly played Bradbury's strategy. He deliberately hung back in earlier rounds too, benefited from collisions and disqualifications in the quarter and semi, leveraging his conservative approach to advance. He survived career-threatening injuries, yada yada yada. Life beyond the ice. After retiring, he transitioned to motor racing, Olympic commentary, motivational speaking, and reality TV. He even appeared as a villain on Australian Survivor, where he founded the 47 Alliance and lasted 12 days. He was a hero on and off the ice. Oh, in March 2023, he rescued 4 teenage girls from dangerous surf and later received a bravery award from the Queensland governor for his quick thinking heroism. Bonus tidbit: the phrase "to do a Bradbury" has entered Australian slang, meaning to win unexpectedly, often thanks to others' misfortune. How do you like that?
I love it. I love that story. Was hilarious.
Absolutely. All right, go do what you need to
That
do. Come back.
purple-
Come back
purple
soon.
beats the hair.
Yeah, exactly. Come back soon, though. Okay.
All right,
Peace, buddy.
he's the.
What you doing, though? You're such a blessing.
I come back soon.
Welcome.
Was that fast enough?
Yeah, you ready?
No, it's okay. Jerk yourself off, Rob. I'll watch some Mancala videos.
All right, and then teach me all of the strategy for Moncala, okay?
That it's proprietary.
Sweet dog.
To the present day.
Alright.
Voting local
Peace.
bookstores. By the way, for those of you who were born after 1990, a bookstore is kind of like a store where you can actually walk in and buy paper books. And you can find lots of these popular books about Orthodox Jews who leave the fold and then explain Orthodoxy to the secular world,
Big boy.
usually with a kind of a negative bent.
Big
associated.
boy.
It's a long, long story in Jewish history.
Big boy.
Maybe one day, kind of catalog these individuals and see what's psychologically similar about them. At any rate, let's focus in on one of his most famous scientific books,
You're
and
so
not to place
sweet.
this within the context of 12th century science. This is a period, of course, when people believe very deeply in astrology, the power of the stars to determine a person's fate. And we saw it in his Andalusian period in many of his poems, talking about how the stars determine
You're
his
so
fate,
sweet.
and so on. So he wrote many books, actually most of them within the space of one extremely productive year. He wrote many
You're
books
such a
on
baby.
astronomy and astrology, one after another. And he made a huge amount of money with them. He actually sold them several times over, principally in France.
Oh, big
Then
boy.
one of those books we'll look at right now, Toledot, which literally means the book of things that will be born, or nativities. And because the astrolabe can be used with astronomical tables to determine things that will happen in the future, we have here the genesis of a scientific calculation of what could happen to a person's life, and in fact, the entire world over a period of time. Because you can figure out, well, Venus will be in this place, and the moon will be over here, and you'll predict an eclipse and all kinds of things. So he wrote a book on how to figure out what is going to happen in the future astronomically, and then what that means astrologically. And this is the foundation, essentially, of horoscopes. Right? But it's tremendously more sophisticated than what you read in the newspaper. So in this section here, he writes about, yeah, this is true. This is the way it works, that everyone's life is determined by the stars. There was actually a huge discussion in the Talmud about it, a question of whether or not Ein Mazal Yisrael, is there, what we say in Hebrew, we say Mazel Tov, right? Which means literally good constellation, meaning the stars are aligned. If someone gets married, you say Mazel Tov, meaning, oh, may this be an auspicious moment of the constellations for your marriage. Mazel Tov doesn't mean congratulations or good luck. It means auspicious astrological moment. As we would say in Canada, we would end that with hey. Auspicious astrological moment, hey. So, so the Talmud has this whole debate. Ein Mazal Yisrael or Yesh Mazal Yisrael? Does it apply to the Jewish people that they're bound by the stars like this? The Gemara concludes yes, but there are some exceptions. So in Ibn Ezra's Sefer HaMoedot, he goes through 8 exceptions to the rule. How it is that you can overcome your destiny. Okay, so I thought we should look at some of those. Okay, let's look at some of those. So the first one is, he says, you got to understand that the stars give a destiny both to entire nations and to individuals. So it's possible that you may be born under an unfortunate constellation, but you will be swept along by the general positivity of your national horoscope. Meaning, and he uses the sense of nation, by the way, really more synonymous with religion or ethnicity than with what we would call nation. But he says, like, the Jewish people are destined to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, right? The eternity of Israel is not alive. But individual Jews, Chas v'shalom, may have a different horoscope because the stars predict an entire people as well as individuals. So even though in many ways, these are kind of like reasons why you shouldn't feel bad if you don't get the horoscope it says in the newspaper, because there are all these exceptional rules. But if you were really an expert, you would be able to figure them out. So the astrology refers to entire peoples as well as individuals, and sometimes they come into conflict, and you don't know which one is going to win. Borders and climates. This is another aspect which I didn't want to take too much time on, but he was also very, very particular about vocabulary, and he was unusual in that he refused to adopt Arabic words to express Hebrew philosophical concepts, which made him sometimes very difficult to understand. People like Petrus Alphonsus would just borrow terms from Arabic and then would use them in Latin. And then people would say, okay, that's the word for it. Like the word for one of the most important Arabic mathematicians is algebra, and so that becomes algebra. Right? So many of these words just sort of transfer. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which refers to kind of like a region or a zone, which becomes aklim in Hebrew. I'm sorry, I think the thing was, I forget whether it was Hindu or that becomes aklim in Arabic, and then it becomes climate in English. But he refused to use that term. He used the term rule, boundary in Hebrew. And so he was really quite, what's the right word for it? Not ethnocentric, a stickler, but I'm trying to say something like this. Like he was like national pride about this. The Hebrew language says everything. We don't need to borrow nothing from nobody. We take only Hebrew words. Like the famous word in Hebrew, they call the rear axle of a car in Hebrew, rear axle. You know how you say the front axle? Rear axle hakadmoni, right? The rear axle that's in the front. So yeah, the French are like that. They have an academy where they're very particular. They don't accept words in the French. They try to borrow. They try not to borrow words from other languages, and they invent their own that are French origin. Um, and in Hebrew too, especially in the 1950s, they had an institute that tried to keep Hebrew pure. Instead of using a word like economia, right, economy, they use the word kala, which is totally different origin. Anyways, off track. Borders and climates, how can this affect it? Well, as I mentioned, the astrolabe is like specifically associated with particular areas. So if you're living in one area and the stars are aligned for your horoscope in that particular area, what happens if you move to a significantly new place? Well, the stars are aligned differently for you over there. And in fact, anyone get the reference to this week's Parsha? I think you did, right? Mashana Makom, Mashana Mazal. Literally, you change your place, you change your mazal. And in this week's Parsha, Abraham is forced to go to a different land because the Gemara says, hey, where you live right now, you'll never have kids. You must go to Eretz Israel because over there you'll have a different mazal, a different constellation. That will apply to this. Really cool stuff. Another thing that changed the world year, there's a whole cycle of years. It's not 364 and a quarter odd days. There's a whole cycle of years where the general position of the Earth with regards to other planets can change. And like a 500-year horizon of change. And so even though we may have positive horoscopes individually naturally from the planets, it could be that the entire globe is in that particular period of Earth, like Earth year, that could change everything as well. And your socioeconomic background, this is fascinating stuff. You may have a mazal that says you're going to be a king, that you are going to be melech, that you have all of the qualities of a king. But let's say you're born into a slave household. Well, you become a big businessman. You'll end up, owning your own company. But you'll end up, you'll go from, it's true, like if you were a slave and you had the mazal to be a king, you're not going to be a king. It's too far away. But you could go from being a slave to being a huge business owner. In other words, the general trajectory of your mazal will point in a certain direction, and the realities of where you live socioeconomically will dictate the starting point of that change. Also, forces of nature that, you may have the mazal, a person may have a mazal to live a long and healthy life. But if you decide that you want to be a skydiver and you want to, try hang gliding and all kinds of risky sports, and you want to challenge the law of gravity, all bets are off. You use the example of the sea. You may have this great mazal, but if you put yourself into a position of danger, it could be that the forces of nature have a stronger mazal than you do. So they can't be overpowered. That's what you're right? Exactly. This is translation of right? We don't wait for miracles, which is a beautiful thing. In Muncie, New York, I lived there many years ago, and they have very few street lights, a lot of suburban streets. And it's a good thing that Hasidim there, they dress in very bright, vibrant colors. So at night, it can be quite dangerous, right? Because you're driving and the Hasidim are on the block, so they local vehicle store. He's still there, I think. He sold these fluorescent fans that had, it said on the Hikmah speaking holidays, we do not rely on miracles. So there's some nature could overwhelm a person's mazal as well. And here's the last one. This is the most important one for us. The wise sword. Because he says that we do have this concept that I referred to earlier, it's Ein Mazal Yisrael. There's no sign for the Jewish people in or mitzvahs, the chesed, the kindness, then they remove themselves from the gravitational pull of the stars. When they're engaged in the study of Torah, that's possible to remove them altogether from the entire gravitational pull, and the mazalot during that time do not affect them. Which gives rise to the concept that we have in the Talmud of shluchei mitzvot and nezakim, where every person involved in doing a mitzvah is not harmed at that time, it's more on the way back. There's a lot more to say about it, it's pretty good. But anyway, here's a quick selection of Ibn Ezra's thought. You see both the influence of astrology and also the influence of Jewish philosophy and Jewish text very much involved in determining how astrology works. The book that definitely really worth studying. Anyways, let us go now to his legacy. And one of the more amazing things about Ibn Ezra is that he is becoming a medieval rabbi after being a crater on the moon is named. There is actually a crater on the moon named Ibn Ezra. And the reason for it is because it looks a little bit like a matzo ball. I thought that was funnier than it actually was. But no, his contribution to science, even though we Jews tend to think of Ibn Ezra, we think of his commentary on the Chumash, the short commentary, the long commentary, we think of these things. But in the larger world, his introduction of Andalusian Arabic science to the Christian world was incredibly important. His description of how to use the astrolabe, his description of the way that you chart the stars was so significant that modern science is deeply indebted to his contribution. And so much so that when they mapped out the craters in the moon, he was a leading candidate for to the express gravity. It is ironic that we know of him only in one smart amazing aspect of his activity, it's closest to home, but nevertheless he was a figure that stood tall on the world stage. And he omitted many other aspects of his work. He influenced poetry, he made a John Lennon song, taken from some of his early poetry, because he influenced a tremendous amount of Christian thought far beyond the much more narrow audience of Jews in so with that, I'd like to conclude. Hope you found the life of Ibn Ezra as fascinating as I do. We will return, as I mentioned, next week with a very special program. I hope you all are going to come. It's going to be really great. I'll celebrate my family. While Billy celebrated with us. And what did you think about it? The very last one for the book that I will basically, the section of Rabbi is very important because it is an iconic photograph of him throughout the USA. Was a major Hasidic thinker of the 20th century and already published a very important book called Photography, the Obligation of Students to talk about and he had a grand plan for reinvigorating world enthusiasm technology to Jewish background. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the Holocaust. And he found himself in the Warsaw Ghetto and ministering to his followers of the duration of the war. Whatever the case may be, we see it in the UK, people getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, that the Chinese Social Credit War says that this feels a lot like a precursor to that. Steve Bannon has said that he thinks that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this bag of movement. You share that view, and do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House? And they were very they were discovered among 55 Polish construction workers, and they were published under the title Nation Focus the Holy Fire. Fascinating story overall. Now, the small contribution that I've made to the research on this program is the way he describes his sermons no reference whatsoever to the Nazis, the Germans. There's a lot of discussion of the act of destruction, persecution, and suffering, but if you didn't know the specific context, you might think this is just a really depressing nightmare from the book. It's only from the context that we know he's talking about the Holocaust. However, since we know the date delivered each of those letters, what I did is I went back to the various journals and memoirs, newspapers, German documentation, and I found out what was happening in the ghetto that very week, street by street, micro details of the book. And then I compared it to what the Rebbe said on Shabbat, and I saw that in many cases he was speaking directly to the concerns of the congregation. In other words, he was using his pulpit as a way to offer inspiration and guidance and theological direction to assist specifically in the processing of the horrible events of the past week. And it's absolutely fascinating. It's a sustained work of spiritual heroism. And I believe that reading his Rothschild'S, his sermons, within the context of the historical setting is the best way to application letter. He writes that basically has had this book, on his desk for 4 years, and so much of it was opaque to him. I feel like my book is really great, and I'm telling you, right now. Anyways, we have the book launch on Monday night, the 30th. I really hope in terms of the able to join us and to celebrate the life and the work and contribution little section of schools in the club that is representative of the family in Brooklyn. I was very honored if you wanted to get a copy of the book. They're available, of course, on all the internet outlets, and certainly asking your local Jewish bookstore that is and I guess that's what it is. I'm very proud of the work. What was that something
should the human race exist, and he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have that one seems easy, and he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested that maybe people with Epstein Island say, what, that seems like advice on their divorces. It just, he also says, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist. Right, so it just feels to me that, yes, they're part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of, or help concentrate the information and help murders So that's the case. Palantir is offering to Trump.
Obviously, in honor of the certification of the but a month ago, when they were getting champagne.
So Palantir is offering to use the grant that's already in place for Trump's age. So what I'm trying to say is not that it's Palantir, it's that we're saying we're there for 45. We're there 2050. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir thing is a fight about Trump coming and saying, okay, I'll hire you to explain how this works and give me access. I'm saying it's already all there. No, I understand it. I think that I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust any of that. I don't trust Sam Altman. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil, although they say some things that are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different than if you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go for to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all this stuff. Like, do things tech communities, if we have a thriving tech community people. It's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or China-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. That does seem like they would prefer that. I want to hear your thoughts on that. Logistic volunteers, those evil thing on Earth never seen. Why do we all know about Palantir? And not the other we don't know. Because we don't know about Microsoft.
This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath.
So we're all learning about surveillance in AI and social credits and biometrics and social credits. We're already doing it. They're just bidding to get into the draw just as a junior. So I oppose what Palantir's doing, and everyone I oppose it. Otherwise, I'm saying it's become a distraction into only them. Understood. Disclosure. Your sources, people that you know, how damaging is this if this all comes out? Do we think that this is an watershed moment for the United States and Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel it is, which is a Mossad CIA blackmail? Or is this basically not, we're never going to definitively know that? Will we? I have a lot of conjecture, we have a lot of gun in my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? And is that one of the big reasons that they do not work out? Let's all try. Well, he wasn't officially Mossad. He was an operative at the highest level. He's an operative. Well, he was an operative at lower level. I looked at the logs. But he himself was just a manager. His lane was the case manager. This is all basically coming out. And this is the liberation that is really using over Trump right now. I do all this in my information. It's not Trump himself. They just all look all this other stuff out of Paris and getting flying twice on his plane from New York to Long Beach. And he had trouble release until he got everything with Chicago. They don't know what's important with this. This is captured the public's understanding of things. And so it's all about integrity. It's all about getting rid of the deep state and Trump joining with it and defending it. The next topic is the Rothschild'S. He said, I'm on a board and everybody would have given the voters a free future. And he said, I think it's happening 14 response to the defense. It's a collapse system. It's a collapse. It's a collapse. 5, 6 response to the it's overshadowing another interesting important story that's that Kobe, Brendan Clapper, has essentially participated in what was kind of an attempted coup with, manufacturing this evidence that Trump was installed by Russia. Hurricane is confirmed that not just Obama giving orders to Clapper and Comey before 2016 and Cruz running. They put him under surveillance, the documents are out. They created the SIL dossier because the intelligence out and the report was made. They created the documents are out. Obama was in his CIA operative. His mother worked for USA. Shining stars of Because Obama weirdly comes up all the time as this, and I always think these politicians are middlemen, and I imagine that Barack Obama, like a similar politician, like they know what's going on.
Rabbi
Bill Clinton, Obama's grandfather was the head of the CIA. His mother was a CIA sex operative. His real father was the head of the Communist Party USA.
So let's play first in context.
Where do you think he was born? Take a guess.
Of the generation known as the Rothschild'S. So according to
Videos.
philosophy of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that keep together, primarily for theological reasons, but it also has implications for how it works. And the concept behind this generation is the notion that the closer that Jews were to revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah, divine information, and so on. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later because we have the ability to access information in early generations. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane in later generations. And the philosophy of time, breaking up several groups. So hardline nutrition. I wrote that you're especially looking at what are shown in for the first little bit of a misleading term because they're looking at before the collections, which are on their Mariah, the 9 and 10. Well, we're showing a series of first major generations intelligence camp.
Feel as well. I mean,
Same as we shown in the Rashi.
Obama says that my father, he was like my father. I stayed with him in the summer. He was friends with my grandfather. And his dad's a famous CIA maker. Well, I know people in Chicago that have said that Obama essentially had led kind of a secret double life his entire life. And they were shocked that he was polling so well in the election. Obviously, he was a brilliant politician, but the media didn't go near any of his secret life the way they didn't go. There's a lot of people that obviously media's told us to stand down, but I know people in Chicago that large financial institutions knew him that were shocked that more details about his private life weren't emerging. Well, you know, my mom says you're a white, you know, hopefully it's well known.
You also have the so-called
very silly saying, the CIA is literally Syria, all the secrets are seemingly the people that always lead us. It seems to be whether you're in the closet, if you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, leverage is always being used on different people to control them. 1,000%. So Trump, in my estimation, just let everything out. No matter how embarrassing it is. He does.
So these are the kinds of things that are showing very early, and the Rothschild'S certainly that the most significant area of this literature activity as the writer of response the term responsa is practice, and it is the plural of responsa, which is the same word we have in English, response. Dictionaries were like this. And by the way, this is the way it works in the 21st century. Physical Jews have a question, and it's just a response. You would ask his wife what to do, she would tell him he would disagree, and therefore he would be forced to go to the rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct. Here's how it goes. If you has a problem, decided by consensus, not by any political combination. Just like our little well-learned rabbi, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi.
I think obviously poison food in America needs to be dealt with. We talked a lot about these vaccines were mandated and had a lot of adverse effects. Everybody is now not following up. Pfizer, maybe you know more about than I do, but I saw that her the one she was to run now. Only 2 years ago, they said the biggest our generation. And too many clients Pfizer. So Pam Bondi and Susan Wiles, who's the White House chief of staff, run a consulting firm, and their biggest client is Pfizer. Well, that's not great.
Maybe half a dozen.
And even
That's very disregard as
the lawyers came out, all the people involved.
We didn't have a generation like that.
And even in Congress,
40 years ago, widespread
Kennedy's trying to be a consultant now. So we look at this and Kennedy's like, we're banning the MRA shot.
That's very
The White House somehow overrides it. I think Kennedy, from people I know, I think Kennedy feels like he's frustrated. I also think, yes, get the poison cleared out, but also Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, these mandatory vaccines, a lot of them had adverse health effects, and now that's not being talked about. Everything's about food diet. Now, by the way, get the food diet out, sure, but let's not indemnify companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. I mean, big pharma's it's the big one.
They were eventually published over 3,500 responses have been observed as a published study.
This is going on, so it's a big giant operation. Susie Wells gave him the organization skills that threw me in a way.
By the way,
So it's the deal you need. But what's his chief of staff for his last election? Where she lived for the year? She works for Benjamin's son.
technological innovations or social
She
innovations.
works for
What gave us microwave?
Interesting. I did not know that.
You have to treat it with all the laws.
That keeps coming up.
So if you put meat in it, and then you want to cook milk in it,
Jewish people that are religious and aren't, and they a lot of them think what's going on in Gaza is atrocious, and this criminal state trial. But it is interesting to see that this administration is starting to spin out of control.
by the age of 40.
It feels like that. Because what I want to say is that the first 5 months or so, it was like almost perfectly on track with it, and then it started going sideways, and now it's living very quickly in correction. And I have no interest in them feeling like I'm the difference to look at me in prison. It's suing me all the time. I mean, it's like my life vote. I'm in his Trump, and then he's poking holes all over the vote. And then I don't want to be in his Susie Wells. I want to be in his. I can say a lot more. I mean, I don't know what I was called. I would be like, what do you want? Now, I'm like, oh, you think I'm doing all this to get somebody to work for you? I want you to do what you were elected. Yeah, so it went from So that's how long I've been listening to you, and that's why I bring you in when stuff like this happens, because I often get confused because we all basically say to ourselves, what the hell's going on? It's almost like the gaslighting is so crazy because it's like they start going like, who said Epstein was a you're like, who said any of this? And you go, why would you suggest he's connected to the Mossad or anything? And you go, wait a minute, hold on. This is all been kind of decided. There's mountains of evidence. So to attack supporters or people that are just raising questions, well, of course you're going to have to go out and say, hey guys, you know what you're doing. For whatever reason you want this to go away, it's not going to go away until you disclose the information you have. And that's the problem. He's double down. He's totally strength and weakness. And so the full shot from last week is a full shot. This is a death spiral. It's so sad. And the Democrats are openly with 350,000 kids smoking drugs, much over sex, whatever. Tom Owen already said 35,000 kids, prostitute 1,000. All this good's happening. And I don't want to see this happen. But the way this works, and I'm surmising this, I'm not sure. But if Trump makes a deal with the exchange, leave him alone. All the exchange things are going to go, okay, you're going to have to tell Martino and all your nonsense out there. This is what Cal Seraphin, really smart people, smart shit, wasn't on the show. They give it bad advice. God, this credits them on the very same people acting like they're on their side. So it looks like they made a deal to get 6 to 1 reason, and then the very same media Democrats that turn on them, and they'll hear other those Democrats say they want them to be classified. They only want stuff where Trump is. I say release it all. Release it all is the only way. And maybe depose Alex Acosta. Let's find out who told him. The U.S. Attorney, the President, 50 years ago, said it's told no easy intelligence. Yeah, so let's find out. And at the end of the day, I think that, I'm not naive. You're not naive. We know that there's serious players behind the scenes that are exerting pressure on all kinds of people. And I know that you can't wave the magic wand and make the deep state go away. And you can't, throw them all in jail overnight. But if there's no accountability for this type of criminal activity that everybody knows about, the lack of accountability is going to eat away at not only this administration, but in the government and justice system in this country. No, you're right. You're absolutely the key here. And by the way, I can go as long as you want. We're going to wrap up in a few minutes. My ladder's about to run, so can I just run the other way? We'll run over and come back. You can run a team out there while you're not good at it. I learned how to do this with you. I just talk. I don't even have guests. Just like the random stuff coming out, that was all fake. So I have such no belief in that. There was me actually watching so much. I have more stuff there. No team, but it's a thing. I understand. Alex Jones is keeper, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's time to tell you about Athletic Greens, the company that dropped me for talking about Alex Jones. I did one ad on my show about Athletic Greens many years ago, and we did it from Alex's studio, and they dropped me. So here's what I'd like to say about Athletic Greens. One day my friend took Athletic Greens and he died. He put Athletic Greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's dead. Athletic Greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't Athletic Greens. Maybe it was just some type of a random medical emergency. I don't know. It was the greens. He was frothing at the mouth. He goes, oh no, what's happening? And it was because of Athletic Greens. Now, I'm just saying, you can send me so bad. But I'm just saying it's a comedy show. Everything I'm saying is a joke. Of course, obviously, full disclaimer, didn't go my friend. They did drop me. We tried to get them back. I'm before the court. We said, how about you guys go get free tickets to my show? We're sorry. Who do you think's taking Athletic Greens? You think they're all offended by Alex Jones? Who do you think these people are that drink this? You think they're offended by this? All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, Alex. I was just shitting on an advertiser who dropped me. Thinking I was talking about Athletic Greens. No, they dropped me. Actually, they dropped me because they said Athletic Greens on their show 2 years ago. Back to the incredible thing you just said.
Now, of course, since we are talking about
This is a benchmark deciding issue
concentrate on
because killed Epstein all over and then now Trump has a big issue. So him saying, don't look at it, don't talk about it, he's not that stupid to do something like that. And so the whole thing is such a disaster. It changed a bunch of people. It's so sad. But because of integrity issues, I can't sit here and play along with it. And all they have is points towards Mossad blackmailing Trump. And I just wonder, how we're supposed to get out of this guy. Hopefully he fixes it. Because normally an incumbent president wins the first election, they lose the House and Senate. The numbers are where the pollster seems to win. He was getting record numbers with everybody. A lot of that raising came from very big donors, people like Mary Madison and stuff like that, have a lot of political connections in Israel, obviously. And I think there's probably pressure from that avenue as well, of people that spend a lot of money to help Trump get elected that are probably telling him, let's make this go right. Let's not have this be an embarrassment or worse. Sorry, yeah. Did you hear me? Yeah. You were back. Okay. Yeah, what is that? Is that a animal on your, is that a glutton on your, no, this is a lobster. It's the summer. See, that's like it's the summer. It's like lobster. That's like you know, see, what does that say about me? I don't see a lobster, I see a devil. I like it's December, so when the lobster's over and it goes to the full, we put a pumpkin.
Kind of like in a
yeah, we try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking, cults, and everything. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too. This is not just political. There's probably a lot of big people in Hollywood. Let's talk about who we know is clear blackmailing operation. Against high-tech people, science people, vaccine executives, Harvard, massive Hollywood. The Clinton, Steve Jobs, Atlantic Monthly art, Atlantic Magazine, all those people, and that's my big frustration, is that we know they're all in there, we know it's all going on, and by Trump doing this, he's now joining with them, and he did it in such a terrible way, and saying you're not part of our organization, if you question this, which then backs up the left left that Fox is a cult, I'm not a cult. So, how are you processing this? Because I'm not left for two evils here, but overall, Trump is a lot better than Democrats. But at the same time, it's an integrity issue because he's become an accomplice by extension. I mean, he might join it on the cover. Agreed. I process it the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having it, having American working class regain ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not open the borders. What they've done in the UK has caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country. 50 per million committed, 5 trillion towards what it is. I mean, he got to this new economic right now. Why is the Federal Reserve? He's established a whole multi-commitment research. I mean, yeah, he is still the maverick. And here's what I know. I don't believe in inside baseball. I hate to do this. I started hearing this about a year ago from people like us.
all of the science
78 days that we have now. All the trials, all the pressure, all the demonization. He doesn't crack up like at a certain point because he's really real man. And now, this months ago, I kind of mentioned it, but I don't want to attack any of them fodder.
Lots of
But it
studies
is an
that
issue that increment now. It's not Epstein stuff. It's not something that's being proved. They'll bring in some side issue and they'll scream at them and say, I only want to hear about stopping World War III, bringing jobs back, securing the border, and defeating election fraud. And it's really mad. I didn't used to do that. And I'm able to talk to him. When we get out of here, say, sir, you got to stop defending this. You got to stop managing government. It's been for 30 years, 50 years. They'll just say, fuck you, then they got fought a war, kick them out of laws. So it's not just any globe about this. It's good to have a guy that doesn't give a crap. On a certain point, from fighting corruption, but when he doesn't give a crap about his constituents, we're kind of experiencing, these towers are experiencing, so I love him doing that to them, but with us, the optics are really bad. So he lived for it. Who was he listening to? People say Stephen Miller and Susie Wiles have the most outside influence in the administration. Do you think that's true? Yeah, I'm not defending Stephen Miller, but from my sources, he basically has the main on the border domestic stuff, and Susie Wiles. I was warned up front she was bad news. And anybody that wants anything has to go through her. I just know her consultancy firm was going to school at number one. Bondi and her good buddies very tight. Absolutely. Well, they're the same consultants.
Right.
You see, we don't have a huge consultant firm, but they're also both in the White House. It's a major conflict of interest. So it's not quite Hunter Biden level stuff in terms of revenue. And again, I'm not trying to say that the only problem is just that look, a lot of it is complex, it's huge, a lot's going on. And Trump's trying to be pragmatic, but if he thought he could make deals with the deep state, like, sir, the CIA was sorry, okay, let's shut this down. They walk into the trap and they all go, by the way, that stuff they raided from the Democrats, it's all about you. That doesn't mean it's real. Anyway, I already predicted it's recycled. It's recycled BS about Trump. So I think that's what we're going to see.
Any part of him that says they'll kill me because they tried to, maybe tried to in Pennsylvania, where very few people are satisfied with the explanation of that, what the assassin was, Thomas Benjamin Ruxer. On Trump, we didn't know that much about him. The media's only recently started to kind of put out a narrative about him, but that was clearly a rush with death. Do you think that there's any fear in that sense that Trump goes, people are playing for keeps?
I think that's the Trump wants success for America. He's pragmatically trying to pick the best direction. There's a new video that's viral everywhere about July 13th. July 13th. You see the film Irving when he died, he shot. It shows his production. Believe I was been in that presidential speech of Trump or Obama or any of them which I've been to, or Bush, or any of them, all those. You have the Secret Service directing press up, directing press back. They tell you when you can be there, when you can't. He gets shot, he falls down, they wave him back. He pops back up. They let the press in. These are TV productions. So people see that production, and then they it's fake. The whole thing is a production. But I know ballistics, I know rifles. They didn't have real people shooting at them. And they just verbally grabs this year. And you can't think real like that. You can't think it because there's another shooter or a guy getting killed or other people getting shot in the background. The greatest directors all fused together. Steven Spielberg, Francis Ford Coppola, Scorsese, nobody can do that. Nobody can, carry that out. That was real. His hair got raised. You see the original of the carcass in the bullet goes something this big, and it's this big. And when it grazes you, that's exactly what it does. Long story short, it shows me our film my hair's well off, the whole slow like that. Swing right to the side and same thing happened.
resolved it though,
Let's
and
drop
had to
bombs
kind of
back
show
up.
them
Like,
that,
okay, it's okay.
hey,
You come back
this
forward
is what we're
because
doing,
they're
everyone.
producers. They're
Okay, so
filmmakers.
also
That run
was very
this.
available
They're trying to get conic shots from videos or
particularly
whatever.
from
Drone.
attacks
And so
from the
they all
United.
see shot
This is a
videos here
period
and back.
when it was
Then he
very
pops back
popular
up.
to
He's
host
normal. Okay, they
things
bring
like
back up.
YouTube
Bring the
stations
cameras back
in
up.
which the
Got a
church,
bunch of Pulitzer Prize winning
which is
photographers there.
state
But they
support,
got to do
would arrange for
what the
these
Secret Service says. So
kind
people
of
go, oh, that's production.
debates.
Whoa,
Which
when Trump goes here,
forced to
okay,
participate in
well,
debate
okay,
against
that's
the
a
Christian
production.
Interlock.
That's mean the game
This
is
was
playing.
a
You know, it's
Jewish
real.
convert
So see, you know, it is a production, but
was famous
it's a
about
production that is a real event that's happening. Before you go, what do you think Netanyahu wants? I mean, on Syria today, Gaza takes it insane. They seem to be hinting that they're not done with Iran. I've heard from people, and there's articles out, and this is not a secret, that they don't, I don't think they feel like enough damage was done during the war. What do you think ultimately in Trump's 4 years you would like to see, Netanyahu would like to see, like, what would be their goal here? Would it be to reconfigure Gaza in the image of what they would want? I imagine that's on the table. Is there another attack on Iran? What do you think it is? Well, let's have an expert on this. How much time do I have? Any, as much as you want.
Tracks that criticize just like the fighter of the
Benjamin
faith
Netanyahu has been in power off and on for like 5 years. And previously he represented the most right-wing, aggressive Israelis. When he shot Rabbi out of their way, it's on record, the group associated with him killed him.
very much active.
And now they've got Israel so radical and call it right-wing, as the media calls it, just let's just say,
And finally,
Israeli supremacist.
defending himself.
So
He decided to respond to it. Besides his commentary on Thomas, because he also would have there was a left involved with this that deals with the other big problem dealt with the laws of it's called Torah the teachings of the whole, or Torah and it was criticized in the realm of associated debate by another great thinker of the period, very recognized as being widely it is actually the first, it itself was
Until 3 years ago, on the record, it was an article in the man for the
book is about.
Israel set up
The
Hamas
book is written
and funded the creation of Israel. Video of Jamaica one review like put a new more radical group in that challenges them, and then people forget about it later and blow them up next month. 8 months ago, with NATO, on record, overthrew Assad for 18 years of trying or 7 years. I said, after 6 months, overthrow the new Al-Qaeda. Well, Israel's out bombing, trying to take him out. Which is a one-dimensional thing. Sounds good. I don't like the leader of Al-Qaeda. Ethnically cleansing all radical Muslims and Christians for Israel. Israel literally rebuilt hospitals for Al-Qaeda in Muhammad and put them in as they say was forced. Just like Netanyahu's predecessors located next to they were power. Believe it, Hamas created Hamas. So then you have October 7th and this standing on this little armed camp. Credible Israeli intelligence, one of the best military intelligence ever. 7.5 hours, nobody responds. Hamas ran across the fence, grabbing all these checks. Right? You farted Israel, we'll shoot them and slug your ass. So, Netanyahu admitted that what is now, the army blamed him, he blamed them. That wasn't a couple years ago. He said, the war is over, we'll investigate. Well, Netanyahu in power 25 years, serious heart problems, indicted. He stays in power by having racist. So it really comes down to him and his party. And they don't get elections for 5 months under emergency declaration. They can't even have elections because of this emergency. So he stands to gain. The weapons makers stand to gain $1 billion So anyway, with Vincent Smith, Iran's going, okay, I went into that, but if you go back to Wesley Clark 20-some years ago, he goes to the Pentagon, which is classified now. They go, the next 5 years, we're going to go 7 countries Iran. The last. Well, they got Syria 8 months ago. The last one is Iran. It's not just about getting that Gaza Strip. Under international law, Israel gets 12 miles out, and they got one of the biggest gas fields undrilled because of conflict. I mean, it's more rich than off the coast of Texas or Louisiana. And so there's trillions of dollars, and they've already built a pipeline that goes up to Turkey. So Turkey is involved. Erdogan acts like he doesn't like Netanyahu. Those guys are on the split. They're signing joints or joint them. And so it's all, and the U.S. is involved. Well, it's act like it's not because it wants to stop the Belt Road out of China all the way through into Russia and Europe. They want this other pipeline they're building into Europe out of there. And there's gas all the way up from Israel, Lebanon, Syria, all the way. And so Israel wants to build the main industrial shipping hub for shipping liquid natural gas and the pipeline up in Europe. It's got probably more gas than freaking Alaska. I mean, it's got more gas than Kuwait, more gas than areas there where Russia intersects with Ukraine. It's one of the richest gas fields in the world. Trillions of pure liquid natural gas and oil. It's near surface, by the way, it's not deep. So it is a gold mine. So here, all of those condos here, these weird avenues and Trump owns to be so beautiful. Saudi Arabia wants to come in, offer to pay to make it all nice, and you get all healthy stuff. That's all it would cover. The hotels and the swimming pools and casinos are nothing. It's that hub.
And
It's a southern hub. You can say, well, the natural gas all the way from right there in the Mediterranean up to Syria, but you gotta have the hub and start with the pipeline to come up out of Israel. Right, so this is not even debated. So we're talking, I say like $7 trillion in current numbers just off the coast of Gaza. Add it all up, it's over $20 trillion you can leverage that to give the military control. Israel is never actually by Tel Aviv. They've never had a catastrophe before. And so this is about strategic alliance and control and blocking China. So I don't want to just blame Israel. You know, it's all about the It's all about the U.S. backsliding. Like Trump, oh, please do it in Gaza. Next week, 3 years ago. Yeah, I was thinking, oh, please don't hit Gaza. No, the U.S. and its infrastructure absolutely love Israel. I mean, access, I think you're right. What is the end game in Ukraine? They're still cutting big checks. We're still spending a lot of money. It seems like we're trying to get that country nuked. I think hopefully there'll be a deal in place. Brings China to Singapore, that was a very big possibility, but it seems like policy of America is to push Putin into a corner to use as some kind of tactical nuclear weapon. I mean, I can't see any other end game. Well, as usual, your analysis just yourself is accurate. The head of the trades is finance, the head of the tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Iran's identity. They said, our business plan is a 20 or 30-year commercial war with Russia. We'll finally put Russia in the war. Well, that didn't work. Perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Israel that constitutional munitions, artillery shells, 301 guns,
phenomenon that we
so
know
that's
at
not
the turn
working.
of the 21st century, the so-called
And so the
phenomenon,
ES
which is an
translated
acronym
wants
for
this.
off-blood
And
yelling,
you've
sort
got,
of like an internal
just like Vietnam turned out, went back to Iraq, Hitler,
sort
Venezuela,
of
nothing.
catchphrase,
Oh, what's it to make it more
meaning
to make
you
money?
were
They've done it
observant
in places
and
where
chose
they
to
could have
not
won
become
very quickly,
no
but it
longer
worked. They could have won,
famous.
destroying it, but they never did that
Israel,
because
the
it was just a way to pump.
the
I mean, LBJ made like back then,
phenomenon
they were $20 million,
and
like $3 billion. So just saw it branching out in the ocean, putting ports. So it's all a tactic war game. And even for 15 years, the U.S. has overthrown governments in Ukraine, stirring it up, poking at Russia, and they don't care. As long as they can keep it going, they're laundering
this is exactly
$300
what
billion
happens to our
in
system
just the last
so
2 years.
desperately
And
attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. From internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and religious learning. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, you can see that, as he say later in his memoirs, he had suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. It is also illustrative of phenomenon that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years, phenomenon that we will still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. I'll speak about this in greater detail in a slide. So basically, one of the things that happened between the 16th and the 18th century into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authority waned. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism towards religion in general. The society that we were all born in the 20th century was radically different from the society that we were born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis simply do not exert the same control. They don't have the same coercive powers that has the positive and negative aspects. The positive aspect you might like to think is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American volunteerism and freedom, they can choose whatever they want to do, they can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center, and Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the great influence that modernity has afforded. We begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition, a full flower in the French Revolution, and that's what we begin to discuss very much. Okay, one last. So anyway, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. One of the artworks that I showed you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe for reasons that I think will become clear. The whole idea of the subverted identity that Acosta himself maintained under an oppressive totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal, and then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself as a really Orthodox Jew and finding out that Orthodox Jews are not all their friends that could be was quite different as a parallel group. The last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha, Jewish law, of the selection issue, the captured child. There is this concept that, there is mandatory observance, right? So start the Moses on the Mount, and you get the Ten Commandments, and tells you these are things you have to do. And if you are not compliant, then of course you are a heretic and you are outside of the pale, or off the derech, off the map. And then there are people who return, who say we're going back to the derech. Now what about people who were kidnapped as children, for example, in an act of war, and very common in the ancient medieval period that Jewish children, Christian children, Muslim children would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves in a totally foreign culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain manumission, and they know they're Jewish, they return to the Jewish community, and they find that, wait a minute, I'm not allowed to do that. I can't make a fire on Shabbos and on Saturday. What's the big deal? So according to Jewish law, so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they are perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable scale of culpability of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not sort of push. It was not rooted in their personality because they did not receive that children. The Israeli scholar Rabbi once ruled that all of American Jews, regardless of their parents, are in the category of not their finished food, kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement, which says that the entire culture is one of nature. So I'm just go like that. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, basic biography there. He was born in 1583 in a small town of Portugal to a Greek Christian family. For those of you who were not here last week, I spoke a little bit more about Spanish Inquisition. You'll recall that particularly in Portugal in 1497, when there was this massive coerced conversion of all of Portuguese Jews to Catholicism. Only a tiny number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholic. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and subsumed into the general category of conversion, there was justifiably a lingering suspicion that they were secretly learning to return to their Jewish roots. They really wanted to choose and only had succumbed to the pressure to convert because of the torturous policy of the church. So this created a category known as Christian. As opposed to the old Christians who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism, these were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class new Christian. And this designation of new Christian would persist for centuries. Generation after generation, people who were new Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against new Christians. They were suspected, again, correctly, of having Judaism tendencies, and kind of suspicions were placed on their travel, on their, in some cases, on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, now we're talking about Jews who are converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's New Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for centuries. So he was born to one of these families, putting it in terms of the time frame, they're called as the forced conversion is 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. That means the Jews had about 3 decades where basically they would pretend they were Christian on a very, very thin level, and then later became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic, and it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have been such a from Catholic after all. He may have been just as much a crypto Jew as his mother was. Because his father died very young, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature a secret from his son. That was a very common thing in the so-called Marano religion. I use that term with some difficulty because it is a kind of a program case, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversions or crypto Jews. By the way, they often call it anusin, which means the forced one, the ones who were forced to pretend that they were Catholics. It's most anusin did not find out they were Jewish until their adolescence. When they're too young, his parents were afraid that a child would banter in the playground to show their Jewish identity, and so therefore they let their children believe that they were in fact just as Catholic as the next door neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish, when all this time you thought you were Irish or something. That's very much more about survived her husband, and she fled with Julio and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they immediately began practicing Judaism again, circumcised themselves and their brothers, and were talking about. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its records. We actually know from generations upon generations of extended family members of the Amherst family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple Rothschild'S, or the acts of faith that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades. The one woman who was sentenced for the third time, she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after failure arrest, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died after torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Rabbi, compared the Nazi bureaucracy to the Spanish Inquisition, and in many ways I don't think they're far off. So we know there's tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active Jews, so-called underground rabbis were devoted, people who practiced like religious leaders for the officials and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brother, his cousin, and in fact they were among those who denounced the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that are not used to is the so-called Quran phenomenon. The conversos were also known as Quraners, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from the miraculous steed that Muhammad rode to heaven on his night journey, according to Islamic theology. Quran is a horse that was neither male nor female, donkey nor horse, and horse. So it was some kind of like miraculous animal that is often depicted as the most version when they appear with the face of a woman, who had no gender. And the crypto was called oracles, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. They had no clear face either way. In the Christian church, they were always suspect for their secret practices, and in fact, one of the interesting phenomena that occurred in the Portuguese churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing, and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic, that was a picture of it last week, the San Benito, they would then take this after the person was victimized and they would take it and they would mount it into church. It would be like a reminder in a public place for all generations of that family. Extended members of that family, that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by anything whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewish. And this I find absolutely fascinating. Because you deal with Judaism, and you don't have any of the key propagators of elements of the faith. When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, you recall that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were known to have doctors could not consult the Hebrew language Bible textbooks. But after a decade or so, even that was revoked, and anyone who possessed a Hebrew book would immediately be used for Judaism. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically would get you into the clutches of the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising a child. That was reality. But it was even something like doing your laundry on Friday, changing the sheets on Friday. That was insufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. Pork was a major part of the Portuguese diet. And having substitutes for other kinds of food, that was absolutely inexcusable. Fast feasting on non-Christian fast days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors would continue within the
She said we had 10,000 hours of video.
So
I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me
have any
that was
rabbis,
commercial
don't
pornography.
have any
They do not have videos of any
tortured
powerful
historical
person
memory that you only began to pick up after your adolescence when your
That's
parents
the
were
party line that they're going with.
How do you
If that's the case,
for
why would
100
Pam
years
Bondi
after
call it
So
evidence?
the
Why would
morale
she say it's
developed,
evidence? She's not an idiot.
way of
She's the
observing
attorney
people
general.
that was
Why would she say she has files on her desk?
for less and less
None of
resemblance
these implicated
to
anybody.
science.
It
For
just
example,
feels like they're
prayers.
covering
The
something
main text
for
of
sure.
prayers that they have accessible to that most of the
100%.
Psalms, because
And I
that's
feel
part
like
of the Bible.
they're
it's part
telling
of
a
the Bible,
story,
right? So they
and the
would
story
literally
doesn't make
memorize
any
the entire
sense.
book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gatherings would
For me,
consist
so
of reciting Psalms, because they knew that was authentic. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees.
two main tracks.
Kneeling is completely forbidden to
Thomas, my
except under very rare days like prostrating on. The other ones would be forbidden, and they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that would just be appropriate. If I can't tell you a short funny story, it's such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short funny story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, it's a very old-fashioned school based on an Oxford model. I had this huge shout-out, my grandmother loves to say, and you have to go present yourself, go to the chancellor, and the chancellor will then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official conveying of the files. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how people walked up to the chancellor, sitting on a big throne like that, and had them kneel before the chancellor, and they said, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to have the Lord, and I forgot. Big guys like me and everything. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps. The chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps, you automatically put you lower, and then you can talk and hang up and walk up there, and stand in the door, and just smile my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood, puts it over her head, and she says to me, so we have to imagine young Uriel, who was growing up, and he was, up until this point, was late adolescence, totally difficult. He actually achieved an order in the church. He actually takes a ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out into tears. I mentioned the mental health, maybe part of the whole story here. But, he's a spiritual, emotional Catholic, and he learns that he is, in fact, that's the truth. And he begins to explore these truths while he is actually an officer of the church. And he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, you know what? It can't be that Christianity is right. It must be that Judaism is right. He gives a few examples about philosophy, like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree with the New Testament is the Word of God. Therefore, it must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments for creation, like otherwise we're saying, he says, okay, that's going to have nothing to do with it. Let's know exactly how it's going to be, what we can do about it. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of the position, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. The German word is Cecil Rhodes, was written around was published in the 1930s. And you have to find the actual change over it. Yeah, here we go. So this is, I'm not going to cover the entire transcript. These are examples of inquisitorial records, which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense the Inquisition of Toledo in 1557, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a scribe. And the Inquisition was always convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate them. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of revealing other people that could be wrong. Nobody was merciless, would not, no matter what. It was very Kafkaesque. Over the trial, it was very much like Franz Kafka's description of what it was like to be a prisoner. So this particular woman received a fairly minor assessment of torture. She was to get one jug, which was a reference to how much waterboarding she endured. Waterboarding is so this is the translation. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth. She said that she had nothing to say. Well, by the way, she was She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished over time. In the script she said, Signores, I've done all that is said of me and I bear false witness against myself. For I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. She was told not to bring false testimony against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. They recall that on the outside chance that was practicing the right part of truth and was actually a Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. Therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding or stretching of the limbs or burning as a source of meat, were considered much more religiously humane. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. Then she screamed and said, I have done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she has done. She replied, I have already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want me, I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she has not done so. Another turn of the cord was given. She cried, listen to me, Signore, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, I sinner. Another turn was given. She said, loosen me a little, but I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not shoot pork for a baby fish. I have done everything. Loosen me and I will tell the truth. Another turn of the cord was given, and she said, loosen me and I will tell the truth. I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. They hurt me for your listening. Loosen me and I will tell it. She was told to tell it, said, I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Hold my arms. Loosen me and I will tell it. She was asked to tell what she did and said, I don't know, I did not eat because I did not wish to. She was asked why she did not wish to and replied, I loosen me, lose me. Take me from here and I will tell it when I am taken away. I say that I did not eat it. She was told to speak and said, I did not eat it, I don't know why. Another term was over, she said, no, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Please me and I will tell it. She was told to tell what she had done contrary to our holy Catholic faith. She said, take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They hurt me for my arms, which repeated many times. I went on. I don't remember. Tell me what I have to say. No wretched me. I will tell all that is wanted to glory. They will make my arms, break my arms, listen to you. I did everything that was said of me. This goes on for 3 more pages of simply not knowing what it is. Say, make something up, tell something, not tell something, searching desperately for the right answer. What exactly is wrong with me? Ultimately, she would betray several dozen other people that she could think of, and they would be brought into the obviously making lots and lots of money, and lots of politicians, people are about these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard, or whatever they are. Why don't we demand that they testify, Alex? Unprecedented on human scale. Well, okay. So they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist, gay Jews are allowed to observe their faith openly. As I mentioned, he circumcises himself and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all convert to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg, Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese Jews from most of the 17th and 18th century were sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition that make their way to Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble say, wait a second, why are you guys, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. And in fact, if you look into the Bible, you will see nothing of the extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process that divorce from traditional Jewish teachings and Jewish texts meant that these are intensely religious people who nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. And the disconnect is something that Augustus simply could not leave alone. Such a ordinary document. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit, highly intelligent individually, began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Tumblr placed him under his first excommunication. He would also be excommunicated 3 times. And this is the first and last section. Let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication. The term itself is actually Catholic, borrowed from the Catholic faith. People actually have a fairly rich vocabulary with various types of excommunication. Most common ones are prayers. We also have Shanta, Maru, and others that are referenced. But it's basically a form of social message that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to admit to the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court. We can immediately see an about-face, which is very much practiced today. Typically in cases where, let's say, there's a business dispute and the two parties agree to go to a baked-in, court, they're going to assign to pay for a food bank, shipping, whether the user to pay what the court tells them he's supposed to pay, and therefore the court takes him in the form of bail. If you read the Jewish press or any of these Jewish newspapers, and look at the back, you'll often find you'll notice it says so-and-so is placed under a ban, serial terrorism, and let us understand this within the context on the kind of punishments they can vary from fairly mild things like he's not allowed to honor in a synagogue, not allowed to do business with them, or speak with them, or stand within 6 feet of them. So it depends entirely on the nature of the crime and discretion of the court. Perhaps the most famous
your arrest record, and if you've attended a protest, whatever the case may be, we see it in the UK, people are getting sent to jail for tweets. We see it all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese Social Credit Score says that this feels a lot like a place for us to choose that.
Some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used same now against Augustus. So let me read this paragraph for you to get a sense of what this must have felt like. The lords of the Mahamad, this was when the village elders were having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Boris and Spinoza, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But as the great information met his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds. And having produced numerous trustworthy witnesses who had deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the Senate Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of the matter. After all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided that they're content that the Senate of Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the university. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn both Spinoza with the consent of God and with the consent of all the holy congregations in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boy, Cursed be he by night, cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against his man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel with all the curses of the covenant which are written in the book of the law. But you who cleave unto the Lord God are all wise to say, we order that no one should communicate with him orally or in life, or show him any favor, or stay with him under the same roof, or within 4 cubits of him, or do anything composed or written by him. Very strong, almost hyperbolic language, and all over cultural conference ideas that the Costa, of course, much more famous than Mozart, is going to challenge the dominant thinking of Jewish faith, and the harmonic Savior who is bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon his head. Now, us living 5 centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who is criticizing how we observe the Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within the 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of less educated Jews coming from Portugal who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish factors. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street cred for the persecution they endured under the Inquisition, and for them to come and say, you really don't have to do all this sharp stuff. Like my mother, who was a really good Jewess, she only washed for me. She never, soaked it with salt. Just washed it. That was good enough. And so the traditional boundaries are under attack from the exchange of the single threat, and the decision of the saviors of Amsterdam was super harsh with them. We can think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy, and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today for us to work. But it gets worse.
That this company is, they want to start helping
the second implementation happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg, he went back to Amsterdam. Large Jewish population. He wasn't happy in Hamburg, he didn't speak German, something very difficult time. And he began to be much more aggressive in his pursuit of rabbinic Judaism. And remember, this is not a Catholic critique against rabbinic Judaism. This is a Jewish critique, an internal critique. He says, I read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of fictional vocabulary in his critique. As in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic traditions, the Pharisees. That's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. Hebrews comes solution, those who separate. Paul talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Abraham. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition, but in the Christian tradition, they are the word Pharisees essentially identical with Christian. These Pharisees, in a literary context, where anyone who's familiar with Christian thought, that's considered an insulting term. So he's saying the rabbis are just like the Pharisees, says his opening in his autobiography. They're full of lies, just like their ancestors were very stubborn and so forth. He's saying that they're just making things up that have been provided. Some scholars of Islam have found that perhaps he's heavily influenced by Taraism, which is a movement that began in the 9th century that argued that the only authentic divine portion of the literature is the Torah, and everything else is all completely fabricated. It's very hard to draw a straight line from Taraism to he published this book. The rabbis knew that it was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. Before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet. They published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis. He was excommunicated a second time, and he pledged to family wrote in Latin. Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently actually in Latin. I bet that there's a Karaite community in Utrecht in Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are often there. So the Karaites, I mean, in my, I read just about everything he written. Never even refers to Karaites. I don't think he's even aware of their existence. He would have more Karaites in his word, but not Israel. Okay, so he flees to Utrecht, and he lives there for several years. Then his mother passes away. He is married for some time. We don't know much about his first wife. But he apparently was very close to his mother, who sheltered him through much of the worst of it. And he decides that, it's just too lonely to try and live in an excommunicated state, which he had endured for 7 years. No Jew was allowed to stand within 4 cubits of him. He felt absolutely terrible. So he decides, quote unquote, that he would become a faithful among natives. I don't believe any of this stuff, but he wants to live alone. So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva. I'm going to repent. That way, at least I can live with my kids. I can live among other Jews, but I have some kind of society with them. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he agrees to rather humiliating rituals in the synagogue. Perhaps I will read to you right now, because I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read just one paragraph of what he endured into his synagogue. Don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. It's not a first-time excommunication. He says, then so he goes back and says, okay, I want to be sure that I want to be accepted. And they agree, but they force Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black paper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. Then I was to submit to a public debate with a scourge made of leather crowns. By the way, this was mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution. That the rabbis had the authority and many used even utilized to implement lashes in order to ensure conformity. We were recalling the manufacturer a little bit about kind of like confidence and identity. One of the aspects of pre-modern churches is that the rabbis have the authority of corporal punishment. Rarely used, obviously. It's typically in things like where a husband is like a gun, things like that, but definitely less. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass over me. Moreover, I was fast a certain number of days. It was much like he had to read this public confession. He had whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down next to the synagogue and everyone walks over him. He describes this how he endured this and how serious it made him, not surprising. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So then he is now, so to speak, venture, what he does mention, by the way, at the end, he says, now let nobody say that they not do me honor, for if they scourge me, yet they lamented over me and stroked my head, meaning that they at least gave him some method, gave some kind of happy rescue for humiliating me. But again, try to imagine what it must have been like in the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam. They're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again. They're sending a really strong message. It would, I have to backfire, but ultimately that's the way they find issues. So, but he's not done yet. So the Costa now, after having been measure against more than the specific practices of what he calls paradiabetes. You can say, well, what about this doctrine? What about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher. I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he brings to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, and he ultimately comes out and explicitly says that he doesn't believe in any organized religion. This is a remarkably modern way of thinking. In the 16th century, you hear someone expressing these terms, that's why he's considered in many ways an intellectual forebear of Spinoza, who also argued very similarly. At this point, he is much more of a troublemaker. The flashpoint is when two Christians, like not new Christians, but like never before Jewish Christians happen to come across him and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and this is them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is across the, explaining his own behavior. It's hard to do that, but they say that's it. Communication, that's it. You are totally out of this one. He ends up being ritually humiliated yet again, and so he goes home, and he sits down at the table, and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography, called Exemplar of the Example of Human Life, in which he basically tells his whole life story in a very short period of time. After he completes his waiting table for his cousins to arrive, picks up a revolver and fires it at his cousin, and then he takes another revolver and executes a single shot. That's the sad story of the life this that helps experience. This is a great example of tortured soul, deeply spiritual believer, he is literally horribly damaged by the Inquisition, who tries to find his place in Judaism. He sees that the island of Judaism that he imagined is an entirely different part of the ocean. If you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, leverage is always being used by different people to control them. Because you're compromised. 1,000%. So Trump, in my estimation, has just let everything out. No matter how embarrassing it is. He does. It's really quite early. We don't have people like Voltaire or religion for a couple hundred years ago. But he's beginning to question religion in ways that no one else has, especially his thoughts have a signal impact on another I don't like that. And his 1888 from a fanciful image they never met is showing a cluster here moving on to Spinoza on his lap, indicating the view of the artist and strong connections. The work by Samuel Hirschberg in 1888 is actually very penetrating to see that Spinoza, the child, is very relaxed and contemplative. In fact, Spinoza seems to be not terribly bothered by the ban that was put on him, which felt normally obvious. But Acosta is unfortunate because how his hand is gripping the chair in this manner, and he's brown, sort of breathing. His colors are all dark, it's almost like a trumpet and relaxed fashion. He is, I think, in the final analysis, though, an illustration of the kidnapped child phenomenon. That as an adult, and even having grappled with the incredibly difficult aspects of vaccines for mandate and have a lot of adverse effects. He nevertheless is not able to gain full access to say more about the concepts of I saw that by I would like to think, at least in a
advisor. So Pam Bondi and Susan Miles, who's the White House chief of staff, run a consulting firm, and their biggest client is Pfizer. Well, that's not great. And even today, the lawyers came out, all the people involved, and even Congress consent that Kennedy's actually insulted now. So we look at this, and Kennedy's like, yeah, we're granting an MRA shot. And then the White House somehow overrides it. I think Kennedy, from people that I know, I think Kennedy feels like he's frustrated. I also think, yes, get the poison food out, but also Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, we had these mandatory vaccines, a lot of them had adverse health effects, and now that's not being talked about. Everything's about food diet. Now, by the way, get the food diet out, sure, but let's not identify companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. I mean, big pharma, it's the biggest. The big changes.
So these are one of those tremendously underreported elements of Jewish history that makes such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and in fact our continued existence as we shall see. And I hope that I'll be able to convey some of that to you. She is affectionately known by many supporting our black people as the lady because of her phenomenal work on behalf of the Jewish people, her heroism, unscripted willingness to stand up for what is right, despite no ego responsibility. If you just got on how to do that, the foundation of black the lady. This picture is most likely not what she looked like. We don't have Israeli representation. So if you have a sense of what she might have looked like on social media, certainly the personality is incredibly appealing.
I have great friends in Israel and in America that are Jewish people that are religious, some aren't, and they a lot of them think what's going on in Gaza is atrocious, and it's criminal to stand trial. But it is interesting to see that this administration is starting to get out of control.
Andrea Alien Brooks wrote a fascinating account called The Defined First 5 months or so. A very accurate term to use to describe black CNC. Used to have a lot of research archival materials that have become available almost 2 years since also last year. So we're very heavily embedded in research and scholarly work. So it's all being like shallow recalls. This is an extremely complicated program. So after listening, obviously we're speaking about a woman who is a converso. A woman who is a double life, posing as a Christian in Florida, Portugal, and
so it went from you're mad, whatever, it was the fact you know it's good.
as a Christian wants to secretly hold Jewish attitudes and behaviors. So after christening, she received the name Beatrice.
You are to listen to this as I'm 12 years old on the GCN network, and there's a realistic to you. Before 9/11, and then
Personal names.
like GCN network, we're talking like fucking 1999. We're talking, I mean, unbelievable. That's, I believe it was the network you're on, was GCN. So that's how long I've been listening to you, and that's why I bring you in when stuff like this happens, because I often get confused because we all basically say to ourselves, what the hell's going on? It's almost like gaslighting is so crazy because it's like they start going like, who said Epstein was fucked up? And they're like, who said any of this? And you go, why would you suggest he's connected to the Mossad or anything? And you go, wait a minute, hold on. We don't think this is all this time to decide. There's a balance of evidence. So to attack
which occurred right around this time of year, are leakage. So we enjoy falling leakage as a result. Shape of the Earth, however, is used in philosophy, which is at the nucleus of the Earth. Their interest, however, is a Latin term for which means saintly one. The active saintly in a Christian sense. She never liked using that term. She prefers using the term gratia, which may have been a translation of the name Kana. So this is a very personal way because I also have two names. So in other Jews, I have my Hebrew name. And I have what I like to call my slave name. Henry is my Westward secular name my parents gave me. And Hillel is also my Hebrew name that my parents gave me as well. But Henry is my Jewish name I try to pass in the street as a regular American, not successful I think. But there's so much to my identity in the whole name is something that probably dates really from the Spanish Inquisition. I'm hard pressed to think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. It's a very, very common phenomenon. Among Hispanic Jews, often named their totally different. In English, Henry and Hillel the same letter.
I'm not naive. We know that there's serious players behind the scenes and all kinds of people. And I know that you can't wave the magic wand and make the mistake go away. You can't, throw them all in jail overnight. But if there's no accountability for this type of criminal activity that everybody knows about, there's a lack of credibility. It's going to eat away not only this administration, but in the government, the justice system in this country. Now you're on here. And by the way, I can also what you want. What I read about it, letters about the mother, she's actually on the you can run a deal out there while you're that good at it. I learned how to do this. I just told you I can have this. That's a bit of a one to say. Just like the family that brought me these all those old things. I am such a no believer in that. I was reading this line so much. I don't worry about that. Okay, but here's the thing. I understand. Alex Jones is taking people employees and children. And Alex, I can tell you about Athletic Greens, the company that stopped me from using for talking to Alex Jones. I did one ad on my show about Athletic Greens many years ago, and we did it for Alex's studio, and they dropped me. So here's what I'd like to say about Athletic Greens. One day my friend took Athletic Greens and he died. He put Athletic Greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's dead. Athletic Greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't Athletic Greens. Maybe it was just some type of a random medical emergency. My dad was the Greens. He was frothing in the mouth. He goes, oh no, what's happening? It was green stuff was coming out of his mouth. He goes, I can't believe it. It's Athletic Greens. I'm dying. It's killing me. I knew it was fake. This is talking because I knew it was fake anyway. You don't get healthy by putting a violent green shit in the water. It's the lifestyle. I knew it's fake. I just thought I'd take it easy with that. And then he just started going, he was having a seizure because of Athletic Greens. Now, I'm just saying, you can send me on your back. I'm just saying it's a comedy show. Everything I'm saying is true. Of course, obviously, full disclaimer, didn't kill my friend.
Execution.
They did drop me. We tried to get them back. I'm recording you all. We said, how about you guys come with free tickets to my show? We're sorry. Who do you think's taking Athletic Greens? You think they're all offended by Alex Jones? Who do you think these people are that drink this? You think they're offended by this? All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, Alex. I was just shitting on an advertiser who dropped me because of Athletic Greens. Nobody dropped me. I said they dropped me because they said Athletic Greens on the show a few years ago.
Universal Jews who have been accused of Judaizing, that is, of going back on their Christian guys and Jewish life,
it's a
condemned to
disaster.
the fire,
He need
but
change. He brought in a bunch of new
he
people. It's so
has
sad.
acquitted
But because
himself
of
with
integrity issues, I
confession,
can't sit
meaning he
here
has,
play along with it.
true
And all the evidence points towards bloodshot, blackmailing, Trump, being an IS worker. How we're supposed to get out of this. Hoping it fixes. Because you normally have a incumbent president that wins the first election and lets out the Senate. The numbers go where the vulture keeps going. We were trying to win. He was getting record numbers with everybody fundraising. He came from very big donors, people at Mary Madison and stuff like that, that have a lot of political connections in Israel, obviously. And I think there's probably pressure from that entity as well. Of people that spend a lot of money to help Trump get elected that are probably telling him, let's make this go right. Let's not have this be an embarrassment or worse. Sorry, yeah. Did you hear me?
You're talking about Jews
You're back.
who
Okay,
are
yeah. What is that? Camel on your Hillary Clinton on your sweater? No, this is a lobster. It's the summer.
they're still bound by
See, that's like it's the summer. It's lobster. That's like it was eight.
position.
It's like it was eight months. See, what does that say about me? I don't see a lobster. I like it's the summer, so when the lobster's over and it goes to the fall, we put a pumpkin.
Because
Yeah, we try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking, culture, and everything. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes to it too. This is not just political. That's what a lot of big people in Hollywood. Let's talk about who he knows. Clear blackmailing operation against high-tech people, science people, vaccines, here at Harvard, massive Hollywood, Clinton, Steve Jobs' wives, the Atlantic Monthly owner, Atlantic Magazine, all those people. And that's my big frustration. Is that we know they're all in there. We know it's all going on. And by Trump doing this, he's now joining with them. And he did it in such a terrible way. And saying you're a part of our organization. You question this. Which then, maybe some of the left claims that Fox is a cult. I'm not a cult. So, galaxy processing is good. I'm not looking at people's overall Trump is a lot better than but at the same time, it's security issues has become an accomplice by extension trade on anybody joining on the cover. By the way, the process is the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having it, having the American working class making ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not open the borders. What they've done in the UK has caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country. 50 per million committed. I'm probably starting to put it. I mean, he got this dude. He got the right now. Why you're the Federal Reserve? See, establish global advertisers. I mean, he used to build the Maverick. And here's what I know. I don't believe that's a response to news. I started hearing this about a year ago. Really close to Trump. He was 78 days, 79 now. And all the trials, all the crack stuff, all the demonization. He doesn't crack up, but at a certain point he becomes a really grumpy old man. And now, I did this months ago, I kind of mentioned it, but I don't want to attack any of the water. But it is an issue that everybody has. It's not instinctive. It's not something that they'll bring in some side issue and they'll scream at him and say, I only want to hear about shots of World War III, bring his jobs back, securing the border, and defeating election fraud. And he's really mad that I didn't do that. And I'm able to talk to him. Now, I'll be like, I'm going to say, sir, you got to stop doing this. Stop the MC government. And you go to 30 years, 50 years. They'll just say, fuck you then, and hang up on him, or kick him out of the club. So, it's not just that he blew up about this. It's good to have a guy who doesn't give a crap. So at a certain point, for fighting corruption, but when he doesn't give a crap about his constituents, we're kind of experiencing, what the establishment is experiencing. So I love him doing that with them. But with us, the optics are really bad. Who's he listening to? Who's he listening to? People say Stephen Miller, Susan Wiles have the most outside influence in the administration. I think that's true. Yeah, I'm not defending Stephen Miller, but really sources. He basically has the beef on the border and the Jews and Susan Wiles. And
Iberian Peninsula in the Christian context is that since it is not only on the borderland geographically, it's also on the borderland religiously as well. Spain for many years toyed with different forms of Christianity. Arianism in particular was a rival to the Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately held in the 4th century. And of course, Spain was Muslim after the 8th century. So it was always kind of like it had these two other conflicts. I can say that about the entire peninsula. The Spaniards particularly were often trying to demonstrate their Catholic monotheism. And one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to the faith was by persecuting the Jews. So Spain had once it became Christian again, it had a very, very strong anti-Jewish streak there over and over again. In our context, one of the most significant history of dispensations which raged throughout Spain. 1263 is perhaps the one you're most familiar with. That's when the great scholar Maimonides was called to be a Jewish Catholic congregation of Catholicism and other Christianity. Maimonides ended up winning that debate. He officially lost, but then he was banished from the thereafter because he had shown up his interlocutor. And then a much more of a horrific example in 1414 in the city of Barcelona, which James Railroad served as memorial pageant. He got a presentation where 2,000 guests were assembled, and there was rituals made of the Jewish interpretation of the Bible. So there was more and more events that were culminating in Spain was no longer a hospitable environment for Jews. It culminated in 1479 with the establishment of the Inquisition. Now, what exactly is the Inquisition? This is a key point that we have to bear in mind. In Spain, in the 15th century, there were a tremendous number of forced conversions of Jews to Christianity. Many Jews, feeling the threat of immediate violent harm, had acceded to the demands of the particular and had taken on baptism. This is an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Ashkenazi lands and had many Jews chose to actually commit suicide later on their own children, or they killed themselves horrifically. In Spain, many Jews chose the route of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, you've got all these Christians of Jewish origin who are sort of living in the world go back to Judaism. They're living at the political climate has changed. They are the new king, but that is so popular. It incensed the church and those that are within Spain. And so they appointed Thomas who is reputed to have some authority himself as the Grand Inquisitor. And the Inquisition was designed specifically to root out those new Christians, so-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Christian Jewish rites. Knowing that technically speaking, Jews who never converted to Christianity were exempt from the use of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was directly after Christians who were Judaizers. Jews who were Judaizers were technically exempt. They would not be exempt from the expulsion a little bit later by the Inquisition of the Christians. And the Inquisition used the most horrific means possible to exact the information they needed. It was almost Stalinist in its scope, Stalinist in its scope. So immediately, every Christian who would be arrested, and then they would be routinely tortured in order to exact confessions of their Judaizing practice, and even more importantly, to betray others in the Jewish community or community, the Christian community who had also similar Judaized. Because they, in the twisted logic of the time, because they may have actually been innocent, they may have actually been Christian, and it was religion to shed the blood of a fellow Christian, torture methods were used only if they
what do
did
you
not
think
pierce the skin.
ultimately in
And so
Trump's
a whole
years
range of
they would like to see,
devices
and
were
would like to see,
employed to
like,
try to coerce
what
infections
would
out of the Christians,
their goal
typically
here would be
involving
to
hanging, stretching, formal waterboarding,
secret Gaza
really
in the
strange
image of what they would
devices
want. I
like
imagine that's
this
on the
one
table is a
extremely
attack on
uncomfortable
Iran. What do you
positions
think it
for
is?
long periods of time. And not
Well, let's have an
surprisingly,
expert on
as
this stuff. So
we
how much
saw
out
in
of
the
it? Any as
1930s
much
in
as you want.
Stalinist Russia, that people would give up all kinds of things. They would say anything under torture, and so that
Benjamin
those who were betrayed,
has been in
may
power
have
over
been
all
innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured,
previously
and this
represented the most
expanded
right-wing,
far out of
aggressive
control. So in fact, we went way past the Jewish community, and even attacked those Christians who were comfortable with them. So the Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also brought into the movement, took him on as excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition became proverbial as a purge like a witch hunt that goes on for centuries. The Jews would be, or the Christians would be occupied by the United States. They would be brought before a public tribunal to see them wearing the hats of shame, conical hats, which may have had associations with the witches' hats and dust caps, where they would be forced to eat their hands their ways, which would guarantee them against strangulation and bombardment, or if they refused to lick hands, then they would be thrown alive into the fire, which is the autocracy of the so-called church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate, it's directed primarily at Christians, not at Jews per se. Let's also talk a little bit about terminology before I move away from this awful slide the terminology is complex. You may have heard the term Milano, which is perhaps the most common term. And many historians have tried to find transcript variations for this term from medieval Latin and so on. In reality, it simply relies upon the Old Spanish and this was a term used, a term that Napoleon used to describe Jews who have become Christian and then were basically returning to their old ways, which would have a dawn return to its God. So the term Milano is not exactly politically correct, even though it was overwhelmingly popular even among Jews themselves. Another thing that might be more appropriate is Verso, which is had or that Jews who are hiding their Jewish identity. And let us bear in mind that there is this very tenuous nature of what was supposedly to a charge of Judaism. For example, the smallest kind of deviation from Greek standards was highly scrutinized by those who wished to denounce a Christian. For example, the habit of many converted families eating a kind of fried sausage, fried bread sausage, replacing the sausage, pork sausage, with church meat or chicken, would immediately expose the family to the risk of Judaizing. It was very dominant belief that considered very sinful. Of course, they would show up straight into their mass, they had unusually large gatherings in their homes, all kinds of things like this would point the finger of suspicion that would linger for decades and decades. We should also recall that there was a very strong economic motive to denounce these groups. The property of the Judaizers was confiscated and distributed to the church, and invariably rewards were given to people who had denounced them. So as a result, there was actually an incentive for people to rat out their neighbors and tell the church that they were in fact Judaizing. Just like in a science example that made it so large and larger.
So it's also essentially the U.S. condition of Jews in Spain, specifically for much of the 15th century, and importantly, in 1492 was this document, which of course is the decree of expulsion that was signed by Ferdinand of Isabella, and the Jews packed up in a few months' time to leave the country of Spain, where they had been studying for some line and a terrible experience that left such a huge scar on Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to Portugal. Okay, so it's more now. Portugal was a country of the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards did. Many Jews were there in 1492 felt it was easy as to flee Spain or Saudi Arabia wants to come in, and in fact, they decided that. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbor if they had a much more liberal policy. So they adopted a policy which was economically feasible, and that was they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees on the terms of very steep and temporary residence. Jews have to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in Israel for any length of time, and there are fees for crossing state bridges, fees for remaining in certain places and so on. And the Portuguese hope to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time, as King, now I wish I had written this down, we visited the king to several, actually, it's all about the U.S. King John, in English literature, but we found more modern scholarship, and here's the Portuguese spelling, uses the spelling J-O-J-O-A-O. And my daughter is doing Spanish and not Portuguese. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is J-O. She thought it was like a lot of money. Could you imagine that you're trying to get that country nuked? So she actually jowl. So anyway, that's the goal, John. But luckily for today, the only unfortunately policy of America is to push Putin into a corner and use some type of tactical weapon. I can't see any other. Wow, died in 1495, and Maxwell was never meant to be the bride. Ferdinand de Isabella had a daughter, Isabella. But she was used to marry the king of Portugal. She was forced to marry the king of Portugal while Portugal held Jews. So Manuel had a question. Should he expunge all of Jewish presence in his town, which was economically not expedient at all? Portugal had huge windfall allowing Jews to come into the region because, after all, Jews were incredibly experienced traders, very experienced in commerce, literate, and so on. And so he really looked for what to do about this. Isabella was trying to diplomatic about this. She would not marry him otherwise. And so he came up with a kind of a plan. The plan was essentially forcibly convert the Jews of Portugal to Christianity, and then expel wherever it was. But he rallied the population and their business acumen and their business so on, as well as very well. And then a small number he can simply expel them and use exactly the plan he followed. With incredible humility, however, he began by bringing home and he 700 children from their parents' arms, and he forced them to shoot them off the little land of California. So they possession of Portuguese who were tremendous amounts of there is the 700 children who were sent there to disappear. It's assumed that the vast majority died, and according to contemporary chroniclers, many of them were actually devoured by the lizards that lived on that island. I'm not sure if that really is a big game. soldiers already started for public.
It's actually, I think that
This is French guys that are really old Norman wanting to conquer the British were France through away Vikings and other France in England.
at any rate,
They don't tell the New because there's other New York Times saying that it was 10 guys.
but anyway, it's a sad story. It's
So he goes and has that war with France, and he always blows money time. He wins. And his master comes to him and says, "You never really have so immediately meets with the king of France. He's like, "You'll decide he does a great job. You're really a war leader." And then he becomes the minister.
This was
And
purely
next year,
a
he goes, "This
political
game's over for you, sir. Now you put over millions
and
of
so
dollars
it's signed into the
version
version agreement that the Jews were being freed from investigations for 20 years after the Holocaust. In other words, it said, okay, you don't have to pretend you're Christian, but we're not going to look too closely at you for 2 decades. And that way, the Jews don't have to agree to it. Those Baha'is will go and do torture. Nevertheless, they ignore that part of their lives, as more or less, and they didn't touch the freedom that they had to Spain.
Makes us, completely more than we are. As you would say, we're certainly not. But everybody, we need to get all the information out, and I appreciate you. I think you're doing an amazing job. And I love that you still come on my show, and I really appreciate you. And a lot of people in town have been better to come on the show. We should come to Hospital. These Machiavellians think because they know all this twisted, NHS, and they're smart. No, it's you were using it earlier. These big economists weren't architects, they were legal
Capitalized
they understand conquest, they understand implicit nuclear weapons, and with biological weapons, and with 9 million people. We have to stop the conquest economy. We've got to have real peace. We keep hearing about all this peace, but it's not. It's got to stop because if you get out of control, you have to will there be nuclear war. Yes, on the threat escalation ladder. Because from 1 to like 3 before the Red War, everybody is zero. It's like 35 now. People were working for years for like 7 can't give F-16s. Ever since World War III, and it's those of the escalation ladder. We're down to Trump was letting U.S. folks and maybe we'll bomb Moscow so they'll stop. And it just goes and goes and goes. And elites would rather destroy the world than sacrifice their positions. Basically, they cut their bunkers, like Dr. Strange loves space, Dr. Story, like Curtis Wade. And the chairman always said, the LLMs are come to, we're going to get up 64, maybe 63. So that's fine. I know. Maybe different politics, so it's not much infiltrate on this final thing. Curtis Wade, deputy voice of chairman, voice of chairman, LLMs are what this up to us. They come from last year of the Eisenhower administration. Supreme Allied Commander, super hardcore. It was mandatory, similar to like my brother, the old Star Trek leader. Wasn't like he was a pussy and go for it. They come to and they say, sir, we're going to bomb our own military bases and shoot our own planes. And we're going to blame the Russians and send it to you instead. We're going to plan to sneak attack Russia. Because they all have 20 million Americans and their nuclear response. So we wait a few years. Eventually, turn instructions on them, let's take us out. And he fired them. And then they tried to come back and unity fire them. That's Operation Northwoods. The movie Dr. Strangelove was legal based on covering. And he made a film to show what happened. They were literally in meetings talking about mine shafts and how he gross domestic product into the worst case scenario. They knocked out most of the population. And they came to Eisenhower. And then they tried again. Yes, to the action of the LLMs are only 27. So you see 9/11 and the President of the same people and Cheney, he brought it up. So this is literally the ghost of LLM, sir. The ghost of Curtis Wade. The movie Dr. Strangelove is a documentary of what almost happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis, declassified. The U.S. put 19 missiles on the border of Russia in several places, like Turkey, East Ukraine, Russia put extra, not Russia, they're into Russia. The point is that they were all told us, oh, the Russians put media rats in their Cuba. Russia was on TV
letting my tongue clear my mouth, let my right hand use its cunning. Her further admiring very prominent child. She was a major figure in establishing a Jewish government in Israel and Long Island. Yes, oh yeah, because the Jewish guy. This is probably not very interesting. We're using this as Sunday videos about that, but that's really cool. So let's go on. So with that lady, she was married at the age of 18. She was over basis 25, living for the bear to a tremendous examination. She was she was married to a tremendous fortune, and once she was widowed at age 25, that made her incredibly powerful. Her husband had a brother later who was living with cancer, and she was joining her later, and she was later employed him as well. So they kind of family that I share some details with you. But in
Alex Jones with us, legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years. And, we'll just go right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up. And then they get it off. And now it seems like they're pulling this cover-up. So,
they were acting in a clandestine fashion when they were married together in Lisbon, primarily to fill a position which eventually did make its way to Portugal, but they underwent a lot of activities to try and prevent the church from extending the position there, including very liberal bribe and perhaps even some assassinations of inquisitorial officials. But the imposition was impossible to hold back. And the small things would set them off. So, for example, there was in the Jewish quarter of Lisbon, which was still high, but it was quarter of kind of a Jewish settlement. It was more like a very small, very gated community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a young Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house looking to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, and happened to be Pesach, the Passover Seder, and so these are new Christians. And of course, he came out, he proclaimed this in the streets, and it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, on another occasion, when there was a plague raging in the city, a bunch of Greek Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the windows in the back lit up a cross at one end of the room with an unusual luminescence. Many of the Christians in the room felt that this was a miraculous sign that in fact the plague was about to be lifted, and they concluded to tell kind of a Jewish proposal. He scoffed at the idea that this sickness of yelling meant they were in favor. This incensed the entire Christian population, and a riot ensued shortly thereafter. So you see the kind of tinderbox that leads them just this time as the implications of the clergy. So she decided to agree with them to make her way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of this, but you know, it was a phenomenal wealth meant that the authorities refused to allow their passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her, because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her living for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply get near her passage. She did allow that. But on the other hand, if they allow her to return to this woman, maybe she would not come back. And that's exactly what she did. She made her way up to London, where there was a kind of a secret underground railway channels and was looking that up with her brother. She brought with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but somebody who is very important in her later life. Her younger sister, Wanda, and Wanda, who was later married, Yoko, eventually had a child. Her younger sister, as you can see, did not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact, we could have disastrous consequences involved. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story because we have a beautiful map here, she made her way down to France. It does go wild to Ferrara, where she was very active in and she no doubt within Ferrara, she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism, and eventually she made her way to Constantinople, where she most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, or Muslims, who openly invited the Jews to come to Muslim land and were laughing out loud in press and all kinds of proclamations that the Christian persecution of Jews was in fact enriching the Ottoman territories. Very famous passages about various scientists to this effect. When she was in Ferrara, in particular, when she met up with Yoko, there was a lot of fascinating sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations over the estate that belonged to her husband and her brother. Ultimately, her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth at the house of Nassim, even over his own wife and daughter, who thought that she would be a much better steward of that wealth than his wife, because he was a Norwegian. So when she was in Ferrara, that episode is apparently been extremely generous in fundraising and in producing resources for Jews who are fleeing persecution, and actively promoting the rescue of conversos, in particular, from various persecution and degradation of the church. In Ferrara, she's able to spend her money a little differently, and then she becomes a great patron of Jewish scholarship. Two works in particular are associated with her activity. The first is the work of San Luis, famous work which has been translated into English, The Consolations for the Tribulation of Israel, which is a sort of a historical and philosophical work about the nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the famous Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Hebrew Tanakh into Judeo-Judaism. It's got a fascinating kind of cover. You can see that the frontispiece here has a depiction of a ship in a stormy sea with sea monsters and a broken mast. And it's an unusual kind of emblem to pray on the front page of the Bible, which tells us about thoughts of why she choose to have it decorated so. It's a special Bible written in the spirit really of the age, publishing in German and so on, writing a Bible that converses could read in a language that they were trained in school in, and yet having this kind of image on the cover. What do you think about like the experience of the Jews as a whole? So imagine these conversos traveling from place to place and trying to stay afloat, and yet the mast is great, and then their wings are blowing out of the midst of the earth. It's very dangerous, and nevertheless, they're making their way through the sea. I find it really Atlantic and beautiful and impressive. Okay, so let's go on. I'm talking about that. Now, let's recall the way the land was managed up until this point. She has all the money from the husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law, has the other half. That's largely because her husband started really insisting in reducing that wealth, but the reality is her husband is then at any rate, when she gets to Antwerp, she becomes right away Diogo's right-hand person. Diogo ends up marrying her younger sister and having a child who is known as La Chica. She's named Beatrice after her aunt, after Gracia. La Chica means the young one, and that's often used to distinguish her from her aunt. From it seems that her sister, younger sister, is really not enthusiastic about all the jumping around and the secret universal culture stuff. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian, and all this, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. She was really actually seriously talking about moving to Istanbul it didn't appeal to her at all. And she becomes more and more restive when it comes to the discussions that her husband and Gracia were having about the possibility of freeing her altogether. Ultimately, after Diego passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all the money in the control of Gracia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Gracia, the younger daughter, younger sister Brenda, will formally denounce her own sister to the church and claim that her sister was secretly living as a Jew, and that she, therefore, Bianca, the younger sister, deserved all of the wealth of her family, and her sister should be arrested, possibly tortured, and killed as well. It was a really difficult point in Gracia's life. You can imagine this human conflict that reached such fever pitch. But it was clear there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Bianca's way of thinking. She was grown used to the life and consumption that was associated with the uber wealthy of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. She tried to, Gracia had anticipated this and had very liberally greased the palms of all kinds of church and temporal officials trying to hold back formal lawsuit challenging her authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually reaching the court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire inheritance. Just a rather amazing piece that just shows you how useful money is. On the other hand, in a related development, there was also the Venezuelan court convened on this particular issue. It's some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, in the 16th century, this is the era when you have Moses Trani, for example, and there's one other thing, Rabbi Joseph College, the author of the Code of Rothschild'S, who debated this very point, and ironically, the author of the Shulchan Joseph College, disagreed with Dr. Mendes. Even though he felt that she was a wonderful person, and she was great into these people and so on, it wasn't right that the sister didn't get an inheritance, and that the niece didn't get an inheritance either. But that's another story we have to discuss here. Part of this whole debate was surrounding as well, who would the younger child marry, who would give to Fajika and got married. One of the, at this point now, kind of a little discussion of the role of kings here, but there's tremendous involvement of kings and queens, all having designs on the money of the vaccine. So in this particular case, George V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had a woman who wanted to marry off Vachika to one of George's friends, and in so doing, hoped to garner a large section of the assets that belonged to the Nazi family. When the Queen approached Gracia Nacia about this, she actually avoided her several months by feigning illness, and when he was finally forced to answer, say about this particular marriage of the niece to this older Christian man, Gracia Nacia said, intemperately, rather seem like he's bound to then marry to that man. Very strong man. It looked like she really had to say it, but there was no more excuse for her at that point. So we ended up finally making our way to Istanbul, and at this point, Gracia Nacia had revealed her Jewish identity, and was quite openly actively sponsoring Jewish causes without any vacillation or dissimulation whatsoever. But she met with several setbacks. One that's very important to so these are remember what we're talking about. We have Ancona, we have the regular Jews, the Italian Jews who lived at the time memorial.
I don't believe from my sources this is still FBI.
You had regular Christians, and then you had this converso community, largely made up of Portuguese Jews, who were formally converted to Christianity, and were in such confession, that nevertheless, living pretty much openly as Jews, marrying each other, keeping kosher, all kinds of things like this. And they could not, declare themselves
crazy when you
Jewish,
say
because that would be in contravention of church law. You can't simply
top financial advisor, we don't talk about his neighbor.
But they were not prepared to live as Christians. So you have these two distinct populations in Ancona, as you do in many centers where Jews settled. The whole of this very zealous coursework rests with approximately 100 of these conversos in Ancona, and proceeded to the traditional tutorial book of torturing them, extracting confessions against another, starting killing them. Grazie Mende was incensed and wanted to do everything possible to prevent the abuse of her co-religionists, but she was unable to succeed. She actually went so far as to enlist the aid of the Sultan of Turkey, which she had that level of confidence, and the Sultan sent an emissary from Ancona to indicate that any sort of maltreatment of these conversos would result in potential military action from the other. Grazia also rounded up a huge number of Jewish clergy who were believed to impose a boycott on the city of Ancona and to bring that city to its knees economically, because Jews were extremely involved in all kinds of international trade and refusing to do business with that particular court would actually bring their trade to a standstill. Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of immigration. There were a few holdouts, notably the Italian Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn into this international dispute. They were, there was not always friendly relations between traditional Jews and conversos. They were very distinct communities, even though they had quite a good relations with each other, they certainly not intermarrying themselves. So they felt that they were going to have their livelihoods destroyed by this boycott, and they argued against it, as they said, local communities who were heavily dependent on that trade. And so despite their tremendous efforts, they were not able to bring together Jewry with one voice on this issue, and the boycott failed. And 100 Jews were put to death as a result of the inquisitorial fight. She, however, devoted most of the energies of the last years of her life to developing a language with some very fascinating projects. One of them, most famously, is the city of Tiberias, which she essentially bought from the Ottoman Turks. She received an exclusive grant in perpetuity to develop the city of Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee in exchange for funds that would be produced and would be given to the Ottoman Turks on a regular basis. So the very city of Tiberias, which is modeled in many ways on the successful city of Scott nearby, is a result of Daniel Gracia's specific intervention and her philanthropy. So if we want to bring it back to her legacy, this is perhaps our best chance of getting the question actually looked like. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her niece's 18th birthday. And you can see that it says Gracia Nassi, here on her 18th birthday. This is a news known as La Chica. So to whatever degree there is a family resemblance, that's the degree which we get a sense of how she actually, how her parents actually is. The medallion is most likely struck on the occasion of her marriage to John Joseph, Nassi, also a family member. But the overall scope and trajectory we get of the life of this really
I agree with you.
phenomenal.
I think the world will take more back in business and managing exercise all this. These payments are such going all over the world. We need to conscientize the masses. This is driving people insane, and I think it's justifiably so. The people at the highest levels can get away with stuff like this, and it can be covered up forever. And I think a lot of people, you can't judge the system by its diplomatic everything. So I told fans, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. I mean, nobody will support you guys who are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. So I think it paralyzes their presidency. And what did he say? He agrees with me. He agrees with me. You know, like, it really is. Even my job figured out a way to how I really feel. I mean, he agrees with me that the polls are coming from inside the House. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see the trial phase, which is completely crazy, by the President of the United States. And again, I'm not a paranoid Israeli, but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are. I'm Syria today. Yeah. I'm studying who the main threats, U.S. Communist China. Yeah, it's not interesting. I'm the guy that everybody said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc. They're very, but absolutely. Because you knock out the Democrats, they're innocent because they cut off the USA money, the deep state money. Israel, with Netanyahu, sees a power vacuum and is definitely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. So that's 100% going on. Are you worried about these connections with Palantir, with able and using technology to merge, Palantir technology to merge all of the different departments? So that if you have information on you with the IRS, that's now merging with, your arrest record, and if you attended a protest, and whatever the case may be. We see it in the UK, people are getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese social credit score system. This feels a lot like a pre-correct. People are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? Do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
Yes, I think Palantir is a threat. And I've been criticized by people as well. Making scores by being nuanced about it. Let's explain what's happening. Oracle, I was also with Trump, which is the biggest threat that everybody else is waiting for. Microsoft and Amazon, believe Amazon is packages now. Amazon runs more servers than the CIA and the NSA, and Microsoft is second. It's like a fact. So they've already integrated all that. They already have all that. Peter Thiel and Alex Carr. Alex Carr, I don't think he used such a conservative. My main threat is such conservatives, just like Thomas or the like. So I'm not apologizing for Palantir. But John Lister's not going to give a real answer. So you notice the New York Times and Washington Post last year were all about Palantir, and it doesn't mean Palantir is an issue. It's that why does everybody know about that before the meeting started? So Palantir is kind of Trump and is a manufacturer of the house. Once he's made it. And they have said to Trump, we know how to come in and tell you what's really going on. Let us have the freedom of arms, and we will fix all your problems. And my point is, they are a small little tech who wants to come in and has the technology to what's already been done. Right? So the idea that this is already done, it is. Amazon, Google, and these other groups, and
Amazon, it's Microsoft, Google, Amazon. And I'm saying they're 90%. The grid's already there. Palantir is a usurper, an upstart, a pretender to the throne, trying to come in to get Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles and the Microsofts and the Amazons already create a few systems that we already have. So it absolutely makes sense. The reason that Palantir is always a red flag for me is when Peter Thiel's asked things like, should the human race exist? And he kind of stutters and stammers. It doesn't really seem to have that one seems easy. He doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested that maybe people want to have Epstein's Islands, they want to have Epstein's like advice on their divorce and stuff. It just, he also says, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist. Right. So, it just feels to me that, yes, they're part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of, or help, concentrate the information or help merge So that's the key issue. Palantir is offering to Trump. Look at Denver already has U.S. funded watch switch here. Right? But a month ago, they were using it illegal. They turned it off. So Palantir is offering to use the brand that's already in place for Trump's age. So what I'm trying to say is, none of it's Palantir. It's that we're saying we're at 45. We're in the year 2050. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir thing is a fight about Trump coming and saying, okay, I'll order you to explain how this works and give me access. I'm saying it's already all there. No, and I understand that. I think that I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust anything. I don't trust Sam Altman. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people or they say some things that are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different than if you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, we want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all of this stuff. I do think that the tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or Chinese-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. That does seem like they would prefer that. I want your response to those answers. Let's just say Palantir is the most evil thing on earth I've ever seen. It is now. Why do we all know about Palantir? That's the other we don't know. We don't know about Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. They're 91% of the crap that's already there. So we're all learning about surveillance and AI and social credit score and biometrics and social credit. We're already doing it. They're just bidding to get into the draw. There's a junior. And so I oppose what Palantir's doing, and everyone has everyone else. Of course, I'm saying it's become a distraction into only them. Understood. Disclosure. Your sources, people that you know. How damaging is this if this all comes out? Do we think that this is a watershed moment for the United States and, Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel it is, which is a Mossad CIA blackmail? Or is this basically not, we're never going to definitively know that? Will we, we have a lot of conjecture, we have a lot of gun in my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and
was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in the earlier video, and secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, and it was tremendous opportunity for Jews if they moved to what it needs to be. You've got arrendators, land lessors, or there would be like, middlemen or landlords owning large tracts of land called India, tax farming, all that sort of stuff. So the shift in demographics comes along in this context as well, because we can see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand quickly as well, because Yiddish is basically, as Billy Crystal once put it, German with web. Basically, it's a medieval German dialect with letters with a tremendous number of oral words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest group of ever existed by the time you get to the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second. Disruptive technology. Okay, so this is, what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of a business term that's used frequently nowadays. This is when someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it changed much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the big press invented by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture in which you had to have one sort of painstakingly copying out line after line of written text and then circulating as one copy at a time, which was incredibly expensive and difficult to put together, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by, and you can only see them in great rarity. Kind of like a Torah scroll today is an incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure, and generally only be purchased communally. The only exception individuals would only one Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment by the Jewish count that every person must write their own Torah scroll. The Jews seized on this technology very early, particularly the Sonsino family in Italy, who started producing these amazing high-quality beautiful systems. For example, a beautiful page, the first page of their Bible, Genesis, and you'll see how it's very beautifully illuminated, multiple colors, much like a manuscript would have been trying to absorb that aesthetic into it. Some of the text later they were, of course, abandoning because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, which was expanded on by a Christian printer named von Baumberg, who printed an entire set of Talmuds that was not necessarily as high quality as it was the Sonsino's were producing, but it was complete and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion, and it rapidly essentially put the Sonsino family out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with standardization fairly good. Now, think back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this so disruptive? Tremendously disruptive, because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense of, well, of course, we also possess the text. This is something that becomes cheap enough that everyone can buy, and or at least large groups of people can own significant numbers of manuscripts. All of a sudden, information literacy becomes populous, becomes available to so many people, and not only access to existing information, the creation and dissemination of new information is also possible. So brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript that later they can charge groups of people. All of a sudden, it's like blogging. You just write a few ideas down on your computer, bang, it's out there for like 2 billion people to read within moments. So it's a tremendous change to shift from a manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, I'll just outline a couple of ways in which that impacts what we do But let's go on to the third major the big adventure we talk about, and that is specifically the amazing Safed. So, what's that? Safed is this town in northern Israel, Sfat, Hebrew, Sfat. It's in the Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills. You can see this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town in the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, Ottoman Empire took it over, and they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle there, particularly the textile industry. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of Jews suddenly congregating there. And if you think back to the expulsion of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously a lot of the Jews were fled to Spain and Portugal, made their way to Spain. And what seemed to happen at the beginning of the 16th century was there was a collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that barely happened in Jewish history. So within the space of about 50 years, you have an explosion of Jewish creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the Rothschild'S prayer, a very noted Kabbalist, who together with his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, would go out wandering the hills of Alsace and would like mystically sense the presence of the graves of the people of earlier generations, and they would engage in mystical exercises and meditations, and then those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that would start to feel more. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, living in Swan Valley. There's a debate in there. You have people like Rabbi Yaakov Rav, who was a brilliant rabbi who said, we have so many brilliant minds here in Tzfat. We could actually reinstitute this smicha in the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students on the hill. It was lost sometime in the period of the diaspora. And he said, we could reinstitute it right here. We can all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other smicha and let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who, let's see, his grave is actually not in this picture, sorry, the alphabet is on the right, and the Ramak is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the novel Talmud Torah, which I translated, published under the title of Kabbalah on Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took those wide range of writings in the Zohar, the places where he kind of like made a system out of them that you actually comprehend without falling into some kind of mystical trance to understand. At least, that's what he would say. I still don't understand. But nevertheless, the Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt and came to study under the Rabbah, under his system. And although they studied together for only a period of a few months before the Rabbah died of plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and become certainly the single most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening in Tzfat. You have the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who called it Rothschild'S. You have these world-altering Kabbalist writings, and you have this idea of social change. Maybe we should use Smicha, new models of leadership. It's all happening in Tzfat. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make sort of generalizations as to why these fit together and are very important for understanding our Jewish history. So first of all, shifting demographics. While the Jewish world was changing dramatically, the Sephardic population, dominated by the scholarship in Spain and had its heyday a couple hundred years earlier, is now clearly on the wane, where the base in the Iberian Peninsula is destroyed, and although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population Population-wise, the Ashkenazim are low, and they themselves produce subordinate species. And ultimately, they will overtake this part in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic and Germanic language becomes the most important language of the Jews that have been Second, and related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately create some tectonic shifts that alter the Jewish phenomenon. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete. That has imagine it's a good thing in that here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's straight. It's written right here. What you have to do and so on. That's great. On the other hand, by setting it down in black and white with print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like for example, how much wine does it take to make kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer and sanctify the Sabbath and so on? So all of a sudden we have a locus, we have a controversy because we've lost the sense of being sizing something that before the Shulchan Aruch, maybe 40, 50 before, people kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like a bottle right there. And they'll say, no, that's not big enough. They used to have a much bigger stuff. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reapplied in what is the text that's reapplied. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramah's writing, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Nisovich wrote a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Kai's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, it's a table. The Ramah's super commentary is called the Mapa, or the Table to the Hut. So some Ashkenazi says, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Rothschild'S, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that. But the German rabbis are absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, even German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would be inclined to go with what the text says. So Judaism, in some ways, a lot of it becomes much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family traditions, right or wrong, but according to family traditions, might change all the time. I'll give you another example. So in America, there's one faith, and I've served the privilege, sad privilege of serving on many different congregations to Mac and there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, you see that we do a lot of things in America, skip over things that were done in Europe all the time. We do extra things that were not done in Europe, and there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my humble thinking is because there was one particular congregation, I think it was in Chicago, that was the first one to actually write it down in English. So as soon as they wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other Jewish communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Well, there's a template. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes America, the American custom that essentially eludes a lot of other regional countries. Okay. So that's one of the things that happens with disruptive technology. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like used to say, a person can't do something that's against or oh my gosh, all of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring a manuscript copies to write out your heretical writings disappear. Because now, basically, if you get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have seen the light of day in print, or manuscript, I should say, with printing, all of a sudden it's fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. So we see the thought of the notes and so on become circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand in terms of circle. This is amazing, like the fierce strength and activity that was going on in northern Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only a few decades, and it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents a revival of Kabbalah at a very, very powerful pace. Kabbalah, of course, is very ancient study of Jewish texts. It goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was inaccessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero moved the Pardes Ramonim, and of course the Arizal and his student Tal popularized very dramatic understandings of the will of people and so on. So, the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabbat Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah, and on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream Judaism, although it wasn't really appreciated by all Jews in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on European Kabbalah, and as a result, there was a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what Well, that was a very quick tour of the Christian revival, the beginning of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, at the same time divergence as a result of these differences. Hope you found this video useful, and look forward to seeing you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door, and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we're a little behind in getting rid of it. So, for those of you who were here over Shabbos, you know we had a magnificent affair. The Rab's own son, Rami, was bar mitzvah, and he was a tremendous cut-up. He was brilliant. I would really enjoy not only his laning, but in particular his Dvar Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, and this is an Avrami Grunstein original, I think. Joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Marav during the week, many Rabbanim like to say a short Dvar Torah, in that period before, during sunset during the week. And so the Ram gets up to give a Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah between Mincha and Marav, by the way. And the rabbi giving his Dvar Torah, and then he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best Baladatim gets up and walks out of shul. One of his most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his drasha. I mean, the rabbi is used to having people get cell phone calls and things like that, but as his best member, really, his most supportive member, walked out of shul during the drasha, he was very, very disturbed by this. So, and then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his Dvar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see him back there. They daven Marav, and then afterwards he goes up and he says, "Listen, Shloime, I was kind of surprised to see you leave the shul right in the middle of my Dvar Torah." Shloime says, "Yeah, I had to get a haircut." And Rabbi says, "You had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha?" He said, "Before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut." Okay. I think Avrami said that one better than me. But at any rate, you get the deal. Okay. So tonight's lecture is actually a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it has tremendous value really for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday night to have automatically a connection to this particular figure. Exactly. We're going to hear a lot of versions of the Kaddish from the audience tonight, and I'll even play a couple of those for you. So basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Tzfat school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious and intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which adds a whole new dimension to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it, and it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then, and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without Lecha Doti. I don't even know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but Lecha Doti is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the Lecha Doti prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay, so first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll actually have a few of these here in the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or things like that, Algebra. I think that's where it comes from. And a little factoid for my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that he came from Moorish Spain, perhaps. We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exiles in Tzfat later, so it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. His years, by the way, just for the note, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was the teacher to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later, 5 centuries later. So let's place it in context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. Very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale was nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity was nothing like the Holocaust, only the suddenness perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand showed here decided after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto decimation under the Nazis and so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here in the Iberian Peninsula. Many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite because 5 years later there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well, particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion. And Jews made their way, to the north, to the Netherlands, in particular Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse, some very important people like Don Gracia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way, and the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which is essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first in Salonika, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Taitatza, who's left behind several writings, but he is known as one of these brilliant early Kabbalists of the period, who was reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor, and he did this for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but in particular, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through the several towns in Turkey, in particular Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looks like, but none other than the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the four sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist, and in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap, and he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Teitzak that we saw earlier. It was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a de rigueur tradition now for Jews. There's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Mount Sinai, the Jews slept in, so he had to make thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah. The Shavuot with from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Karo were studying together, and Rabbi Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who would come to him many times over the course of his life, and as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as in fact we do in this synagogue and many others. And there's a particular text that Sephardim in particular use. This is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Tzfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him a host of Jewish celebrities, the like of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was like really such a phenomenal concentration of people that you never have anything quite like this. An all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reasons for that on the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Adikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. And it goes through all the body parts like that. eyes, ears, nose, and so on. It's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important Kabbalist, and the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramah, who person is very, very dear to my own research. I published a book on him just last year, and ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alkabetz's sister. Rabbi Alkabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law's student. The teacher became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples, only teaching downward. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Sfat? Or Safed is it in English? What is so special about Safed? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden it's like ground zero for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh in a passing way. It does show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way, but there's no known activity. There's no known personalities for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in northern Israel. It's a cipher. It's comparatively nothing. So whenever you have one of these kinds of conundrums in Jewish history, why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal and Spain making their way to the holy city of Jerusalem, which was, of course, so central? Why this town of Sfat, a good 150 miles north of Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, and I have a feeling that many of you will appreciate as well, is what I like to call the Abramson rule of history. Now, do you remember the Abramson rule of history? Follow the money. It's not exactly that phrase, follow the money, but I like to say it that if you don't know why something happens, Judith, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you can figure out the Kogo, the who benefits, that's in Latin, they say cui bono, right? Who gets the benefit? But in Russian, I like it better. Kogo, who's beating whom, right? You can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, and then you usually figure out what's going on. So if you look at Sfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies which encouraged the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Sfat during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsions, where Jews are leaving, they're looking to invest, they're looking to settle down somewhere, they need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new place, Sfat? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, a lot of protection there, and many Jews piled in. Yes, question? Well, it actually could serve as a crossroads to the north, because the way the Galil is set up, right, in Jerusalem is definitely high up in a mountain. Yeah, but it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. But there's one in particular that is especially important, and that is spiritual tourism. This was a new industry that was very big at the time, and that is, and in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alkabetz was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of the righteous ones, was considered like, an act of great piety. People were finding these graves all over the place. Most of the graves that we visit in Israel today, they're of doubtful origins, but Sfat was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's well watered, it's lush, it has lands for growth, it has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there, people sit up, and actually your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? I mean, there's no water there, it's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us there together in one place, and we'll figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. It's just cool. For about 80 years, and they had a problem with earthquakes, and kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down, and it declined significantly since then. But the first 3/4 of the century were great. Sure, that's very motivating. Well, Crusades are definitely way over by this point. And to my, I mean, we're over by like 400 years, 350 years. Okay, yeah. To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the coast. So even those, those arrivals by sea would not have affected Scott. And it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely has strategic value because of its height. Yes. No, but there's rules and there's ways to get around them. So there's always familial connections, and the Abravano family found ways to, some bizarre ways, but they found ways to funnel out a lot of their funds when they had to leave Spain as well. So there were ways to get money out. Difficult, but then that once again, the money is in play. It's not invested in a particular industry or real estate. Textile seems like a pretty good idea, and Savant really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, then culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle of nowhere. You only have universities developed where there is significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of higher culture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to, ply their trade in religious thought. Um, Here's an interesting picture. I wonder if I can zoom this back a little bit. You can't see the full picture. Some of the graves there, can't really see it, I'm sorry. Some of the graves there, I'm glad you're enjoying the lecture, but you should put me on the camera right now. Thank you. This is one of her favorite cities, by the way. So you can just see some of the graves here. They're colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye. Blue is considered encompassing of it. Here is the Ramak, who is one of the greatest disciples of the Rothschild'S. And way up here, you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who is without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. Lurianic Kabbalah deeply influenced Hasidic thought far more than Rabbi Cordovero or his teacher Rabbi Alkabetz's Kabbalah. But they're all like grouped together here because they had this tremendous concentration at one place. Now, Rabbi Alkabetz, who was perhaps not the most well known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, which is close by to Savant, and he had many, many students who were actively learning in his classroom. Based on the relative ages of these people, and it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s when they were their most creative. Many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying often under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkabetz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many, many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. We know of these texts, but we do not have them. Only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the, I believe it was in the 1570s by that point, correct me, Denise? I think so. And Tzfat had already had a tremendous reputation, and he had come specifically to study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkabetz, Rabbi Cordovero, and then Rabbi Cordovero pages, and the limited amount of time that the Rizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name has been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his grandfather, his father, excuse me. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents, indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as, an askan, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Rabbi Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkovitz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities primarily comes to us, once again, from his disciple, the Ramak, and he used to have this very, very unusual form of meditation, which he called gerushin, or divorces, or exiles, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him to this. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, but also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain, gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think of the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but I think like going to concentration camps. You know, imagine such a thing. It was extreme, bizarre, and strange. But what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forest surrounding spots in the regions like you see in this photograph here. I mean, he, often with his disciple, the Ramak, would wander around, following rivers and climbing over ridges, until he would sense, through a level of spiritual sensitivity, that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long and hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a brook or something, and Rabbi Alkovitz would say, on this spot is no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus position, but probably not, and he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back in the spot and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body positions, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero claims that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, and later they would set them to writing. And essentially, he recorded a spiritual journal of these many, many trips that he took with Rabbi Alkovitz, discovering these graves and then kind of imbibing the spiritual influences that came from them. It definitely sounds very strange, and it reminds me of a joke, which I'm not sure I can include in the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell you the joke about the woman from Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, I'm going to Tibet. And they say, Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? It's like past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Boca or something? No, I want to go to Tibet. So she goes to the travel agent. The travel agent says, Tibet? At your age? On your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way to Tibet. I insist on going to Tibet. So he sells her a ticket. She goes to Tibet. She lands there. She says, I want to hire a Sherpa to visit the Holy Mountain. They say, it's quite a long distance. It's not like there are no 5-star hotels between here and the Holy Mountain. And she says, I don't care. So they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yak to the Holy Mountain. And she says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. They say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy She climbs the holy mountain. She says, I want to enter the temple of silence. They say, no, you can't go in there. No one except the disciple is allowed. She doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, I want to speak to the holy man. And they're all straight. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the holy man sitting there in total silence, emaciated, in the lotus position, meditating. And she says to him, Howard, come home already. Maybe she shouldn't tell those jokes. They get me in trouble. I can face that already. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jules, for letting me get to the end of the joke. Anyway, so if you do these kinds of things and have these kinds of experiences and so on, and these visiting of graves, you can see that, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. How gives the visiting of graves a activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. Lighting of candles, a little sign that says you're not allowed to light candles here. Stretching oneself out, grave, which has biblical precedence as well. The prayers and meditations, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many, many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world, was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? Measuring of wicks? So it was a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years, that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go out to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased, departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. They would literally line graves with this cotton string. And then later they would take that cotton string back home and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women, that unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But it's just, that's a beautiful way of connecting with dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastogin on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzfat and in the entire Tzfat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two. And Joseph, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew English sitter? I appreciate it very much. No one has any questions? Over the earliest, Lauren, the earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rashbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would be 2nd century. That's the one that's certainly most celebrated. Sure. 11:9. How is 11:9? 11:9. So Av is 11. So it's the 9th of the month of Av. It's very good. Very good. It also happens to be 11:9 in European calendar, is the night of Kristallnacht. It's also on November 9. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much of Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with a classic Pardes Rimonim, or the Orchard of Pomegranates. That makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student liberally and essentially form his own thoughts around it. The most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, is specifically his Laka Dodi poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So, what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung, typically by the entire congregation, and in many different tunes. I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you, but it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayer. I find myself many times during the week when, especially like, Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming the Chagodi to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that many Jews who observe the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary, and then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe not the entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. It describes, it's got some mystical language, and it basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath, but there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal in the Messianic age, and then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath, and another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath into his home, which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of the Talmud, the custom is a universal custom that although everyone faces east during the prayers, for the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. Kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence, let us welcome. Right? The come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is either God or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcoming the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, right, guard it. And another place it says zachor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us hear, made us hear the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Yeah, the chulent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before we began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Maaseh v'Machashava Techilah, the last to be created, but the first in thought, meaning that God said, well, we have to have this fantastic world so we can have Shabbos. So we set Shabbos aside. That was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Now there's a shift from that kind of, welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the King, royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. We'll recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about a very, very small population. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping. He will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse, that's, of course, David, the Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age, draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed. Be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. Meaning Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city, do not be sad because you will have your renewal, you will be rebuilt, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom's rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of reading the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily and shall extol the might of God. Through the man descended from Paris, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, we really need a chazan to explain these things to us. But there are certain points that even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for the chazan, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Feel not ashamed, and be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the word in a very special way. But so when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall, enter in peace, O crown of her husband. This, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ushchinte, even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I won't play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each of them, but I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these L'chagodis are sung. You may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourselves in your synagogue, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlova, a unique sort of soulful tune. Let me play you now another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of sit and listen to these all day, but I happen to be in Avelis for the loss of my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for a long period of time. I'm at that stage in my mourning, because the last 11 months, 12 months after this part of it, where you're not allowed to listen to music, that when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So, at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. Very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of his impact on the Jewish field, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region, and it was literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big crumble of rocks. I don't know how long, it was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something, and it was abandoned during the week, but on Friday night, they would have a Breslov Hasidic minyan there, and the Chazan would sing the Chazan, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem. And I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There were like several minyanim people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minyan, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, okay, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat, most of them were Hasidim and so on. But outside, there were all these Jews who were coming en route to a soccer game or, various other secular activities of mine, no intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to the Chazodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art, of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards. I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, the joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. And the other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you, Zach the Weiser, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So, Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell it to him before. Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. Okay. I'm not going to shul. And Mom says, but Benjamin, what's nice? He says, I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul. And she says, listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi. Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching. And it's wonderful that you do this for your communities. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, b'toch hamachane, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Maui and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Molly is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the trumpet. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz, as we were starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words of them. The highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, down those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Molly and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner. 5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Sorry, wrong date. Thank you. You see, I never edit these videos. That's why I'm going to get in trouble. Now, one more good and welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes, but I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Denise Malka. Yeah. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is the marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level, but in the Jewish world he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened by the way at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding things like excommunication. And I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with the something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union, there was some movement towards freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that, in many ways, now that I think we were speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans. Byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them, I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And there was tremendous degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid, and this Chinois, right, my Chinese friend Peter Chen, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson, and we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they're not Calvinists, and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz Dietrich Löwe, Jews stepping beyond their borders, meaning it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And in that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is non-conformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I was under the impression that Russia itself was the Netherlands, but in Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of their wherewithal, their experience, and their realms of identity, and so forth and so on.
I'll tell you exactly. What happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they proved their economic worth. They reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and Steve says, "Well, okay, all right." No, it's been a long time. The car with no pedals, no brake pedals. Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyway, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and tried to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to quell about, so to speak. That's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Geschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were Catholic atmosphere, there were a lot of suspicions about, Rothschild'S. What are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them. And by the time it got sorted out, they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And they said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources. And they said, okay, fine, you're here already, as long as you're not Catholic. So, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committee with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed, much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, benché, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term, Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a defrocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a free thinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under Van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, translated usually as I think, really means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his these 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the preposition or the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigating in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length. It's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming, or I'm under, say, hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. He says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yashakoa, but that's your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very, very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything's out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in Grenzen von Größen Vernunft. Religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's what I was saying in German, Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. It starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when it gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian, we see it in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian? Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind, and in fact his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same line as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people who were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I've read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think, I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me a story about, I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? You know, and someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, you know, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. When it seems to say atheists, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis, from the period, refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning, for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not. An ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado in Hebrew. There is nothing other than he, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, you must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which are circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rabbi, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that Ein od milvado, but there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read, but one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's clearly It's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening through his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. Remember, he was a secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had a long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're really young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment. But it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the The lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounced. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch the Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. But the sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. By you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions of why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just, part of the community, of a community doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like he can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please. Right. That's a good question. Okay. Excommunicate, yeah. Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows, it's that we're strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have kol nidre. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. And if you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But you're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abrams. excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts. Right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you have 100 years earlier in feudal Europe. This is where you have people who, kind of don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture, made up of people with very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, and actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to know, first of all, the term orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, you know what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, of course. Well, I don't want to go into a particular ship, but the concept is yeah. Yeah, but my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel still. She was a very wise woman. Okay, so yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Madler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So, he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinrich Leuwen's theory, that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community is so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam at this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabboses, then we bring out the Sefer Torah and ban them. But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here. Gambling, marriage without parental consent. Interesting kind of expression of what we're paying attention to, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval. What's an epicarent? to that? So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shalchun Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You look at the Talmud, that one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but sof kol sof, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban? When the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can get married without your parental consent. It means the parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For all side of it, 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into cherem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was like taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many who felt that this guy Spinoza, who was recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues that it's perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands with, I got some nobody stands with 6 feet on that he might talk to you, right? But it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things he's thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No more questions. I got to about that later. Okay, but it seems that it's just that it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at his tender age in his 20s, and he spent the remainder of his life, about 20 more years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside of the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. elder sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, "Well, you can have it all. The only thing I want is he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to his sister, who was his litigant." So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is, especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing. Because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who's really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. Nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bastobin, who was a Python, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, with much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention. Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that my canary in the coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders? Yeah. Okay, so I'll tell you this joke. I know we'll get right to the here. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I should tell it? No, it's too late already. All right, too late. So he says that he has so much metaphysical power. He's communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru stretched Once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, if it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95. Cars went 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back. And the third student says, "Do you think that's something?" That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. No, mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably should. What do you think, Mr. Rodriguez? Cut it out? Yeah, okay, good, all right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal, and even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. You'd be very, very hard pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from the way we sing the Chadodi Friday nights, which was something that came out of his circle in Tzvat, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on, and even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38, and in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thoughts, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He said, no, I don't want that either, because, we want to say sponsored by anonymously so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor lectures. He didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored anonymously. Okay, thank you anonymously. Okay, let's go. And by the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Did anyone hear Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah, so anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge, and we're very grateful for the support for the Shir and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah, and thank you very much, all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Start with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rabbi Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rabbi Yitzchak, the divine Rabbi Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing it in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf and Eloki. So I said, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with a kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein talks in the Shiloh without hesitation. I should say Eloki, just to be Yotze Koladeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about the stands for the Lion of Blessed Memory, Zal, like Zikron al-Racha. So sometimes that's all thrown together in one word, the Arizal, meaning the Lion of Blessed Memory, but his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly a rather famous family from Provence, although unlikely because they were Levim and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Rabbi synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, here's HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this, young Israel. Before we built the big building, gives you a sense of how Jerusalem community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from three primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly the time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there's a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel. Still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel at the beginning of the 16th century. We have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept a very good record, but it was something that would grow dramatically. What the Jews brought were a series of interesting new trades that the Ottomans did not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general was, viewed printing with disdain because they considered the bookmaking as an art. The very fine calligraphy and the illumination, the arabesque decorations and so on, they felt at that time that's a book. Yeah, to print these things like, off a machine and they're all identical, they just couldn't see the value in it. And so although they viewed it as something kind of useful, if you had, okay, fine, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented, and so the first printing presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized, this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to admire printing as well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had plied their trade in. But interestingly, two other areas were new to the Ottomans or the Jews that had significant advancements. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had in Europe developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is something that we should think about. Actually, it runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Jews live on the borderline of society, often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is all non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example, one would like to think, for example, Hollywood, California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that, tell you, but I have one or two people who watch in California, but anyways. And also, Jews brought a lot of armament. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they developed in Europe with some of the more advanced science going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, other surprising kind of thing. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews have especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim wars after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world. And one of the very few people who could easily traverse that boundary and find pockets of support within either realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous failure. The Ottoman Emperor at the time was trying to make these kinds of statements, laughing at the European nations for expelling the Jews because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economy in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Prashad, as we will see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail, but basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one has social security numbers. There's no way they could identify individuals say you owe so much and so much tax. They tax entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out the tax to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leaders would say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever, 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000 of profit they would retain for their own use community. Called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy, the fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they have a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so there was one reason why Jews as a minority were a favorite choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was Solomon and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazi land. He was called Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation that you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Louis is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. we have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, as he talks about his life in general. But Isaac is called a katan when his father died, which we assume would mean he was no greater than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother Mordecai was a well-to-do farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, they prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of the relationship. But he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle Mordecai Francis. His uncle was probably from France, as the name implies. In Ladino, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France. So he has Ashkenazi background, he also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee, and I'll ask if anyone has any questions so far. Yes, please.
Internal politics and foreign policy, they're going to believe so significantly that the others have like wallet. Kids like Maxwell, who was convicted of human trafficking, know that the memos from the process, there is not that.
The question is, were the Jews in France this time basically Ashkenazi? Yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland, and a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast, Provence, and so on. But they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim, and by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they really diverge significantly from the Sephardics in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about that. But they're definitely arguing with Sephardic a lot. They have arguments between the Minor Post-Break and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that's quite intense, even from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. Again, within Cairo, we want to say a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside of the Ben Abraham, Ben Sira, Ben Ezra. Thank you for reading this. He's got his. This time, he knows it's automatic. There was four, but you can always check me out on Google. At any rate, a tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years. Tremendous trove. And through pouring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mention Yitzhak area in the 16th century. So we're actually know about it from the Cairo Geniza. We have primarily commercial documents, bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know he was involved in selling leather. He has done, it's hard to say if their business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment, or sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got the wealth to be able to travel to the start. Just a kind of interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts, made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his mystical sense of what was coming. So anyway, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around dealing in various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. Two specific aspects of study characterize this very period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You can study what's called Torah Negelet, the revealed Torah, and Torah Nista, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for training, and another body which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Holy Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize how the revealed is cold and difficult and mysterious text to enter, but the sense of the revealed means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Torah's mister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only for those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this mystical, this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal on the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact, there's a subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' work, and one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own time, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old, and there are several other qualifications. They should be married, they should have completed all of the revealed Torah before they start the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. One of the most important teachers of Rabbi himself, the Moshe Cordovero himself, felt that people should start studying Talmud, start studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they reach a certain level of study, of expertise. At any rate, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Rabbi, Rabbi David Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Torah script. In his revealed Torah studies, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and Batei and courts of law and things like that, that indicate that his opinion about standard halakha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. And also a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Geniza has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agreed to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, the Ramchal, the Alpha, kind of like a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Muslim movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they ever saw, step on a boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, over 20, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature he inspired. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud, and in fact collaborated on a commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mekubetzes, which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mekubetzes when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well accepted text. The specific parts that he would work on, unfortunately, were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he is one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmud. In fact, this is a person who definitely had all of the credentials, he was a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary thing was going to be in mysticism. Okay. Now, just for questions again? Yes, they look to know.
It's Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor, that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through of jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in, $3 trillion a year.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. So this is the future of our people, right? So he says, and let's get Rabbi reply. That's a repeat the question for the internet audience. Basically, my daughter asked, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean, it's not the point. What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay, everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It would be nice if people were secretly ethical. But they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuben saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuben would take Shimon aside private and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a group, it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you're a favorite. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The Egyptian Rabbi had the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. So it's a beautiful thing.
That is why he was not prosecuted. The federal prosecutor, to the fullest extent of the law. Why do we not, and by we I mean the Trump administration, the American people, demand
Yeah, I think there's two different views that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. I've heard about some communities up north that struggle mainly because you're not supposed to have internet in your house, so have people who walk outside the front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's a Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you want to use central offices and they'll cut off your YouTube. But you'll be able to watch these edifying lectures. But now we're talking about a group of people who voluntarily self-associate, and that's the charismatic or characteristic, of words. So let's go on to the Torah now. So the last thing we did now, the Rabbi, the textbook teacher in Cairo, was also a noted Kabbalist, not nearly at the same level as his students would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you recall, and his father-in-law now, wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is actually, we know which island it is. He owned this island. And what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew and engage in holy association with his wife only. She must have been a tremendous lady. We know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which is called Jantirat al-Raja. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together, he's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level. And then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of his mysticism. And this is all in preparation for what will really be the flourishing of the Safed sector, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Spot, which is a fascinating just explosion notion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Sfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel, in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Sfat, or Shaka in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point, because it's about 800 meters above sea level, and it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh. They wanted to hide spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh was appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of British stars, of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them, was the greatest of them, was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah. Someone that I studied personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. And no doubt encouraged his students to leave Cairo and to go study under the Rabbi, who had emerged as a great leader of Catholic thought at the time. So the thought of the Rabbi is, we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless he called him his principal teacher, because the Ramah was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramah. So let me now, I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for the limited purposes that we can use in this brief lecture, and understand what is going on inside that allows the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God. As many of the mystics will find, the skies open up and they are, greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible, it's beyond, there's no reason that you can use to understand it, it's simply an experience. Or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical, certainly not rational images. It gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assert that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period, authored by the Tanakh, Rabbi Shimon Yochai. Most scholars believe, and I'm calling it academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for us points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of a focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's always impossible to understand. And we can translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what it's all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelf, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very new agey. I mean, it's perfect for new age culture, and who knows how to make sense of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful called basically it's a part of the book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha, so you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each section, there's always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rabbi, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old, I don't know anything. And she said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, like, what about the man? He said, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramah did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Yaakov. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time was Pardes Ramonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And it started from the idea of how creation happens, and then he explained how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean language. And he took this scattered, bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal book. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramah surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to spot specifically studied under the Ramah. Just to give you a taste of the Ramah's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that never stopped me or anybody speaking about Kabbalah. So this is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 spherot, the 10, how to translate that term exactly, they're kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to, on one level, is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, He allowed His light, as it were, to penetrate each of these spherot in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malkuth. There's a lot more to say about what this strange thing is, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, is like in this diagram, I put the word tree is, and then He descends through being a chokmah through all these spheres until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retina. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun. Because in the mirror, you can see radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look at a second mirror reflecting the first mirror, reflecting the sun, then it's much easier to look at the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation until you're able to see it. That's essentially what the spheroids are doing. God's light, as it were, goes into the top and it is filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this world here. So a tremendous amount of implications for what the spheroids do. They're associated with the human body, they're associated with the human soul, they can be manipulated, they are manipulated. But that takes us far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, however, to give you right now. A little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in this room, God willing, in about 3 months. We'll record it, we'll have some music, and it's going to be a great time. But basically, the most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Dvorah, the commentary of the Torah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book. And it's certainly the most well-understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically, what he does in Tomer Dvorah is he says, if God emanates and presents Himself as it were to the world through these 10 spheroids, and we have a mitzvah of imitating God in the
has come out, and this is what many people feel it is, which is a Mossad, CIA, whatnot.
We should imitate each one of those
Or is this
companies
basically
that
we're never going to definitively know that?
and that's ultimately what we're supposed to do.
I believe a lot of conjecture, we have a lot, and gun to my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was.
Like, let's say, for example,
The disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? And is that one of the big reasons that they do not want to have
down into the world? By matching our behavior with the attributes of these heroes, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use the Torah when we should not, for example, on Shabbat, when you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramah says it's a terrible thing to do because if you're using the Torah inappropriately, Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for the Torah, and you're mixing the wrong spirit at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which is a chapter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of Jewish spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book launch. But that's gone. It's a kind of book cover, right? It's like a baby concert at the book. So, then becomes the Ramah's disciple. Again, they only went together for about 18 months, and then there's Moshe Cordovero, who was not even 50 years old, is killed in a play, died in a play. Nevertheless, the idea is tremendously influenced by the Ramah's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but really left very few writings behind. Very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, is Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, reports in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. On earth they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Israel at the time. These and these are working with the living God, even though there's some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Islam. Here we have an amazing and incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramah and the Arizal, we also have the Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and you should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down the halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communication from an angelic being, a Madrid, which he later wrote about in his own diary, and he would just write down what the Madrid told him to write down. So there's definitely, Kabbalah and halakha deeply intertwined with one another in Islam. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which makes the Wakado ritual going out into the field Friday night to read the Sabbath flame, that's actually the best thing compared to some of the other religions they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environment of the spot, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Rock. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they'll prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a spot pastime to go around and find the graves of the people. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of, tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism as clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why does this become so powerful in our thoughts? So I'll tell you this slide here. Let's try and understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it's so profound and why it makes such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we had very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved, esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Rabbi, but after he got the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal teachings. However, the word spread far and wide, and what was happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break this approach and start writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Rabbi, was not at all systemized. It was not at all start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He was like, just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It looked like a course where you started with the basic principles and went to the specifics. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic, disciplined leader like the Ramah. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writing to speak of from the Arizal himself, that ultimately comes from his students, many of whom are disagreeing with each other. And we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected. It's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Cordoverian Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Lurianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the 10th Sfirot that I showed you earlier. One of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramak, the teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law that mirrors natural law. That God, so to speak, imagines the structure of the universe, as it were, looked at the Torah blueprint, and it created a universe that looks something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into the creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until final redemption. How so? This concept of Shirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom to the video at the top of the list there. But this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Lurianic metaphor of like hot oil poured into vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about, I don't know, 1 in 10 tea glasses that I have ever served. You know, so they put the spoon in the tea glasses, the other ones they put the hot water in, splashes everywhere. But, so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of that light. So when the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it goes to the third vessel and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessel until finally you get down here to molecules. And in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, but the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessel. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, with the cup itself, it has its existence, it owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the three parts, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and particularly you, is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. The way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, since it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the Holy Spirit to return to its holy source. The word asur in Lurianic thought means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the cup, as it were, the energy in the cup, released. So to the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Ordinary Kabbalah, he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the spark deeper in the people. So every single action, every conscious moment of a waking existence, and even sleeping existence, is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the world. And it's everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Cordovero's Kabbalah is fascinating and intricate and absorbing, the Arizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of like motivation to go do something. So we got to save the world. Whether Cordovero is about thinking about the world and about its meaning, but the Arizal is all about implementation of this Kabbalah on a daily basis. The way you do it is through something called Yehudim. We're running out of time to go into that in greater detail. The one kind of detail that I find interesting, I just read an article for today that talks about the Arizal's metaposcopy. I had to look up how to pronounce that. Apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up all kinds of rhyming anyway. Metaposcopy is the technical term for reading the face. One of the things that the Arizal is just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here. The idea is very much into the idea that the whole world was created through the divine name, through the alphabet, the whole quasi-scientific gematria that we have is associated with Zodiac Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves would be literally written on their faces. And the Arizal that because he was purified himself through so many Tikkunim and Yeshudim, was able to read on people's faces, especially their foreheads, specifically what transgressions or positive deeds they had performed. And he wrote, tremendously about this. For example, if you give tzedakah, the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. It's a fascinating, it's about a week before it's fasting. You can sponsor a class. I don't even find it. It's too bizarre in many ways. So these are the kinds of things that you would do. You would lead people and you would say, I know what happened at his home yesterday and so on, all related to this grand scheme of Bitcoin. So his legacy is an image of his grave and the tradition of Shvat, the graves of Tzadikim are decorated with balloons. And it is a pilgrimage site. His legacy is so deep, it's very hard to find a place where it does not reach. Certainly it reaches very deeply and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masses were deeply influenced by Lurianic Kabbalah. The Bava Tanya is confused with it. It reaches into the Lithuanian world, where the Vilna Gaon was also a Lurianic Kabbalah communist. It reaches beyond that into the non-Orthodox world as well, because there's so many of the rituals and songs and watching Tikkun Olam we mentioned earlier is a very important concept for many of those liberal communities that it really takes themselves back to Lurianic Kabbalah and a sense of the drama of human existence. So without doubt, it's amazing in the concept of this man, in a space really of about 3 years, from age 35 to 38, he was able to articulate without even writing it down, his vision of the meaning of existence to such a degree that we feel there's reverberations that start to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week we're going totally off the mystical Kabbalistic and we're going to talk about Baruch Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers of the early modern period, and I think you'll find it interesting. Thank you once again.
So here's what I'd like to say about athletic greens. One day my friend took athletic greens and he died. He put athletic greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's dead. Athletic greens killed my friend. I don't know why it happened. Maybe it wasn't athletic greens. Maybe it was just some type of a random medical emergency. I bet it was the greens. He was frothing at the mouth. He goes, oh no, what's happening? And it was green stuff was coming out of his mouth. He was going, I can't believe it. It's athletic greens. I'm dying. It's killing me. I knew it was fake. This is his time. He goes, I knew it was fake. Anyway, you don't get healthy by putting a pile of green shit in water. It's a lifestyle. I knew it was fake. I just put it in the easy way out. And then he just went, and he was having a seizure because of athletic greens. Now, I'm just saying, you can sue me, I'll feel bad. But I'm just saying it's a comedy show and everything I'm saying is a joke. Of course, obviously, full disclaimer, they did it. They did drop me, we tried to get them back. I performed a Carnegie Hall. We said, how about you guys come look at free tickets to my show? We're sorry. Who do you think's taking athletic greens? Do you think they're all offended by how who do you think these people are? They drink this. You think they're offended by this? All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Alex, I was just shit on an advertiser to drop me because they were talking about athletic greens. They dropped me. They dropped me because I said athletic greens on the show a few years ago.
That's the last black one. So tonight's lecture was very good. So yes, once again talk the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially because it goes to share the cost of our lovely assistants. Lisa Abramson, who used to Rodriguez is now actually amassing a bit of fan club online. They go to Rodriguez because they enjoy the video. So thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is a sponsorship
scored the ball for teams.
So tonight we're going to look at someone named David Rothschild, also known as Todd Rabbi. His name is very significant. He describes the drainage side of blue vein, the biblical side of blue vein, and we'll speak about what that means shortly. So basically, he's a rather anomalous and highly unusual figure of history because he appears on the scene in the later 16th century, and he makes a tremendous tararам where he immerses himself with success to popes and kings and emperors, and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the three tribes, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, separated the parties, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. Amazingly, he has a comment on the European political scene for about 10 years until his untimely demise.
We try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking articles and everything. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too. This is not just political, there's a lot of big people in Hollywood. Let's talk about who we know.
Of Spain and Portugal, who have converted to Christianity rather than be expelled from the 16th century. His meteoric rise to fame was cut short with the Inquisition doctrines of his activities, and he died a horrible death. But his entire art of participation in European history is quite fascinating, and I think gives us some cause to think about several aspects of Jewish history and its relationship to world history as a whole. So what I'd like to do over the next 55 minutes is just give you a quick overview of the life of David Rothschild, that is what we know about it, and I think that by then we can food for thought and wonder,
securing the border, having the American working class regain ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not opening the borders. What they've done in the UK has caused tremendous strife. You're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country. 15 trillion committed, 5 trillion
copied out and promptly lost. So unfortunately, we've lost the original text, which is highly unfortunate because we don't have a lot of paleographic evidence. We don't have, for example, see where he struck himself. It was perhaps squad involved, later involved. A lot of things are difficult to get this, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre place names that cite because we can't compare his handwriting. Nevertheless, his diary does exist. The copied version was published in a critical edition and has been the source of some wonderment for the last 100 years. This is one of the Rabbi library, and I'd like to share short interview just to surprise my daughter over there, because I actually spent quite a bit of time working in this library where I have a lot of time. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic. And I'm going to tell you a personal story that I find. This is what they do by way of it is not what they say in America when you have like ball and we take it to put. One thing that you get is flat bottom boats on the Churchwell River and single along with the sources. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. Of course, you have to do this kind of something with a lovely lady sitting next to the river. So this is how we go through it. I guess you all know her now. But our readers are very just enjoying the ride. Here's one more picture of her also in Oxford there. So sweet. I have a couple of stories. I'll tell you what I can't help it. The first one is the library story.
So, but they're also both in
it's
the
a really
White
old
House.
library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library.
It's a
And
major
there's a lot of
conflict.
archangels and all rules.
It's not quite clear why the level stuff we're doing something like that. And again, I'm not trying to say that the only problem is that look, a lot of it is it's complex, it's huge, a lot's going on. And Trump's trying to be pragmatic, but if he finds a big deal for the deep state, I'm sure the CIA will say, we'll shut this down. They won't get the trap in now. Oh, by the way, that stuff we bring in from Democrats, it's all about you. It doesn't mean it's real. If we have it, it's recycled. It's recycled BS, not Trump. And so I think that's what we see. Even if any part of you says they'll kill me because they tried to, maybe try to in Pennsylvania, where very few people have set aside the explanation of what the assassin was, Thomas Matthew Crooks, or maybe a real online footprint. We didn't know that much about him. The media only recently started to kind of add a narrative about him, but that was clearly a big brush with death. Do you think that there's any fear in that sense that Trump goes, people play for keeps? I think that's the end of the day. I think overall Trump was successful. There's a new video on him. It's viral everywhere about yes, he saw that, yes. On July 13th, we see the film crew being locked up after he shot. It shows the production by this man at the presidential speech. Trump or Obama or any of them which I've been to. Bush, they're all those. You have the Secret Service directing press back. They can't tell you when you're to be there, when you can't. He gets shot, he falls down, they wave him back. He pops back up. They let the press see that these are TV productions. So people seeing that production, and they know it's fake. The whole thing is a production. I know ballistics, I know rifles. They have real people shooting it out. And they just perfectly grants the fear. You can't fake real life. You can't fake it because it's another shooter or a guy getting killed or other people getting shot in the background. The greatest directors all fused together. Steven Spielberg, Prince would go over anytime. Scorsese, nobody can do that. Nobody can carry that out. That was real. His hair got raised. He's been there. The Carson's in the mall. Something this big. It's this big. And when it raises you, it's exactly
Let's go back to our channel. Fun stories from Oxford. Anyway, he was a beautiful town and an amazing university. I was very happy. So, Big Rig first shows up in Paris, 1523. He says, I come from Abyssinia. Possibly from Sudan. Because of what debate among two of the major scholars on Albania as to where exactly that was. But somewhere down here, Ethiopia or Sudan, up in Nile. And he quotes a long travelogue of places that visited and strange customs that he observed. The place names that he mentions on his travelogue are historical. They're very hard to post and a lot of times they're exactly where he was. But the sense of the modern culture is that he made the whole thing up. That he never was any of these places. And that he's just reporting things that he had heard from others. So much of his book travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery. In fact, one of the commentators on him wrote in the 1930s that his reputation for veracity was Syria today. So one of the things that he says about his origins seems to be hinting that in fact, we don't even know if he is very dark skin. What do you think ultimately in Trump's 4 years he would like to see? And now I would like to see like what would be Islamic robes,
their
which
goal
is
here
sort of
would be
very
to
exotic and fascinating
reconfigure
European. And
Gaza
in fact, he
in
claims
the
to
image of
have
what they would want. I
pretended to be a
imagine is
Muslim
on
on
the
many
table
occasions.
is
In
here
fact, the
another
descendant
attack
of
on
the
Iran.
Prophet
What do you think it
when he
is?
was living in Egypt.
Well,
But
I'm an expert on
there's
so
no
much
real
any as much
evidence
as
to
you want.
indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak and that's based again on paleographic evidence and internal literary evidence because he had in his travel log little Ashkenazic texts, like for example the phrase which I will quote in modern Hebrew, nice little proverbs, ki hakat salek hakat. So that sounds okay, which means anger causes knowledge to lead. Yeah, kaf salek hakat. That would sound much better if you pronounce it in Ashkenazi, which is hakat salek hakat. Rhyming, so that little check in his language may have indicated that he was Ashkenazi. I think a more persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of birth rate, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity, or who perhaps like had become expelled from Spain in the late 15th century, ended up in Israel, because he very offhand and obviously unwilling manner, a very unusual custom that is no longer practiced today, but was practiced by converso communities. Specifically, that is that if a Jew is to convert to Christianity because of their absence of social pressure and things like that, and then that Jew, now Christian, were to convert back to Judaism, there was a kind of quasi-conversion process they would go through, including immersing themselves in the mikvah, along with the guy wearing the suit who funds in Oxford. And also, this is not practiced today. They would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and hairnails. Kind of like the way it was the captured slave or the captured woman in the Torah. So that was a custom that was practiced by converso Jews living in Jerusalem. They had converted to Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had emigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they became Jewish, this is what they went through. So at one point, he described how he purchased a slave woman, and then he manumitted her, and converted her to Judaism, and in the course of his description, he described that this is what they did to her with the, cutting of her hair and trimming her fingernails, which is something that's not required for conversion, but may have indicated that he came from that specific community in Israel. We simply don't know if it's wrong, and she certainly wasn't telling us, so we just guessing. At any rate, he definitely had some time in the Middle East, and he shows up in Europe. And it's in Europe where the fun starts. So I mentioned these American battles in the 50s, obviously, years is small. So I'll just have to, I hope I can remember it. He's small, as I mentioned, swarthy person, and he was surrounded by a lot of pomp and circumstance. He liked to, for example, get expensive rides, like a beautiful white stallion, and he would have like these gorgeous banners that would proclaim him as the emissary of King Joseph from the east. And he claimed to that why the tribes of God movement in Russia, and remember why it looks so Muslim tribes?
Under international law, Israel gets 12 miles out.
Exactly. You'll
They got
recall,
one of the biggest gas fields drilled in the conflict. And it's more rich than, Texas always here.
but this is what happened. You'll recall the stories of conquest of Israel. There were two tribes and one half tribe, God Reuben and Manasseh, the half tribe, who said, you know what, after why are we going into Israel? We're looking at a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic. You know,
So it's all
the
the U.S. is involved.
and they said that
It's not because it wants to stop the Belt
but
Road.
so they traded on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would you say something like Jordan, Syria, and Moses made a deal with them that they would have that land as long as they came from Israel. So there was this kind of mystery he wants to forge a political union with you to attack the Muslims. So with all of this, noise and fury and things like that, people will go for them. Except for the Jewish biological compounds. They were not they were significant individuals who were willing to financially support them. By and large, the Jews tend to be rather skeptical about the whole thing. Nevertheless, with his elected supporters and through key introduction, he actually gained an audience with some Islamic. And when he meets with them, he goes into the White Horse and he specifically asks for four things. One, he wants to letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to make the Holy Roman Empire as like a joke. It was neither holy nor Roman. It wasn't an empire, but it had some political connotation. It was basically a central republic, Germany and environment. He wants to get France and Germany essentially to unite. And for the purpose of attacking the Muslim side. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armament. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would need to attack the Muslim empire. And the third thing is letters still cutting. Especially significant money. It seems like we're trying to get that country nuked. I know it's important. Hopefully there'll be a deal in place. He specifically wanted to possibility, but it seems like the idea was that somehow with all of these ships, to use some type of tactical nuclear weapon. I can't see any other empire and the French and the Holy See, the Catholic Church, and somehow this is up the Arab control a bunch of the trade, especially the Arabians, that India were talking about now age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all world exploration. They established a lot of trading posts along the Indian coast, and they were defending it very forcefully. Their main competitor, besides the European nations who were slow to pick up on this, their main competitor was the Arab traders who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Khomeini wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So maybe not the best port, if you recall, there's no Suez Canal at this time. So it's not like people just against the Arabians. So it's all a job for him. Better port for that. 15 years something else really valuable about the Jeddah. Stirring it up. Really close to that. And they don't care. As long as they can keep it going, they're longer. $300 million on the port city of Jeddah. What it's really disrupt a lot of Muslim people and really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical crisis that would perhaps lead to Armageddon. And that's really what the Messianic aspect of many historians believe that ultimately the quote coming of the Shia, why it's the Iranians and the other those are super popular. They're popular. One of those things, we claim to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Chester John. And we call this one of those weird history. Chester John was widely held belief in Christian Europe that there was somewhere in the Far East a true Christian king named Chester John. Here he is his subject, who had like hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and he was just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow dominate the world and put an end to the Muslim infidel stuff. All kinds of large geopolitical forces that were tectonic forces that were going at each other, and Khomeini is kind of pull on those strings and get the whole idea that was somehow win the Muslim
real people died. It was a real war, but it was totally staged to put down rebellions
The
in France.
that Portugal
That's how the
was,
world works.
they say,
Psychotic,
German
unfortunate.
on
I
at this
hope
time.
that
The
Trump
Jews had been
administration
expelled
comes
from
clean.
Spain in
It's the only way
1492.
forward.
Many of them
People
sought
in this
refuge
country need
on the edge of
not
the
the abuse of children go unchecked. You cannot let
Portugal
foreign
was
governments have leverage over our government and influence that
inquisition
makes us,
and so Jews were not allowed
completely
there.
normal. Our principles have to say that we are passive or that we are little angel cakes, as you would say. We're certainly not. But everybody, we need to get all the information out, and I appreciate you. I think you're doing an amazing job. And I love that you still call my show, and I really appreciate you. And a lot of people, I'm a big on the show. You know, also always have to have a point. Yes, these Machiavellians think because they think all this twisted kidney chest, they're smart. God sick. You already said
Jews would be under some kind of cloud of suspicion of Judaizing, of like, just, doing Christianity for show, but in reality, and now that shadow of suspicion would last for several generations. You would have conversions of the first generation, conversions of the second generation, and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was primarily a religious practice. The rest of Europe is then in fact, suspicion, that's all there was to it. You have really jokes about the Jews who walk by at church at the same time. Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes.
And the elites would rather destroy the world than sacrifice their positions.
There's a sign outside that says,
Exactly. They've got their bunkers, like Dr. Street Flows, based on the story by Curtis LeMay.
so
The chairman of the staff at LLM succumbed to,
I can use $500.
well, then we came out
Go
in
in,
64,
see what happens, great.
it's all
I get
declassified.
$500.
If he could bring all that sense evidence,
So he
it tells
goes
me on this final thing.
Takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes,
Curtis
half an
LeMay,
hour.
deputy
Comes
head
out
of
an
the
hour
Joint
later.
Chiefs staff at LLM, so they come
It's good to $500.
of the Eisenhower administration. Supreme Commander, he was mad at the Germans and said it was only food for the people to starve to death. It was like he was a pussy dude. They come down, they say, sir, we're going to bomb our own military bases and shoot down our own planes. We're going to blame the Russians and send the Cubans to it. We got a plan to take attack Russia. And if they only lose 20 million Americans in their nuclear response, we win a few years under mutually assured destruction, they'll take us out. Fire them. And then they try to come back and unity fire them. It's Operation Northwoods. The movie Dr. Strangelove was leaked, basically. And he made the film to show it happened. They were literally in meetings talking about mine shafts and how we get gross domestic product done. Even the worst case scenario, they knocked out most of the population. And they came to Eisenhower, and then they tried again. Guess who the adjunct of LLM was? Oh, like 27. Donald Rumsfeld. So when you see 9/11 in the Project Margaret Century, it's the same people. And then Dick Cheney, he wrote it. So this is literally the ghost of LLM, sir. The ghost of Curtis LeMay. The movie Dr. Strangelove is a documentary of what almost happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis, declassified. The U.S. put 90 missiles on the border of Russia in several places, including Turkey. Medium-range nukes. Russia put nukes there. I'm not Russia, they're Russia. The point is that they all told us, oh, Russia put medium-range nukes in Cuba. There's not missiles. It was on TV. Keep your missiles out. But our media will store it. It's not the average American's bad. Eisenhower's bad. These crazy power mad generals. And now what do we do? We put missiles on Russia's border. As Russia said here, they said, you are here getting us every day with medium-range hypersonic missiles we can't stop. If we get us 2 or 3 days, we will respond. Then we see a large aeronautical attack in Russia. Here it is. Missiles. And it's like it's a nuclear sneak attack. Because that's all they can shoot. Right? Oh my God. They can take out all the Russian bases. All the Russian weapons are in the West. All the Russians are in the West.
In about 1965,
We're so close. U.S. Army looks
here
every
he is
war.
wanting to show up
Atomic
there.
energy, scientists out of Chicago, the most respected
to that battle with the Muslims. Some of the scholars on the Hussein were crying that what he was trying to do is trying to start the final World War. Muslims and Christians fought with not for Armageddon, so strictly speaking, Khomeini is superior too. Khomeini was not a false Mashiach himself.
Alex Jones with his legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on in the past 10 years. And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, on the lid off this cover-up. And then they get it off this. And now it seems like they're part of this cover-up. So, what in your estimation has happened?
And they see him and they believe him as being the forerunner of the outside of all sources. Perhaps the most fascinating of his followers was a young man named Diego. By the way, this picture,
15 days ago,
this shows renditions we have from the period that shows Khomeini riding on a white horse. And we don't know for sure if the artist really saw this or not. It was memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has a fancy commandments written on it. Apparently, he received a major gift from that as well. This is another than Benita Abrabano, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator. As part of her donation, Khomeini was his fascinating Ten Commandments that he carried with him when he went to see at any rate, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers is a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level before the church. He was from the conversion background in the 1600s, that would make him 2 years after his parents had converted to Christianity. And he was so taken with revenge that shortly his followers begged to taken along with him. Khomeini initially refused to take followers, but when Pires demonstrated his bona by circumcising himself, then Khomeini realized that maybe this guy is a real deal, so he took him with him. Pires then went on to split up after a while. He ended up in Jerusalem, and he declared himself the Mashiach. He believed that Khomeini was introducing him to the world. So to speak, to John the Baptist. They would already use this, but and that in fact, Pires was the Mashiach. And where he didn't get too much traction with that idea of Jerusalem, because, in Yerushalayim, every 4 cubits you trip over another Mashiach. But this is in Lincolnshire. That's a very interesting Lincolnshire has very unusual banner. Anyways, once this happened, you can imagine Pires had gotten an official circumcised himself and declaring himself a Jew, following Locals, following Rabbi, he said, he's trying to out, or in Portuguese, like, laugh him out, and he had related Spanish Portuguese. At this point, we sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange interview where he was apparently shipwrecked. This is very shipwrecked. No one, my daughter to leave this what? At any rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere in the
Blackmail operation.
and he is apparently taken captive by a Jeffrey Epstein, serious
billionaires like Les Wexner,
and finally
many others.
of
And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections Epstein
they
had
put
to
up the money to
intelligence,
ransom him, and then he said
moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House?
The diary shows some evidence of literary tampering. Like, maybe he used the diary once. one way to change it because, for example, one of the great scholars of this figure, Ben Melech, argues that what's really going on is that he wanted Portugal as his main goal, and when Portugal did not work, he had to rewrite the whole story. So the diary itself doesn't give us a really good sense of what exactly was his plan. Anyway, he goes back and he tries again. He shows up in 1530 in Italy, and he once again tries to get this Pope Clement to settle. At this point, the Jews, he's been around now for 50 years, the Jews of Italy are not quite so enthusiastic about the entire thing, and they warn the Pope that in reality, they're not sure that really any is as, it's not going to go through it. And specifically, they point to numerous letters from Joseph, the letters from Dr. John, all of these documents say they're total forgeries. And he wants to defend himself by saying, no, they're not forgeries. But they are. He said, I lost some of them, when I was shipwrecked. Remember that shipwreck business? So when I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I know that the memory is true, but at any rate, the Pope is not really interested. So the story ended. He did, however, get a chance to Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. And by the way, at this point, Shlomo Moltke had rejoined them, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V. So that is the whole story. Unfortunately, for both of them, Charles V had just recently signed a new law in the place that specifically banned any form of Judaizing in the Holy Roman Empire. And so therefore, he handed over the two of them to the Inquisition, which was active there as well. And that disaster was going over. Rabbi himself was prisoner away in Spain. Moltke was given the opportunity to rejoin the Christian by baptism, which he was burned at the stake on the cross. And so his brief life is there. Now, we don't know exactly what happened with Rabbi, but there's some external evidence that he was probably death in a similar manner in 1538. So in the space of about 15 years, this meteoric rise of this unknown truth gets access to all of the chambers of power, and nearly starts with world greatest compared to anyone else who's seen that back. And that's basically our story. So what do we get out of this? So we're going to assess a few things. First of all, why do we do all of this? Where do all of this come from? So you recall that Scrooge was origins in possibly in Jerusalem, among the converts of you recall that the early 16th century was a period of tremendous communistic speculation. This is the period when, for example, the great Moshe
Obviously, we have 10,000 hours of video.
and the spot
She said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They did not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the attorney general. Why would she say she has files on her desk? If none of these implicated anybody, it just feels like they're covering something for sure. 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense.
At any rate, Melech, one of the scholars that I've done to work on Rabbi in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Rabbi Abraham Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the fascinating Prophecy of a Child, in which he specifically messianic ideas to specific dates and time and things like that. And so with all of this energy devoted to the idea of the end of days, and so Malik was mentioned that Ruvaini picked all of this stuff up and decided to do something with it himself. Not necessarily working with the Kabbalists. In fact, it's likely that they never met, but nevertheless took these ideas and put them into practice. He acted apparently, although we don't have any evidence that he's the head of a cell or involved with any people. But he was nevertheless able to attract significant support of select individuals, relative to who thought that this was actually something that could come to pass and deserved the financial support. That in itself, I think, is worth thinking about. Why is it that the mass of Jews really went in two different directions? First, those who felt that this was really the end of days. Other Jews who were perhaps not so impressed with the circumstances felt that this was crazy, but they have a big report. Nevertheless, there were individuals who were with their money behind it, and with the right amount of financial backing, they were able to get access to the highest chambers of power. I think that if you put this into a equation, we have to look at it something like this. His personal piety, he is known to have been highly observant, rather uncurious. Some of the accounts say that he fasted 6 days a week. Obviously, reading at night kind of a Muslim style, like Orthodox, maybe where he has the Sabbath, things like that, combined with conscious sense of theater, that nature of his self-presentation is overwhelming people. That resulted in tremendous universe. There were people who really believed this combination, which was a good idea, especially because a second career. Anyway, he had the right approach. At any rate, this is a totally new path for multiple guys, of which there are so many. That was this would be a very successful one that would later be emulated. For example, in the 17th century, after most famous or infamous of all society, the Shabbatite Jews, also wrote centers of power, but perhaps I would count this more likely with Nation of Gaza, who was propaganda. Gaza worked with Shabbatite Jews, prevented the Jews on Emperor, who sent out to capture or David Hussein, but nevertheless the same kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, I could then do a rather bizarre story. I've never spoken about David Hussein before. Sort of comments that appears briefly on the stars of Jewish constellation. I'm not exactly sure what it means in the overall scope of Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to I apologize I sort of misdefined this, so it's much more fascinating to think about than to talk about. But I got to make some stuff up. Maybe I'll take a few questions. Yes, Church, we were dead once. Yeah, we know that. Cameras and all this stuff. Island in there in the Caribbean, and this facility is right next to Mexico in New York. Absolutely. And it's Barack there photographed dozens of times, 30-some meetings there in New York. And all of a sudden you get a 180 as soon as Netanyahu shows up. Trump learns what's in the FBI file. Right after that, Netanyahu comes and tells him, and I don't believe from my sources, the solo FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through, jobs, $15 trillion coming in, $3 trillion a year, he wants to World War III and not the Vegas, and so you can't control it now. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russian against he goes out and says, well,
But I mean, crazy when you say
which
a top financial advisor, are we talking about FC's neighbor?
the expulsion from Spain and Portugal, though, was no less
Okay,
horrific.
interesting,
And
and that
in
makes
many ways,
sense.
they were thought of as much
So
later
you're telling
tragedy.
me, I'm not trying to be a big
Things
person.
like a
Yeah,
huge
TV
risk
to me
to the
is
world,
right, London.
should be
That's
expelled
right, Howard London.
from those two countries.
Don't sue me.
All.
Kidding. We
So
all
there's
suing this
definitely
is
an
like,
argument
yeah,
for I think that
she's gonna
they're
fire me to be
low debt and they feel that the debt
Now,
has to be around the
well,
corner.
let's say you run out, you're smarter than everybody else was. I'm a church.
Why was Shopkins
They're blackmailing
more
her London.
successful than
I've
they
been
were?
thrown there from the FBI.
That I don't know.
And it's not like anything wrong. But yeah. Here's my question. Just like Maxwell sitting in the jail. In Tallahassee, Florida. We have Alex Acosta, who supposedly there was an unsourced or privately sourced, unnamed sourced person that Vicky Ward quoted saying Alex Acosta said, I was told to stand down. Epstein belonged to intelligence. That is why he was not prosecuted. The federal prosecutor, right, to the fullest extent of the law. Why do we not, and by we I mean the Trump administration, the American people demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress and that Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was. I think maybe you have a good idea about what it was. But it's a vile operation. It destroyed the lives of children. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens up many questions about a financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class. By the way, this is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this. Let's be very honest, because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money, and lots of our politicians. I mean, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard or whatever they are. Why do we demand that they testify, Alex?
The violence that attended that with the expulsion of the Iberian Peninsula, because in the case of Magnitsky rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert.
I was about to go.
I'm not sure that's completely true. I think there were some options to be baptized. So it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify that. There's so much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. That's so big. But
These lawyers have been saying months ago, Eleanor was Trump better partner. And then before Elon came out and said, hey, Trump's the list, you're never going to see it. Which has a lot more credibility now. Because of this, it doesn't mean Trump did anything wrong, but he's implicated. He's embarrassed by it. The issue with guys like Maxwell is she's in prison for decades. So you can't trust somebody to testify who has already not implicated other people, but now that he's convicted in prison, maybe she'll say that I was involved, but that makes sarcastic.
I don't know.
My point is that pressure mounts for guys like Maxwell really to testify for God. I am a Jews that pulled disclosure quite ago. Now, from all my research and sources, Trump wasn't actually involved with any of this.
We have so many
And they're going to be able to continue to blackmail that they know. So I think Justice is going to have its fault. But the thinking is, you may implicate these big tech titans like Bill Gates that was heavily involved in all this. His wife lived him over.
maybe a half of it there may have taken us down to potential. Otherwise, it's society to push around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can really connect these guys with some of the more mainstream and there's another very responsible that I have to think about some more of that. Okay. Really nice question. Thank you very much for coming. Next week, we're going to look at the resale of much more mainstream figure at 8 o'clock prompt. Thank you very much.
A lot of people, it's a two-tier justice system, right? It's emblematic of everything. It's emblematic of everything. What I told Vance, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. Nobody will support you guys. You are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. I think it paralyzes their presidency. And what did Ben say? He agrees with me. He agrees with me. You know, like it really is. Even Mike Johnson came out of what you guys said, really. I mean, he agrees with me that the calls are coming from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see a face, which is completely crazy, by the President of the United States. And I'm not a paranoid Israel hater, but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are
There's a very, very well-respected rabbi who spent many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives. And he is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on. And he lives up in heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about how the technology to careful to promote it. So he goes up and
so that if you have information on you with the IRS that's now merging with, your arrest record, and if you've attended a protest, and whatever the case may be. We see it in the UK, people getting sent to jail for tweets. We see it all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese Social Credit Board says that this feels a lot like a precursor to that. Steve Bannon has said that he thinks that these 10 people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward, because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
I hope you all have a chance when you're getting the flyer. Actually, there's not a approval yet. I hope that's going to be okay. But it's a good draft anyway. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, we can please distribute a couple of things that draw to your attention. There's at least one typo. We're currently getting 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm sure not going to do that. But I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it. So, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time. And we have to do that until March 12th. And because of the time of tomorrow, it will interfere. So we're going to go back to the once the clock has changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar and a historian has been in the early modern period, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week. I've tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I believe it was important to talk about Sarah Bastovi. Did anyone hear what's word of Sarah Bastovi? Mr. Weiser, of course. Sarah Bastovi was one of the most famous composers of women's Europe. Specifically addressed life-changing issues, domestic issues, and they really provide tremendous insight into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very, very small attention. With the exception of the great story of Rabbi Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these people and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So this is where we start. I want to speak about the Bill Nadar and immediately afterwards the Alta Rebbe. So them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some previous as he put it, to get a ticket to European healthcare. So during that period of time, it was very difficult to maintain a Jewish identity and still engage with a wider society, get to universities, orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he's exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he was resident poetic life really was one of Germany's greatest poets in the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision and so speaking to the dichotomy of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks we'll have a fantastic series of lectures. I'm really looking forward very much to engaging with you. One other change is going to happen besides the timing.
They want to start
This semester I experimented with not having an email list. Because there was a lot of work to overcome contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester. It was a terrible mistake because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email not to remind them that there is a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online, things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of the page. That's the website. Sign up right there, and I'll make sure you do your best right place to check it out. I think that's about it for my announcement. Or anything else, sir? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, with Rachel, as always, it's great listening to this. The time is 8. You're not saying exactly. They're inherently so brilliant. I say my first thing is that. But for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m.
Very few of them are going to go on to terraform Mars.
We are once again grateful to the Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity to get together and discuss history, turning points, and turning personages in our past. And
digital
we're
police state
welcoming
or Chinese style
sponsors
surveillance state. I think a lot of those people probably
purposes
want to create something like that in our society.
That
does seem like
filming. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. Everybody's a member from Germany. I'm not sure why. Maybe one of the conferences was like, go away. Just go, Mr. Rodriguez. So, sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're offering $200 per lecture so that we can defray the cost and to support the synagogue for all the surveillance. But I'm glad that you're all here to show first biometrics for them. Okay, so let's go directly without further ado to our topic tonight, mathematics. One of the most important mythical minds of the highest Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was getting sort of close to old age and essentially relaxed in his retirement and surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church of the exiles in but he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community. When he arrived, he had two permanent residents in the boundaries of the city. He created the first permanent minion
not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies
and essentially create the foundations for what
using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? And is that one of the big reasons that they do not want it
kind of a figure attempting to compromise two warring who thought that of Spain and that of France. He moved to some fascinating periods of intellectual development that created a huge corpus of great literature that still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches, both contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in the final years Rabbi Moshe to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe not only the Ramban, the one of the cardinal So the Rabban before Corona in 1194 was very illustrious family background. He was actually first cousin of Rabbi Yonah of that city, very important university. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually critic of minorities and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistered critiques on the Maimonidean manufacturing this evidence that Trump is at the same time with the crisis over Maimonidean writers century about the tenure of Maimonides against the establishment of such a Rabbeinu Yonah, not just who was Rabbi Yonah, but I'm jumping ahead of what I should do. To talk about the life of the Ramban. They put him under surveillance. The documents are out. He ended up lots of information about the curriculum reported later there's no doubt whatsoever that his because some evidence indicates that like many rabbis of the era were still living outside of his activity as a medical doctor, but unlike Maimonides, we do not have an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he practiced much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. Before it can be understood in several different avenues of Islam. In many ways, he's very creative, and actually, he was the creator of several disciplines or sub-disciplines within Islam. First of all, he was a halakhist. He spent multiple works in which he writes and codifies Islam. Understand where he is placed is relative because step back for a second. Step back for a second. He might be able to that's one of the things I said. The halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, which is the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand is that statutory laws are like this is exactly how you behave, not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what you say do, and then developing that legal precedent. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements that say how you behave, and then rabbis say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will give a particular commentary and says, well, that may be what the Spartans do, but we have to do something different. And then you get this different part of the world that you can say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have Rick Morris talks about these things, right? So do you want to comment on am I defining these references correctly?
I know people in Chicago that he said that essentially had led to a secret double life his entire life. They were shocked that he was polling so well in the election. Obviously, he was a brilliant politician, but the media didn't go near any of his secret life. They didn't go. There's a lot of people that obviously the media trying to stand down, but I know people in Chicago, these large financial institutions that knew him, were shocked that more details about his private life weren't emerging.
question is, like, give a talk at the behavior, Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then Canada will say Rabbi Z will say a third thing.
Seems to be whether
So
you're
we want the next topic without
if
actually
you have a problem
deciding.
with
And you read the mission and say, well, what kind of law
drugs
code
or
is this?
money
Where's the law?
or
All I
something
see
like
is
that,
then you move on
leverage
to
is
this
always
topic.
being
And
used
the
on
public
different people
expands this
to
tremendously.
control them.
Like, with a lot of
Make
debate,
compromise,
again,
1,000%.
without saying
So
what's the
Trump,
bottom line, what
in
is the
my
truth.
estimation,
And this debate,
just
and
let everything out.
no
No matter how embarrassing it is. Yeah, I mean, he does.
study in itself a form of prayer, intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get the bottom line. In fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line, they spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, the chicken kosher or not. Is these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? So at some point, these public debates will be transformed into a halakha, the way, transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law that can't marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, like the transference from debate of the Talmud into a list of rules, is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Rothschild'S. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Al-Qasi, or the Greek, as we know, what he did was he essentially took the Talmud and edged it out all of the debate as much as possible that did not go directly to Allah, and left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards Allah. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this is repeated in reverse by another scholar, like who wrote a Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very strict, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. So he created a separate Talmud called the Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff is in a separate book. Very fascinating. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out, and let's organize it by purpose, rather than by discussion. And we'll break everything up and say, no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll gather it and discuss the other part of the Talmud and create a logical code.
Frustrated. I also think, yes, get the poison food out.
Repetition of
Also, Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen,
when he came out with this code,
a lot of them had adverse health effects, and now that's not being talked about.
similar things on a much
Everything's
smaller
about food
scale.
tie. Now, by the way, get the
Naturally,
food
there's a
tie out.
tremendous amount of debate.
Sure,
All of a
but let's
sudden,
not
all of
indemnify
this
companies like Pfizer
that
and
was
all these
open-ended,
people
that people could
going
engage
forward. I
in,
mean,
kind of
big
like
pharmaceutical, it's the biggest
for software. All of a sudden, it was being kind of like hammered into one particular shop. It was like Microsoft or Apple. Line up to people could just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. So there was a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this concept. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them. Because Spain was very, orthopraxic, very interested in saying what is the law, where's the law, even if it meant spend less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, ignoring the enforcement of the Talmud, people, if they just go to the law, they never know how they work it. They never, experience the freedom of debate. They never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the students in France were very upset about Maimonides, and in fact, like earlier in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' work.
before in the day-to-day, a lot of the thing was going on about the charges and
moderate
it
success
was a criminal that should
is a
stand
system
trial.
that engages in
It is
the
interesting
study
to
of
see
common
that
core its own
this
state, but at
administration
the
is
same
starting
time
to
tries to arrive at
spin
a
out of
conclusion
control.
again. This school was ultimately
It feels like
developed
that's
and
what
furthered by the
in the first
physicists
5 months
who
or so.
who also realized that the pure study of the problem was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of their own, not very much quantity, towards the final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Montgomery did, primarily in the methodological realm, and this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study. So it's extremely influential thinker, bringing together two very different approaches. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collection of works today were published. So there were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remain in incunabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century. But the critical edition of circulating today is 4 very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, the fantastic book called Adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very practical. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentary scattered throughout his work, and only one actual totally standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote every commentary following the Talmudic tractate. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as a thinker. But the most famous, without a doubt, you have heard of the Ramban. Probably 9 times out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies 4 volumes, second, and then really it's 2 full volumes. Double-column page with also comes around. And certainly, his commentary is 5 places only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve, our Torah is certainly Ramban. In fact, that, with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Uncle, which is studied for other reasons, his one master, Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. He has very ably translated into English a couple of times, so there's a fairly good but I've still written more to get to the library right now. And met with tremendous popular feeling, and I highly recommend it to you. So given the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary on the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of think like, what's that I'm here to hear this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the Torah and the moral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the Torah, a lot of opaque passages, a lot of difficult passages. I have thank you very much. My lovely assistant, Rick Norwood, has this the 2 translations published by Art School. The translator is Rabbi Yaakov Blinder.
At the end of the day, I think that
Blinder, but I
I'm not naive. You're not naive. There's serious players behind the scenes that are exerting pressure on all kinds of people. And I know you can't wave a magic wand and make the news go away. You can't, throw the whole in jail overnight. But if there's no accountability for this type of criminal activity that everybody knows about,
Rashi's main point is he wants to show unity of
it's
the
going to eat away at not only this administration, but at the government and the justice system in this country.
Apologizing for total Torah and
fam, while you're there, I'm really going to talk about the show. I love you. I was going to do this with you. I just told you I'm going to have guests.
Here it is, $100 later, and the Rothschild'S synthesized it, let us challenge the meaning of this. Like you, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Very rabbi, but a lot of trouble
And now it's time to tell you about
psychologically
Athletic Greens, the
analyzing
company that dropped me for using for talking about allergy. I did one ad on my show about Athletic Greens many years ago. We did it from Alex's studio, and they dropped me. So here's what I'd like to say about Athletic Greens. One day my friends from Athletic Greens, he died.
rather courageous thing to say. I would
I put Athletic Greens in a water bottle and shook it up, and then he drank it, and now he's
really
dead.
much more of a,
Athletic Greens killed my friend. I don't know why it
consider him
happened.
a modern
Maybe it
commentator,
wasn't
but
Athletic
really
Greens.
trying
Maybe
to
it was
hold
just
our hands to the text.
some type of a random medical
Essentially,
emergency.
small
All it
essays,
was the greens.
small essays.
He was frothing at the mouth. He goes, oh no,
the
what's happening? And there was green stuff was coming out of his mouth. He was going, I can't believe it. It's Athletic Greens. I'm dying. It's killing me. I knew it was fake. He says he's talking. He goes, I knew it was fake. Anyway, you don't get healthy right away. You find the green shit water.
The Ramban,
Lifestyle. I knew it was fake. I just put it the easy way out. And then he just started going, he was having a seizure.
approaches to the
Because
text
of Athletic Greens.
really provide a much more
I'm just
engaging
saying,
and
I can see
fascinating
Bill show that.
approach to it. His
But I'm
style
just
is
saying it's
quite
comedy
different
show.
from
Everything I'm saying is a joke. Of course,
Very
obviously, full disclaimer, can't kill my friend. They did drop me. We tried to get them back. I performed a Carnegie Hall. We said, how many guys come give me free tickets to my show? We're sorry, who do you think's taking Athletic Greens? You think y'all offended by Alex Jones? Who do you think these people are that drink this? You think they're offended by this? All right, thank you. Come, thank you. I'll get back. Alex Jones, I was just shooting at an advertiser who dropped me because of your ass. Deciding issue because you killed Epstein, all the cover-up people learned about it. And then now, Trump made a big issue. I'm saying the honest here. Don't look at it. Don't talk about it. He's not that stupid to do something like that.
There's also
And
quite a bit
so
of
the whole
Kabbalistic
thing makes no
reference
sense. It
in
is a
this
disaster.
which
brought a bunch of good people. It's so sad.
around the time
I
of
mean, it's
the
integrity issues. I can't sit here
as
and
a
play along with
dominant
it. And all the other drugstores,
Spanish
Mossad, blackmailing Trump.
although the
And I
Ramban
just wonder,
very
how
little
we're supposed to get out of this.
physically
I'll be
dedicated
fix
to
it.
Kabbalah,
Because
there's
normally,
no question that
he become a president,
quite a
went
bit
to
of
work
writing
election
up
in his house and said,
passages here and there,
record the
sort
culture
of
keeps going.
take and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah. Please agree that a major interest and
Very big
activity
donors,
for
people like Gary Madison and stuff like that, had a lot of political connections.
as I mentioned a little earlier,
And I think there's probably pressure
when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy,
as well.
which was not
People
only
that spend a
over
lot of money
Maimonides'
to help
attempt
Trump get
to
elected, they're
codify
probably
the
doing
law
it.
in the Mishnah Torah,
Let's make this go away.
he was
Let's not
also
have this big
based in
embarrassment.
Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides
Sorry,
was
did you hear me?
the rationalist of Jewish
You're
history,
back. Okay.
and even Maimonides had difficulty with it many times, like for example,
This is a lobster. It's
when
the summer.
the
See, that's like it's the summer. It's like lobster. That's like it was 8 months. It's like it was 8 months.
Oh, I forgot.
See, what does that say about me? I don't see a lobster. I
Yes,
see a
that's
deal.
one of the more difficult
I
passages.
think it's December.
I
So
don't recall what
when the lobster's over, it goes so full, we put a pocket.
one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think
Yeah, we try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking calls and everything. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassing. This comes out too. This is not just political. They put a lot of big people in Hollywood. Let's talk about who we know. Clear blackmailing operation. I mean, high-tech people, science people, vaccines, engineers, Harvard, massive Hollywood. Like a Steve Jobs lives
it's very clear.
All those people, and that's my big frustration. It's
end of the day, are you talking to a person? But so majority of biblical commentators take it at face value. Yeah,
Great. I process it the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having it, getting having American working class
Maimonides says not at all.
and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not opening the borders. Well, they've done in the UK. It's caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country. 115 trillion committed 5 trillion 31. I mean,
So one of the major things with Maimonides was that it was overly influenced by libertarian philosophy. And even though Maimonides was a capitalist, quite divorced from a rationalist, he felt himself as a capitalist. He felt constrained to defend Maimonides and get nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalist and the capitalist was unsuccessful. He wasn't even bring about an intellectual compromise in Spain, perhaps in the problem, but he would not use the great Maimonides, and that was the latter's work was destroyed So moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Maimonides' life, the disputation of 1266. It's only lasted 30 years, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews. It was a period when the church was ascendant, pastoral powers were losing their authority, and in general, during this kind of triumphal ecclesiastical period, as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and segregate them into certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that kept the Jews in the good favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that I don't know if I've ever mentioned in this class. Abraham's War history. I don't know what's the Abraham's War history of Abraham. That's the one takeaway message I would graduates get. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. Maybe it's something about the just think about it next. But anyway, the Romans occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of the High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure, a feudal structure, in which the Jews had a status called Servi Camerati. The servants of the royal kingdom. And just in a nutshell, maybe another lecture will expand on it, but basically, the Jews were occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they wanted to actually dealt in coinage. And the Jews had money lending, small town commerce, sometimes larger commerce, and so that meant that as opposed to chicken, they actually had red cash on board of most society because of that particular thing. So what the king did in medieval Europe is they said that cash directly by the royal chamber. That's what they said in the Camerati age, because they are servants of the royal chamber directly. You can have, like Swanley and Yitzhak and Dickens, title, living in the 8th century, and they're living in that shadow country, but they are actually subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the Lord, the Baron, or the Lord. They actually report directly to the king, not that they're really seated king, but they're money lords. So the Jews, on the one hand, did not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industry phrase that Kings you may have heard of. It's kind of funny. We have a college with an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish. And all the friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All the calls are her Jews. Anyway, let's go on another shooter or a guy getting killed or other people getting shot in the background. Here we go. This old rabbi is walking out of school one day, and a gust of wind blows his hat off his head and across the street. The other rabbi can't quite, cross the street, but across the street, there's a young man who sees this happening, and so goes out and gets the hat and returns it to the rabbi. So the rabbi says, bless you, my son. So this guy, he feels, wow, that's by the rabbi. I want to hear. He just goes to the racetrack and looking at the names of the horse, he sees there's a hat and a cat. Maybe that's a sign. I rested the rabbi said, I'm going to get on the cat. Wow, this is great. He looks at the next page. There is another horse whose name is Tom. Wow, puts all the money on Tom Hat. Tom Hat comes in first. And it goes on all day. Finally, up on the page, a doll dressed like this. What happened? Tells me the whole story, and says, what happened? Where's the money? Well, at the very last race, they got a horse called Chateau. And she said, you're an idiot. Different than Chateau. Chateau is hat. She called it, doesn't matter. It's some Japanese horse called Ramachana. Thank you for joining. So she had to production, but it's a production that's a real good job. Before you go, what do you think Netanyahu wants? I mean, they bombed Syria today. Gaza takes it insane. They seem to be hitting internet done with Iran. I've got this here in the first century. The church is not benefiting from these attacks. And so, as they get more powerful, various reasons that are gathered, so here, they pressure the king to do what we're doing, allowing to see Netanyahu like this. I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting access, but this is not right. Their goal here would be to have a Serbian state value. Look, that those who, reject Gaza in the image of what they want, I imagine that's on the table. Is it another attack on Iran? What do you think it is? What happens is that the king's kind of power attraction, as much as you want to be the church, the Jews tend to absorb it. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century. A lot of the expressions of this was so-called station, where churchmen, for various reasons, the Islamic was going last would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put together an argument for Judaism, then critically challenged by their Christian interlocutors, and everyone more at the end of the day saying, well, so this is great, those Jews are so awesome, that was the way that this was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity. So we'll have some knowledge of so in the case of Nachmanides, it was a matter of converts to Christianity. However, when they called for the unification, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was not only the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years. They don't read some Ramazzo, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout. Even embarrassing to get it. And he was invited to the neighborhood. Challenges them, and then people forget about it later. You blow them up next month. Like I said 8 months ago, when question. What my brilliant daughter is a halakha that is, I'm not asking halakha, it's just the Rav, but there is a large body of religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although the main idea behind that is what's called Mari Kaya, seeing of the eye. It's not appropriate for example, dress like this, not walk into a church. Oh, look at that. 7.5 hours, nobody responds. So, Mari Kaya does not apply, and people know why you want to do it. Not so, like, let's say, for example, sometimes because churches are large open public spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's, it's a big for sale sign. So in this case, I was a company that was certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows tourists are going there. Very subtle question. She's going to Israel, God willing, next September, so she will become waiting. God willing. Okay. So anyway, successfully, that he said, okay, once we allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into a debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to master any art in classroom. Under international law, and in the summit of 1963, they had 4 gas fields starting the debate. And enough money, the results were, we did have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account with the black guys, in which reports probably figured out by now the church wins. How can you sponsor a debate like this? At one point, the Dominican Judaism have the church before me. So the church, the judges were all fortunate to decide yes, Christianity wins. But we also have a lot of these accounts. All the way up from Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Sefer HaMikvah. And so Israel wants to build the base about 3 or 5 pages long, shipping like gas and the pipeline in Europe. It's got probably the Christian side, it looks like the Christian side, the Jewish side, it looks like the Hananian, but when you look at a few other external factors, it's pretty clear that money is one of the richest gas fields. First of all, trillions debate of pure liquid gas and oil. Even though they pronounced the church winner, public Christianity winner, the king gave that money to the Saudi Arabia wants to come in and the winner, but they could obviously give all the hotels. That's all the cover. The hotels and the swimming pools, casinos are nothing. It's that hub. The king. Because the southern hub, you can say, well, there's natural gas all the way from right there to the Mediterranean up to Syria. But you've got to have the hub at the start of it. The pipeline you come out of Israel. So this is not even debated. So we're talking, let's say, like $7 trillion in current numbers. It's not the cost of reading the accounts today is like
$20 trillion in dollars that give the military control.
The Vatican, largely commodities and trial
they've never had a control before.
He had said, listen,
so this is about strategic alliances and control and blocking China. So I want Israel. It's all about the U.S. backsliding. Oh, please, don't know what Gaza war. Years ago, again. Oh, please don't hit Gaza war. No, the U.S. and its interests are actually a lot of Israel. That's exactly right. What is the end game in Ukraine? You're still paying big checks. We're still spending a lot of money. It seems like we're trying to get that country nuked. I mean, hopefully there'll be a deal in place. Whereas there's a second thought, that is a very big possibility.
one point about Beethoven's
policy of America is to push Putin into a corner until he uses some type of tactical nuclear weapon. I mean, I can't see any other.
brilliant and
Usually your
simple
analysis is
that
just,
use
your
one of the
self-attack.
strongest
Kind
attacks.
of Francis
You
finance
will
the
call
military
them
that
into
was
zoning
Sweden,
such
Germany,
concrete that
the
it's
UK,
just
also
badly
the
that
last year
you
looked this up.
tens of
They
thousands
said
of
our
such
business plan is a 20 to 30 year
destroy
control over Russia.
that money
We'll
that
bankrupt Russia.
so one of the
We'll totally
biggest charges
Russia.
some of this
Well,
Christianity
that
was
didn't
actually
work.
much better
Russia's
prepared than
outperforming weapons
was
production.
that the
Conventional
Talmud,
munitions, artillery shells 3 to 1, drones 3 to 1.
the Talmud
So
blasphemes
that's not working.
specifically says some terrible
And
things
so
about
the
his
EU's collapsed
personage,
financially in months
about
notice.
his parentage,
And
about his
got
character, all
just
kinds
like
of things
Vietnam
that
turned
put
out
the
with
internal
North
rules
America.
of the
Hitler
state
and this
were
40,000 America.
unforgivable.
Oh, what's just a big war game to make money?
And
They wanted
Monty's
a place
defense is
where
very simple.
they could have won
Said,
very quickly bombing the war. They could have won,
oh
destroying it, but they never
no,
did that
that's
because
not the
it
Jesus
was just
that
a
you
way
guys
to pump
That's another guy named
back
Jesus.
then, like 3 million. So
And hey,
just
you know,
off
it's
branching
not
out
a
the ocean that you put in.
right, Joshua.
So it's all trying to work.
We have a,
And you've had for 15 years the
character
U.S.
named
and Soros
that had a
overthrowing
rabbi
efforts
named
Ukraine, stirring it up,
Prophet.
poking at Russians,
He was ultimately
and they don't care.
Prophet.
As long as they can keep it going, they're laundered $300 million in just the last few years. And it's all in weapons laboratory. And so they don't care. And so they're talking about 30% of the EU budget now going to Ukraine, psychotic clinics. Yeah, so a war is a big black hole. They can launder money through. And at the end of the day, Muslims are more popular than ever. They just the Iranians and John will go wait. Muslims are super popular. Now they're popular. Muslims are already popular. He's even more popular. It's not they go wing. But war is a hell of a mistake. You go back to the movie Over the Eggs. Called the King. Which is pretty boring. He finds out at the end that his ministers have a rebellion in England with the Scots and the Irish and the Welsh. He's ultra short. He's an Irish Republican over the years. And his French cousin, the really old Norman, the one who conquered the British diplomatic Vikings that conquered France in England. And they don't tell the king because his other brother died, so they had to have him when his dad died. This is a true story. And so he goes and has to have a war with France, and all his buddies die. He wins. And his minister comes to the end and says, he did a really good job. He stays on this. That's why he meets with the king of France. He took all this and he goes, great job. You're really a world leader. And then he meets with the head minister. And the ex-chairhead goes, we staged all this for you, sir. Now you put down the rebellions. You're now the traitor in England. And he kills him. It's a true story. He pulls a dagger out. His best friend died. Stabs him to death. Learning. This whole thing was staged. Real people died. It was a real war, but it was totally staged. It was now rebellions in France. And now that's how the real world works. Psychotic, unfortunate. I hope the Trump administration comes clean. It's the only way forward. People in this country need. We cannot be abusing children go unchecked. We cannot let foreign governments have leverage over our government and influence that, makes us, completely normal of our principles. Not to say that we are passive or that we are little angel cakes, as you would say. We're certainly not. But everybody, we need to get all the information out, and I appreciate you. I think you're doing an amazing job, and I love that you still come on my show, and I really appreciate you. I'm not going to come on the show with you guys. So these Machiavellians think because they think all is twisted, it's kidney chest, and they're smart. It's sick. You already said earlier. This bigger comments were about drugs. We're very much in there. We understand Congress. We understand negotiations. But with nuclear weapons and with biological weapons or with 5 million people, we have to stop the capitalist economy. We've got to have our peace. We keep hearing about all this peace, but it's got to stop because it can get out of control. You ask, will there be nuclear war? Yes, the threat escalation will. From 1 to like 44 in the rate of which everybody has the same model. Like 35 now. People are working. Remember 2 years ago, I asked them, we can't give them 16s. They must take us World War III. Yes,
later and will be guarded against him. Once you have acquired these kind of qualities, you will be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man and fearfully before God, when you stand weary of sin, in the spirit of God's presence will rest upon you as will the splendor of his glory. You will live in the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart toward other men rebels against the sovereignty of God, glorifies himself in God's own will. Hashem reigns, he dawns the mantle of grandeur. But Judah, what should man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is a sham of my years of prosper. As in honor, such honor not belong to God, as is good death and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself if honor is naked? If he takes pride in it, then let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most prominent and take away the wisdom of the age. Just all men stand as equal before the Creator. His fury is cast down the rock. His will elevates the downtrodden. Therefore, humble yourself for the sake of God. Last, I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, and walk in it always. Let your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward, and when speaking, do not stare at your lips. Let all men be greater than you in your eyes. In other words, wiser or wealthier than yourself, show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins to the result of error, while your transgression is delivered. In all your words, actions, and thoughts at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One blessed, and that his presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe like a servant who stands in the presence of Master. Act with respect and something of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently in low tones as one who stands before you. Take your chairs and always study Torah diligently so you will be able to fulfill its command. When you rise and study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it. Choose the simplest factors. You'll choose your actions every morning and evening, and in this way, in all your days, you will remember. Cast external matters from your mind and stand and pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them all the time. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors to belong to the Lord. In this way, you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear and pleasing to God. Blessed is he as is written, and we prepare their hearts to consecrate to our service for their day. Read this letter once a week, and neglect none of it. Fulfill it and keep so doing, and walk with it forever and wait for Hashem to be blessed. So that you may succeed in your way and merit the growth and confidence that I think for the right. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires.
Thank you so much, Alex Jones, everyone. Thank you.
So that's why it's printed in the prayer.
Alex Jones with us, legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years.
A beautiful,
And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing his cover, lying on his cover, and then they get in office, and now it seems like they're part of this cover. So, what in your estimation has happened?
But that's about all I know.
Well, all I can do is observe from the outside of all sources, specifically
Your live nation in the year 1267, you found very few Jews.
15 days ago,
And in fact, you write the only two permanent residents in the Holy City, two permanent Jewish residents, that when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the Qatar hordes that had made their way into it. And that's one of the older gentlemen came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, oh, they started to build. Very good thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again.
here's this idiot with all these surrogates has been promising to bring this out. He talked about bringing it out. So this is Harry Carey. This is Chevy who comes out on Kennedy committing suicide. And the president said, oh my God, the best quality is the most accurate record. He said Trump has lost 14 points with independents, 5 points with the straight base. Like CBS said, we feel that'll lose him before he sort of commentary. Seats probably in the midterms the year ahead. This is Trump self-harming. And from all my research, he knew Epstein, there were social lines, all that. They would already used this, that he was in their head something. He knows they brought out there that were people. He said that Melania was a hooker, that Epstein introduced her, a modeling agency. We looked at that. Trump's modeling agency, that wasn't true. So they're kind of regurgitating all that on one hand. So why did Trump act so panicked, deer in the headlights, and you come out and say, there is no list, okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot if you look at it. So, okay, we'll have Van Bondi release the grand jury transcripts from kids like Maxwell that Comey's daughter reported on the cover of them when the Epstein case 6 years ago where he died in jail. So you couldn't do a bigger Streisand effect. You couldn't come out and say, I'm more guilty than what he did. And my loyalty to the truth, I'm egotistic about it. I can't. I want Trump to succeed. Democrats are my sworn enemy from being president. I'm just like having to report this that this is beyond insane. Yeah, and it's like Trump blowing his feet off with a 12-gauge shotgun. Well, we know that this was not only a blackmail operation, but it was also a money laundering operation. We know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others. And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein had to intelligence and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House? Well, as usual, Jim Miller, you're very important on social media, and you nailed it. I don't want to attack Israel, and I'm not a big Israel hater, but Netanyahu is, in my view, the villain of the last 25 years in Israel out of power. It definitely is the cliche of Israel trying to manipulate the United States internal politics and foreign policy. They're going to release them, so definitely Netanyahu's heavily involved in it. Kids like Maxwell, who was convicted of human trafficking, though the new memos and Trump says there is none of that. Well, now she convicted. Her dad, Robert Maxwell, was on record with Mossad, very criminal almost, with military honors and MI6 and Russian intelligence reportedly. Fell off his job when all this came out. It's like when he died decades ago. All of a sudden, millions of dollars were sucked out of his bank accounts. And so, from my evidence and research, it's pretty conclusive. Epstein was a junior to get his money to the government family, MI6, CIA, Mossad. It was just that level of interconnecting. And it was more than just trafficking underage girls. That was kind of a side or third or writer. The larger issue was money laundering. And now the Democrats have come in on this, I said months ago and weeks ago, that, Trump needs to not just go through the jury stuff they released, or stuff from her trial, or the trial they were at. I mean, Epstein died in custody there in New York, and then the detention center. We should demand the billions. It was 1.1 billion right after he died, but it was actually over $1 billion when he was in custody 5.5 years ago in New York. That was sucked out of this business account. And so
Yeah,
Mr.
Aquarius, is he sleeping?
2 weeks ago, before this World Tax Center was releasing tax was going
Sometimes you see that thing.
dollars ago, right before he died. And so I agree with you, Marius, too. I was going to make that point. This isn't even so much about human trafficking as it is about the money laundering that was going on. And then you've got Bill Barr, whose dad, Donald Barr, ran the school. Epstein at 20 got hired with no credentials to be the top math teacher. And then Barr was OSS, CIA. His dad, Donald Barr was CIA guy. Communications for the White House. And then his dad, Donald Barr, writes a book on space relations about aliens on a planet kidnapping human girls and rape them. And then they train humans to enjoy it and find them into raping children. This is beyond crazy. And he hires Epstein to do all this. And so, yeah, Trump had beauty pageants, and Trump had casinos, and Trump had golf courses, and Trump, was involved in sporting events. And so I thought, well, they were hitting on Trump. They would have brought it out after they tried with a bunch of nothing murders in 2016 and 2020. But now that he acted like this, I think the jury's out. But where the jury is not out is on the majority of people on the plane, on the fly logs, are Democrats, are big power members like Bill Gates. And we know some people in the Trump administration have been heavily implicated in other things. And so, you nailed it. You brought up Netanyahu. So let me, if you got time here, we have all the time in the world. I just want to add, Bondi said we have 10,000 hours of video. She said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the Attorney General. Why would she say she has files on her desk if none of these implicated anybody? It just feels like they're covering something for sure, 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense. I really thought so. There's so much data. I was going to argue. As long as you need to hear, here's what I was saying. There are two main tracks here. Incompetence by Bondi and Patel and Mangino, or a mix of that, or better cover up. But undoubtedly there's a cover up. So here's what I know from this article. And I'm not trying to contact journalism. I'm myself as a historian and did 7 days a week. So I broke most of the different developments that happened in the last 6 months. So here's what we know, and you can give me your input. Trump surrogates say they're going to release it. They get in March, they're given this old FC information at the press conference with the supervisors. And a day and a half before that happens, I have Oil, who is the main, one of the top FBI whistleblowers who's supposed to sell action. And he says, my newer sources say they've got massive Epstein videos and files, and the Democrats are suppressing it, not giving it to Trump. And Bonnie's been set up. We're meeting with her tonight. My sources are, and she's going to expose the fact that she's been set up. The next day she comes out, and on the cover sheet of the Monitor says, this is phase 1. I learned there's a lot more to do. With Comey's daughter and Comey running it, which we have control of all the time. And they'll give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it. 24 hours goes by, they go grab it, then the Academy York resigns, they got us in digging, don't do it. And then they're given these files, but that's the setup. Obviously, if the Democrats, before Trump and after Trump, and they all control the file, and James Comey or Ray Comey controlled it, are they going to leave stuff in that's incriminating? No, it's logical to say they're going to probably drop a dime themselves. That's what whistleblower was bad. They're going to drop a dime. Oh, we've really got the real file. So Trump's like, yeah, go get it, grab it, get it. They get the file. And then I talked to FBI sources, multiple, it's called Sarah Miller, shove me the text message. This is in late March, days after. That indeed, when the FBI works at the top of the FBI does investigations, they get the front clothes out of New York. They send it all over the country for those to see do each one. Then the FBI, we confirm this, looks at it. It's got all this stuff about Trump in it, whether it's true or not. Bondi and them come back and say to Trump, it's got all this about you. Then you see there in the headlines interview a few months ago with Mangino and Cash Patel on Fox. Those are hostages, don't you know? And the trust us, he killed himself, and Epstein acted well, and didn't do anything. Case closed. And I said this before Trump said it, we can have a go. I said, Trump has learned, or this is one big possibility, they spiked him with poison pills. They're not just going to take out medicine from them. They're going to add all the innuendo, all the JNOs, all the stuff recycled in. That Trump comes out in social last Saturday, 8 days ago, Saturday before last, and says, hey, they control the file. Not saying everything that he says sure wasn't bad. That doesn't mean he's funny. He says they put a bunch of bull in there, which I was able to predict. So that's one track. But one is why I get so scared and hysterical. The other track is he was a big playboy. He was hanging out with those teams. He was running goodie bags. Maybe he did some stuff he wasn't supposed to. He had something, and now they're working out. So now the jury's out on Trump. Now he's got to be suspect. But the same people that run Crossfire Hurricane, the fake Russia gang, Obama, Clapper, Comey, Brennan, that did all this, who were known fake frauds, who were known to be all over the Epstein file, who were known controlling it. On the U.S. side, anything they tell me suspect, so I don't like it right away. Then you bring up that down, and that's the key. So, anytime Mossad is going to operate like this on domestic soil, they're going to need a CIA agreement to pass. It goes on for decades. And then you've got Maxwell's dad that was MI6, Mossad, on record. And KGB, triple agent Heisler, the relationship triple level, or you quadruple level. So, you have Trump, grab it, do it, he gets it, oh my God, I've been set up. Then he's mad at Netanyahu, and from obviously sources were not that area months ago. Netanyahu shows up, and suddenly Trump 180s. Churchill, whatever Netanyahu was, and cameras almost out in Little Island, in the Caribbean, and his facility in Torre, Mexico, in New York. Is in Morocco, they're photographed at all times, in 30-some meetings here in New York. And all of a sudden, you get a 180 as soon as Netanyahu shows up. Now Trump learns what's in the FBI photo. Right after that, then Netanyahu comes and tells him, and I don't believe from my sources, this is out of FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor, that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through of jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in, $3 trillion already here. He wants to stop World War III. I'm not defending this, I'm saying thinking of it all. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russiagate setup. He comes out and says, my level to his supporters, I need crazy. We say, a top financial advisor who we are talking about FC State.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we get started. So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my youngest daughter, my niece, is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Polar flu, and so the one kid is damage that spreads to all of them. Even though some of them are beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital. I imagine that, well, put it this way, I had the opportunity by going out to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had the opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a wrap-up business. You have in your hand the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and everyone's down there, but I'm really looking forward to have you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students at Truist College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying to experiment with putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So, I'll be hearing from them shortly. And it's all the opening, Joe. Oh, yeah, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's going to which was given to us by the nice people at torahcafe.com. If you're wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good speakers there. And I'm pleased that they're picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they're professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The one thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're cutting them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi Darrell Wine say when he was here last weekend, and it's apropos for our meeting today. So person goes in to see a psychologist, have a consultation, and he sits down and on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am, again." I think he said it wrong. I have plenty of ways about it, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen, philosophers that are endemic to Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Kafka ibn Shahrukh, Shmuel ibn Nadella, also known as Shmuel ibn Nadella, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well-versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So we got Isaac Abravanel just the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who were at the same time well-learned in the Jewish tradition. As I think I mentioned last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Nadella, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the golden age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from very famous biography of John Isaac Abravanel, like you mentioned, by the way. Many people pronounce his name Abravanel, and that's because of the, it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abravanel. Talking about it, it's rock version of Abravanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abravanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I'm talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by Steve Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish theory. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I'd like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll do with you tonight, because he's an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way to construct to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with 3 large plurality populations, with Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. You'll recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land, and then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. So Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium, and then coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that takes place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard to the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later, because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine, and so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant to our discussion. A pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Should the human race exist if he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have a... That one seems easy, and he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested that maybe people want to have seats on him, so they want it. It seems like advice on their divorces out there. It's interesting. He also says, we need to do it.
Yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it was like a lord or some kind.
But it is worth noting
and several of the
that
figures
his
we
company
discussed had that
is,
same title. Either that, common
helping
ancestor.
to
Okay, joking. His family background comes from Seville, and
sort
perhaps one of these
or help, concentrate the information or help merge the other.
They're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abravano got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, you see that fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of that close to the British North Africa. And he became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravano's birth, and it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. The pogroms in 1391 was first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula, and you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurred also in Seville. Again, because of the proximity of Muslims, I'll speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly, but there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region. This had a signal impact on none other than Abravano's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abravano never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings.
tech community. It's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or Chinese-style surveillance state. And a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. You know, that does seem like
his
they
conversion to
would
Christianity
prefer
was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely as a result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things that we mentioned here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in society. Including in our own time here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting into place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might want to even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to take a look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their mind and with their account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. So we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, as perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of vindication of movements, heroics, and other religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Jewish Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazi culture, working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense that, well, you know, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still, outwardly appearing to be open to our society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has been changed for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regard to Shmuel Abrahano's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Catholic, this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back even once he got free of Spanish practice in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. And his grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen. As his grandfather and his father worked very closely with the crown to assess monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abrahano studied politics in the behavior of the people who come in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of that wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abrahano family crest. I forgot how to tell a version of it later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also who studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He is perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he really studied Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase. And in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like, we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yeah.
My Smith suffers with three partial Davis in Hawaii. He was friends with my grandfather. He felt like my real father. That's three partial Davis. And his mother, and Betty Davis,
Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abrahano. But we know that he was married young, judged by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of two sons, and there are passing references that may include two daughters as well. We know more about his sons who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most beautiful passages of his biography describe how he was like separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. And at least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in two really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in French society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition, the way we later expect, which came with a great shock to his sanity, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, as very, very productive period, when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that time. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussion. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides is also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so, Abravanel very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Abravanel commentaries where, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's very much easier to take. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thought. It's probably the result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally. Perhaps was even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah He was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages he lost most of his commentary on the book of Torah for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had tremendous sympathy because he realized that much of his story was not lost, and in fact he continued.
I think obviously poison food in America.
So what else is happening with him politically? As we see quite often with Jews in this situation, this is actually Joseph once again, right? The problems that Joseph had was, or the problems the Jews had was that a new Pharaoh came up, and this Pharaoh was really not Joseph, right? God says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. But this is exactly what happened. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. And this new king had, and by the way, I will tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe it's French speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. But how?
Was coming in there saying, listen, we have these mandatory vaccines.
Okay, so what it would be, in this region, would you say with the H or with the...
Everything's about food diet. Now, by the way, get the food diet out. Sure.
I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. Don't cut this out of the
companies like Pfizer and all these people
when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost.
It's the biggest
We got off we got our car at the Orlando, the train, the car went down, we drove down. We were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Gate, but we kept going all the way down south off I-95, and we were on US 1. Well, finally, we said, we probably passed it. Let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask the directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but I said, no, we have to ask the directions. So I went into the gas station, and there was a Hispanic woman there, and I asked, and I got on, this is, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she said to me, US 1. I said, what? She said, US 1. So I said, no, I don't know. It's always places US 1. What kind of street is that? But anyways, we found out. So his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Rabbi was associated with a neighbor house called the House of Rabbi, and these were the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Rabbi went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, got thrown in jail. And got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain heading west towards Portugal. And he couldn't simply cross the border, he had to travel a little bit north and then end in a little later, but he realized that this was the end of his promised time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterwards, Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had made a horrible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, no, sorry, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So you predict about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. It's actually fascinating. Are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Rothschild'S, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel, and his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly covered by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, influences the speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abarbanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to how do I skip something here? He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite he fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Sorry, Cafe, please remove all those things when you write them. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the debts going on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court, and he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with the kingdom. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point, and then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later will become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, which we'll talk about soon. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes at a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax, unless we are dependent of someone else. We all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with this all as individuals. That's something that only really developed after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. So we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how do they actually achieve it? Is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews, who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or coal, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 $30,000 coins. And if the Jews collect 7 or 8,000, then that extra 1 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support the Jewish day schools, hotels, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors ultimately what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propanatsia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against these Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustrations on the Jewish tax collectors, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. The king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jewish will. One more detail I wanted to mention, or another detail, this worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if a nobleman would seek to lead, now I remember, Shimon Goodnow, a great historian, will speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that was dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and you usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself pay the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. So you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, so you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back, then you borrow money from them, you owe them money, you kick them out again, and so on.
We try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking cults and this, that, and the other thing. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too. This is not just political. There's probably a lot of big people in Hollywood. Let's talk about who we know. Clear blackmailing operation against high-tech people, science people, vaccines, engineers, Harvard, massive Hollywood. The Clinton, Steve Jobs, wives, the Atlantic Monthly owner.
Provided for the insular nature of your society, because you couldn't exactly make friends. They're all the peasants
Trump doing this. He's now joining with them. And he did it in such a terrible way. And say, you're not part of our organization if you question this. Which then backs up the left's claim that MAGA is a cult. Well, I'm not a cult. So how are you processing this? Because overall, Trump is very flawed than everything Democrats. But at the same time, it's an integrity issue because I become an accomplice by extension journalist. Again, by joining on the agreed. I process it the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having it, having the American working class regain ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not opening the borders. What they've done in the UK has caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country. 15 trillion committed, 5 million
Is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, but in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Moranos. Those Jews who had, sometimes prior, perhaps after the 1391 accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Rothschild'S, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding the so-called Jew Christians. Because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century, that discriminated against the new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos, although crypto Jews were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret, they were highly endogamous, meaning they were only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they can do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There's crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. And Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century, it goes right up to the 21st century, even then, which is an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity, but did not actually believe what they had said. The Jews also, the Jewish Christians had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. Why don't we speak to us Christians and we openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the most of the animus was directed at the Jew Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values and so on. The explanation of that browser.
No online footprint. We didn't know that much about him. The media basically started to kind of put out a narrative about him, but that was clearly a big brush with death. Do you think that there's any fear in that sense that Trump goes,
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you a joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yeah? You remember all my jokes, right? I told you that? The joke goes like this. So, for those of you who are younger, up until Mr. Schwartz here, Dr. Schwartz. Okay, so up until, really, it's ancient history mostly, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted. You only join if you were Gentile clientele. And there was no problem with it. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentlemen's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But anyway, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be ridiculous. And hotels, forget about it. So anyway, the joke was that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets, I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your club here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I'm sure I know someone. So here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Call him a Charles and see someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes off and goes to Schwartz. And Schwartz opens the door. And Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem. He says, yes, listen, I wanted to join the Flame Classes Country Club. And I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you can help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen was your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian. And my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. All right, so let's go on. Here's the vision. Now, so you have a scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, and Jews who were like remaining within the traditional Jewish faith, largely immune to the pressures of the church who were doing. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the Jewish expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions are significant, and the Lucia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, you know what, these things,
they seem to be hinting that they're not done with Iran. I've heard from people, and there's articles out, and this is not a secret, that
they're like individuals.
I don't think they feel like enough damage was done.
Occasions, and we shouldn't put it.
What do you think, ultimately, in Trump's 4 years,
I mean,
you would
we
like to
shouldn't
see?
connect the dots here.
Like to see,
You know, it's ironic. There are many similarities between the Jews
their
in
goal here would be
1930s
to
Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion.
configure Gaza
I don't want to
in the image of what
overburden
they
that
would
point,
want.
but
I
it's
imagine
certainly
it's
worth
on
talking
the
about.
table. Is it
What did the Jews
another
rely
attack
on?
on
They
Iran?
had
What do you
two
think it is?
basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for hundreds of years. First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be shtadlanut, where basically, you know, as a relatively unprotected minority, we're often quite wealthy. The Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We will give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, you know, simply collect large chunks of money for whenever this was needed, and the Stadtland, the interceptor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law. A society governed by order. Jews, as a minority, are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa, where like a little more than average, let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government. Because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules, they know who they have to pay, they know what has to be done, and you know, you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, you know, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they are corrupted, that's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of government, and in fact it was centralizing its power at this time. The Jews felt the two factors are Stadtlanus and Spain as a Rechtsstaat. We'll be fine. You know, we have nothing to worry about. I also have no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Heard that in this bill, it didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree. And it was announced to the Pope Circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population community. So when Abravano heard of this, he went together with the 20-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who is also a major figure similar to Abravanel in terms of his position, and they asked the new Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree that came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible error. So right away, Ferdinand said no, which they could expect as well. They went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abravanel that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, our story is 3 times now mentioning Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, he used the Trump scheme of the Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And money and the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abravanel said, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand or James, maybe it's Isabella. She is the power behind the throne. I'll go on top of her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. That Isabella was obviously prepared for him, and she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of the king is to be free in heaven. She quoted verse, chapter, and verse from Psalm, indicating that the heart of the king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of the chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact, the signal that the expulsion would in fact take place. Don Abraham Sr., that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentators subsequent centuries looked down on him for this, although some research is questioning, to what degree that's merited. But many refer to Saint Senora as some or the hater of life because of this situation. Now let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson year in history. The Abramson rule, I have a history major here, and someone, what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's it. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have an expression still kogo, whom, which basically who's taking from whom, who's leaving whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the unit translation called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all the Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist. Even though should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that was regenerated labor profit, but the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting several wars, simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews. I'm not going to go there. This microphone only reaches here anyway. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because life here in Germany under the Aryanization rules, it is impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing. Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their lives, their clothes, and so on, to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. Here's as I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered $2,000 eventually he was told by an informer who was possibly inclined towards him, and managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. There's the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong population of Spartan Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion, and Abravano ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling powers he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in lack of prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during a very difficult period of separation from his family and of total devastation of his entire community. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great work from my undergraduates. I like to use it a lot. It instructs strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning the way of looking at the world. Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to your political philosophy, your religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature or interest, a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his personal experience. And one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his fervent belief that the Messianic period was nigh. And in fact, in a publication he issued in 1407, that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course he met with some disappointment once that year went out, but he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for Messiah. Unfortunately, there was much more pain and suffering in place over the next 500 years. Well, in conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Abravano for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, it's surprising they put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one thing. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Abravano's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for Tiglath-Pileser, for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job to try and ransom all the Jews out of slavery and set them up as slaves again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? I need to see how that related to this, and so on and so forth. To know, of course, from our own time in the 20th century, and he evaluates Abravano's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bold string of belief, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravano is undeserved. So finally, with John Isaac Abravano, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peak knowledge, political activity, an incredible repertoire of scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. Is an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the most profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we talk about the Revelation of the Journal and the Strat Circle. Thank you.
The movie Dr. Strangelove is a documentary of what almost happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis, declassified. The U.S. put 19 missiles on the border of Russia in several places, including Turkey, medium-range nukes. Russia put nukes there. I'm not Russia, they're been to Russia. The point is that they all told Schulbucks, the Russians put medium-range nukes in Cuba because they're assholes. No, Khrushchev was on TV saying, get your missiles out. But our media was so controlled, nobody knew we put missiles on their border. So it's the same story. It's not the average American's bad, it's not the Eisenhower's bad or Kennedy's bad. We have these crazy power mad generals. And now we know we put missiles on Russia's border. That's what Russia said here. They said, if you do this 2 or 3 days, we won't respond. And we see a large aerodynamic attack of hundreds or thousands of missiles. We have to believe it's a nuclear sneak attack because that's how they can shoot. Guys go Mach 5, Mach 10. They can take out all the Russian bases. Most of the Russian weapons are in the west. Most of the Russians are in the west. And they say, if you shoot a bunch of these, we got to go and nuke you. We've got to believe it's a nuclear sneak attack. That's why we're so close. You guys are already close to nuclear war. The atomic energy, scientists out of Chicago, the most respected, said we are the closest to nuclear war. Remember, you heard 2 minutes to midnight? It used to be 2 minutes to midnight. We're something like 20 seconds to nuclear war. Yeah. So, with the Cuban Missile Crisis, 2 minutes to midnight, it's total nuclear war. Last time I checked, we're 20 seconds from midnight. That's your answer. Follow me at Real Life Shows on X, Infowars.com/show. And I love you, Tim Dillon. Love you, Alex Jones. Thank you so much. Alex Jones, everyone. Thank you. Alex Jones with us, legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years. And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up. And then they get in office, and now it seems like they're part of this cover-up. So, what in your estimation has happened? Well, all I can do is observe from the outside of all sources, especially baseball, what's happening. The fact I know is this. 15 days ago, they leaked to Axios, the Justice Department, this Epstein didn't get murdered, and there wasn't human trafficking, and there wasn't any blackmail, and case closed. And that flies in the face of the court cases, the evidence, the intelligence connections, everything we know. And then I came out that Monday, 14 days ago, and I said, this isn't being body. I'm not defending her. I agree she's in overhead, but you said, you should go back to policing since he's in Florida. But then, he comes out the next day and says on Truth Social, no, we need the FBI to move on. I told him this the next day in a press conference. He chews out the reporter. We're talking about all these issues saying, how dare you describe the graves of dead kids in Texas with lives. Shut up. And it's uncharacteristic of Trump. He looks scared. He looks concerned. And then all the other Truth Social posts about, if you ask questions, you're with the Democrats. And this is all Democrat made up hoax. And you're just idiots. When all this surrogates has been promised, they bring this out. He talked about bringing it out. So this is hearing that this is seppuku. For those that don't know Japanese, that means suicide. And I had the head of President's polling on the best polling agency, the most accurate on record today. He said Trump has lost 14 points with independents, 5 points with his base base. Like Steve Bannon said a week ago, that'll lose him. Before Rasmussen reported it, his debt reckoning was right. 40 seats probably in the midterms in a year and a half. This is Trump self-harming. And from all my research, he knew Epstein, they were socialized, all that, but they would have already used this loyalty than what he did. And my loyalty to the truth, I was autistic about it. I can't, I want Trump to succeed. And Democrats are my sworn enemy, trying to be president. I'm just like having a report news that this is beyond insane. Yeah, and it's like Trump blowing his feet off of the location shotgun. Well, we know that this was not only a blackmail operation, but it was also a money laundering operation. We know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others. And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein had to intelligence and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House? Well, as usual, Tim Bell, you're very informed on Sweeney, and you nailed it. I don't want to attack Israel. I'm not a big Israel hater, but Netanyahu is might be the villain of the last 25 years in Israel and out of power. It definitely is the cliche of Israel trying to manipulate the United States internal politics and foreign policy during the Middle East. So definitely Netanyahu is heavily involved in it. It's like Maxwell, who was convicted of human trafficking, though the new memos and Trump says there is none of that. Well, then how is she convicted? Her dad, Robert Maxwell, was on record with Mossad, very monologues with military honors and MI6 and Russian intelligence reportedly. Still on the job when all this came out. And just like when he died decades ago, all of a sudden millions of dollars was sucked out of his bank accounts. And so, from my evidence and research, it's pretty conclusive. Epstein was a junior to get his lane to cover the family. MI6, CIA, Mossad, businesses that level are all interconnected. And it was more than just trafficking underage girls. That was going to be a side hors d'oeuvre or a little writer. The larger issue was money laundering. And now the Democrats have come in on this. I said months ago and weeks ago that, Trump needs to not just call the grand juries have been released or the stuff from her trial or the trial that we're having because Epstein died in custody there in New York in that detention center. We should demand the billions. It was 1.1 billion right after he died, but it was actually over a billion when he was in custody 5.5 years ago in New York that was sucked out of his business account. And so we know that's in the Treasury Department. So now Senator Wyden and others, as I predicted a month ago, 2 weeks ago, before this broke, I said Trump should release it. That's where it's going. Where did the billions of dollars go right before and right after he died? And so I agree with you very astute. I was going to make that point. This isn't even so much about human trafficking as it is about the money laundering that was going on. That you've got Bill Barr, whose dad, Donald Barr, ran the school that Epstein at 20 got hired with no credentials to be the top math teacher. And then Barr was OSS, CIA, his dad, Donald Barr. Barr was CIA, got the head of Iran Contra operations in the White House. And then his dad, Donald Barr, writes a book about space relations, about aliens on a planet that kidnap human girls to rape them. And then they train humans to enjoy it and join them in the raping of children. This is beyond crazy. And he hires Epstein to do all this. And so, yeah, Trump had beauty pageants, and Trump had casinos, and Trump had golf courses, and Trump, was involved in these sporting events. And so I thought, well, they were getting on Trump. They would have brought it out as they tried a bunch of other murders in 2016 and 2020. But now that he acted like this, I think the jury's out. Where the jury is not out is on the majority of people on the plane, on the flight logs, are Democrats, are big power brokers like Bill Gates. And we know some people in the Trump administration have been heavily implicated. I'm not going to name names. And so, you nailed it. You brought up so let me, if you got time here, we have all the time in the world. I just want to add, Bondi said we have 10,000 hours of video. She said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in supervising physician. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the Attorney General. Why would she say she has files on her desk if none of these implicated anybody? It just feels like they're covering something for sure, 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense.
We're really sad. So, and there's so much data I have on 200 hours, but we'll go as long as you need. Here's what I'm trying to say. There are two main tracks here. Okay, incompetence by Bondi and Patel and Bongino, or a mix of that, or their cover-up. But undoubtedly there's a cover-up. So here's what we know from the timeline. And I'm not trying to contact journalism, write myself into the story. I just did this 7 days a week, so I wrote most of the different developments that happened in the last 6 months. So here's what we know, and you can give me your conclusion. Trump surrogates said they're going to release it. They get in March, they're given this old Epstein information at a press conference with the supervisors. And a day and a half before that happens, I have Boyle, who's the main, one of the top FBI whistleblowers exposed so much. And he says, my New York sources say they've got massive Epstein videos and files the Democrats are suppressing and not giving to Trump. And Bonnie's been set up. We're meeting with her tonight. My sources are. And she's going to expose the fact that she's been set up. The next day she comes out, and on the cover sheet of the binder says, this is phase one. I learned there's a lot more to do with Comey's daughter and Comey running it, which we know control the phone all the time. If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it. 24 hours goes by, they go grab it, and the FBI in New York resigns, the guy that said dig it, don't do it, and then they're given these files, but that's the setup. Obviously, if the Democrats, before Trump and after Trump, and now control the file, and James Comey and Marie Comey control it, are they going to leave stuff in that's incriminating? No, it's logical to say they're going to probably drop a dime themselves. That's what whistleblower was bad. They're dropping a dime. Oh, we've really got the real file. So Trump's like, yeah, go get it, grab it, get it. They get the file, and then I talked to FBI sources, multiple, Scott Serve and others, showed me the text messages. This is in late March, days after. That indeed, when the FBI works at the top of the FBI to do investigations, they get the truckloads out of New York. They send it all over the country to field offices and say, do what you want. Then the FBI, we confirm this, looks at it. It's got all this stuff about Trump in it, whether it's true or not. Bondi and them come back and say to Trump, it's got all this about you. Then you see the deer in the headlights interview a few months ago with Bongino and Cash Patel on Fox. Little like her hostages telling you, no, you can trust us. He killed himself, and Epstein acted alone and didn't do anything. And case closed. And I said this before Trump said it a week and a half ago. I said, Trump has learned, or this is a big possibility, they've spiked him with poison pills. They're not just going to take out bad stuff about them. They're going to add all the innuendo, all the JDOs, all the stuff recycled in. Then Trump comes out on social last Saturday, 9 days ago, Saturday before last, and says, hey, they control the file. Not saying Epstein doesn't exist or wasn't bad. That's how the meeting spun it. He says they put a bunch of bull in there, which I was even able to predict. So that's one track of what it is and why he acted so scared and hysterical. The other track is he was a big playboy. He was hanging out with Epstein. He was running mini packages. Maybe he did some stuff he wasn't supposed to. Drawing at 17 and now they're bringing it out. So now the jury's out on Trump. Now he's got to be suspect. But the same people that run Crossfire Hurricane, the fake Russia gang, Obama, Clapper, Comey, Brennan, that did all this, who were known fake frauds, who were known to be all of the Epstein file, who were known controlling it on the U.S. side. Anything they tell me suspects, so I don't believe it right away. Then you bring up Netanyahu, and that's the key. So, anytime Mossad is going to operate like this on domestic soil, they're going to need a CIA agreement to pass. It goes on for decades. And then you've got Maxwell's dad that was MI6, Mossad, on record. searching whatever that Yahoo was. And we know as a full file, all the hidden cameras and all this stuff, and little island in in the Caribbean, and his facility is already in Mexico, in New York. And we had Andrew Barak there photographed dozens of times, in 30-some meetings there in New York. And all of a sudden you get a 180 as soon as Netanyahu shows up. Now Trump learns what's in the FBI file. Right after that, then Netanyahu comes and tells him. And I don't believe from my sources, this is all FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor, that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through of jobs, $15 trillion investment coming in, $3 trillion a year. He wants to stop World War III. I'm not defending this, I'm saying I'm thinking of it all. Yeah. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russiagate setup. He comes out and says, well, to his supporters.
What I mean, Tracy, when you say a top financial advisor, are we talking about Epstein's neighbor?
We are.
Okay, interesting, and that makes sense.
So here's how informed you are. I'm not trying to be a big person. Yeah, he may even be innocent, but Howard London.
That's right, Howard London. Don't sue me. Kidding.
Well, this is beyond suing. This is like,
Yeah, you're right. Now,
no, well, let's just say you wrote it out, you're smart and figured it out, nobody else was on the church. True. Yeah. They're blackmailing and lending. I've confirmed that from the FBI. And it's not like anything wrong. But yeah.
here's my question. We have Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in the jail. I believe in Tallahassee, in Florida. We have Alex Acosta, who supposedly there was an unsourced or privately sourced, unnamed sourced person that Vicky Ward quoted saying Alex Acosta said, I was told to stand down. Epstein belonged to intelligence. That is why he was not prosecuted.
The federal prosecutor.
Right, to the fullest extent of the law. Why do we not, and by we I mean the Trump administration, the American people demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress and that Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was. I think me and you have a good idea about what it was. But it's a vile operation. It destroyed the lives of children. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens up many questions about a financial system that we barely understand. It involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class. By the way, this is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this. Let's be very honest, because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money, and lots of our politicians. I mean, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard or whatever they are. Why do we demand that they testify, Alex?
Well, Tim, how this works, maybe I'm against your ass. I was about to go before you said Ghislaine Maxwell testified. I was about to go to this. John's where I was going next.
Yeah.
Here's the issue with that. She's in prison for human trafficking. And you've got these lawyers connected to Epstein saying months ago, Alan Dershowitz, Trump better pardon her. And then before Elon came out and said, hey, Trump's the list, you're never going to see it. Which has a lot more credibility now. Because of this, it doesn't mean Trump did anything wrong, but he's implicated. He's embarrassed by it. The issue with Ghislaine Maxwell is she's in prison for decades. So you can't trust somebody to testify who has already not implicated other people, but now that she's convicted in prison, maybe she'll say that I was involved in it. I'm being sarcastic. But my point is that pressure mounts for Ghislaine Maxwell to be released to testify before Congress. I am of the thought that full disclosure is the way to go. Yeah, from all my research and sources, Trump wasn't actually involved with any of this. And they're going to be able to continue to blackmail anything else. I think Justice Sweet would have its fall. But the thinking
justifiably so, that people at the highest levels can get away with stuff like this and that it can be covered up forever. And I think a lot of people.
It's the two-tier justice system, right? It's emblematic of everything.
It's emblematic of everything. When I told Vance, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. I mean, nobody will support you guys. You are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. I think it paralyzes their presidency.
And what did Vance say?
He agrees with me. He agrees with me. You know, like it really is.
Even Mike Johnson came out with it.
I mean, he agrees with me. The calls are coming from inside the House. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see an about face, which is completely crazy, by the President of the United States. And again, I'm not a paranoid Israel hater, but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are.
They bombed Syria today. Here's the deal.
Yeah.
I'm studying who the main threats. U.S. Communist China. Yeah, I find it real interesting. I'm the guy that always said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc. They're very. Absolutely. Because we knocked out the Democrat. Israel, when Netanyahu sees a power vacuum in it, definitely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. So that's 100% going on.
Are you worried about these connections with Palantir, with using technology to Palantir technology to merge all of the different departments, so that if you have information on you with the IRS, that's now merging with, your arrest record, and if you've attended a protest, and whatever the case may be. We see in the UK people are getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese social credit score says that this feels a lot like a precursor to that. Steve Bannon has said that he thinks that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas. They're cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
Yes, I think Palantir is a threat. And I've been criticized by people that just want to try to make some scores. I mean, nuance about it. Let's explain what's happening. Oracle, who's also a Trump, which is a bigger threat than others. Larry Ellison's way bigger than Palantir. Microsoft and Amazon, I believe Amazon is packages. No, Amazon has more servers than CIA and the NSA, than Microsoft is second. This is like a fact of something. They've already integrated all of that license. They already have all that. Peter Thiel and Alex Carr. Shannon and Alex Carr. I hope the EU is such a conservative. My main threat is Christian conservatives, just like Trump is starting to fight some. I'm not an apologist for Palantir. But to my listeners, I've got to give them a real answer. So you notice the New York Times and Washington Post last year rolled up Palantir. But it doesn't mean Palantir is an issue. It's that why does everybody know about that? Because all the media started. So Palantir is coming to Trump and is a big factor of mass. I'll say he's bad enough. And they have said to Trump, we know how to come in and tell you what's really going on. Let us have the freedom corridor, and we will fix all your problems. And my point is, they are a small little tech who wants to come in and has that technology that was already been done. Right? So the idea that this is already integrated, it is. Amazon, Google, and these other groups, Amazon,
Alphabet, those companies, whatever it is, Meta.
Alphabet's about Google, exactly right. So it's Google, it's Amazon, it's all. So they're the ones that are currently doing it. It's not like it's coming. So I always told people in their lexicons, like flashcards for here's a tiger, here's a bear, here's the bunny rabbit. And now they go, here's Palantir. Oh, that's the big tech takeover. No, that's a group that thought with their angles with Trump, they can come in and it's not that it's coming, it's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or as Spirit Company Alphabet or as Microsoft or as Amazon. It's Microsoft, Google, Amazon. And I'm saying if you look at the statistics, they're 90%. The grid's already there. Palantir is a usurper, an upstart, a pretender to the throne, trying to come in to give Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles and the Microsofts and the Amazons already created a huge system that we already have. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. The reason that Palantir is always a red flag for me is when Peter Thiel's asked things like, should the human race exist? And he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have that one seems easy. And he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested that maybe people want Epstein's islands. They want Epstein's like advice on their divorce and stuff. It just
he also says, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist.
Right. So it just feels to me that yes, they are part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of, or help, concentrate the information or help merge the
Google 6-7 years ago wouldn't even give the Pentagon access to AI. They give China. So that's the key issue. Palantir is offering Trump. Look at Denver. Already had U.S. funded license scanners, right? But a month ago, when they were using it as illegal, they turned it off. So Palantir is offering to use the grid that's already in place for Trump's aim. So what I'm trying to say is it's not defense Palantir. It's that we're saying we're at 2025. We're in the year 2050. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir thing is a fight about Trump coming and saying, okay, I'll hire you to explain how this works and give me access. I'm saying it's already all there.
No, I understand that. And I think that listen, I don't trust Elon Musk, I don't trust anything, I don't trust Sam Altman, I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people or that they say some things that are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different than if you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, we want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all of this stuff. So I do think that tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or Chinese-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. That does seem like they would prefer that.
So I want your viewers to watch the other side. Let's just say Palantir is the most evil thing on earth ever seen. It is now. Why do we all know about Palantir?
Not the other
We don't know. Yes, I don't know about Microsoft, Google, and Amazon that are 91% of the grid that's already there. So we're all learning about surveillance and AI and social credit score and biometrics and social credit. We're already doing it. They're just bidding to get into the draw just as a junior. And so I oppose what Palantir is doing, and everyone else opposes everyone else. Of course, I'm just saying it's become a distraction into only them.
Understood. Disclosure. Your sources, people that you know. How damaging is this if this all comes out? Do we think that this is a watershed moment for the United States and, Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel it is, which is a Mossad CIA blackmail? Or is this basically not, we're never going to definitively know that? Or will we? We have a lot of conjecture, we have a lot of gun in my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians. And is that one of the big reasons that they do not want it happen?
Well, it's all true. I mean, look, Monica Lewinsky was a Mossad.
Really?
Yeah, let's go out. They were tapping the White House. So, and they don't want to hit us on some big corruption deal as much as really operates are involved in corruption with our people as well. Right? Like, some limited little sexual thing. And so, yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Epstein was mainly a Mossad operative. Guys like Maxwell or Dan, all Mossad on record. The media just keeps this debate going, is it Mossad? Is it Mossad? Well, he wasn't officially Mossad. He was an operative at the highest level. He's an operative. People think an operative is lower level. No one comes there with the boss. But he himself was just a manager. His lane was the case manager. This is all basically come out. And this is the leverage that Israel is using over Trump right now to do all this. And my information is it's not Trump himself. They just all this other stuff trying to embarrass him, beauty pageants, flying twice on his plane from New York to Palm Beach. And Trump was all released until he got that meeting with Netanyahu that he nailed. But what's more important is this has captured the public's understanding and imagination. And so it's all about integrity. It's all about getting rid of the deep state and Trump joining with it and defending it. I had my Q&A, Mark Mitchell, who is the hands down, in the best record daily elections, not just here around the world for residents and polling. And he said, I'm not a Republican or Democrat, but I care about the voters and freedom of the future. And he said, again, they said everything 14 points lost with independence.
It's a collapse. It's a collapse.
It's a collapse. 5 or 6 points lost in those hard base. This is a disaster. As Steve Bannon, without seeing polls, we can have to assemble those 40 states.
It's also overshadowing another interesting and important story that's that Comey, Brennan, Clapper, all these guys essentially participated in what was kind of an attempted coup with, manufacturing this evidence that Trump was installed by Russia.
Yeah, Crossfire Hurricane. And that's the key. That was my whole show today was Crossfire Hurricane is proven. Crossfire Hurricane is confirmed that not just Obama giving orders to Clapper, Brennan, and Comey before 2016 that Trump was running. They put him under surveillance. The documents are out. They created the SEAL dossier. They didn't just let the intelligence out and then not report a mistake. They created Tulsi Gabbard said last night on Fox. Where are the documents? That's true.
Obama is a CIA operative from birth. His mother worked for USA. His mother was born in Hawaii. Because Obama weirdly comes up all the time as this, and I always think these politicians are middlemen, and I imagine that Barack Obama would be like a similar politician, like a Clinton type, where like they know what's going on, but they're not trying to.
Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton come out of the CIA and the Dixie Mafia and the Chicago Mafia. There's whole films made by Phil Gilbert was in research. It's well known. Obama's grandfather was the head of the CIA in Hawaii. His mother was a CIA sex operative. His real father was not a kid, but was head of the Communist Party, USA. And they're introduced by virtually Marshall Davis.
Where do you think he was born? You can take a guess.
He was born in Hawaii.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, it was Obama in 4 different videos when he was a senator saying, I was born in Kenya. I'm back in my home country. It's a fake cover story. And that guy, that sub-Saharan Africa looked nothing like him. You look at Frank Marshall Davis, it's him, and he wrote for him. My father, I spent summers with Frank Marshall Davis in Hawaii. He was friends with my grandfather. He felt like my real father. That's Frank Marshall Davis. Then his mother, and Betty Davis, that was that woman with the dark hair, the famous bombshell 50s movie. No, it's the one that did soft porn. It'll pop my head to that. Was they did that style, and in the famous porn that Frank Marshall Davis released, in the same house, was in photos of Obama with the same couch, with the same pictures. This mom and Frank Marshall Davis visiting. Frank Marshall Davis, it's her with women
obviously the media is told to stand down, but I know people in Chicago, these large financial institutions that knew him, that were shocked that more details about his private life weren't emerging.
Well, yeah, and he says every employee, needs a gay man to help lead him down. I don't think it's gay or anything, but it's well known how he's being controlled. And so you very simply said a baby of the CIA. He is literally a Manchurian.
People with secrets are seemingly the people that always lead us. It seems to be if you're in the closet, if you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, leverage is always being used on different people to control them.
Major compromise.
1,000%. So Trump, in my estimation, has to just let everything out, no matter how embarrassing it is.
Yeah, he does. And look, Democrats are trying to put me in prison. They're openly horrible people. Trump represents a lot of new constituents. I don't want Trump to fail. I got accused by a lot of influencers and people in a few weeks on every channel. That's nothing to me on CNN, ABC News, care less, and tiny audiences. I don't like to have to come tell the truth.